Chapter 1472 Narrow Escape. Chapter 1472 Narrow Escape. Behind the fiend army, the Tidewater-like human army arrived with a roar. The addition of the reinforcements made the already almost collapsing fiend army thoroughly lose the last trace of hope. The moment the human army charged, the fiend army immediately fell to pieces. A siege battle played out into a one-sided slaughter. Day after day of fierce battles, the fiend race had long reached the brink of collapse. With the addition of reinforcements at this time again, they were directly routed. On top of the city walls, Xiaolai's gaze revealed a look of despair when he saw the earth-shaking battle cry. He knew that these 30,000 troops were considered to have thoroughly fallen here. Xiaolai, offer up your life. Right then, a figure tore through the air and arrived, heading straight for Xiaolai. When Yifeng saw the arrival, he said with a look of pleasant surprise, "Lord Wu Tianxiang." He had long been an arrow at the end of its flight under Xiaolai's strong attack, looking as if he was about to lose. Wu Tianxiang suddenly arriving finally let him heave a sigh of relief. This Wu Tianxiang was precisely Kongding City's defending army's great general, a half-step divine lord expert. The current Wu Tianxiang had a soaring momentum, while Xiaolai was already severely wounded. The two people's strengths were not on the same level at all. One exchange, and Xiaolai was suppressed in all aspects. In the army, Ling Feng finally let out a long sigh in relief. These few days he sprinted madly day and night, finally bringing the reinforcements in the nick of time. Otherwise, the outcome would be too ghastly to imagine. After being saved at the natural chasm, Yi Yuan had him go to Kongding City to request for reinforcements. At that time, Ling Feng felt that it was definitely too late. But Yi Yuan insisted on making him go over, saying that they would definitely make it. He did not expect that they really made it. But seeing the desolation of the battle situation here, even Ling Feng could not help being greatly moved too. The defending army on the city walls did not look like much. So how did they resist this 30,000 fiend army? One had to know, the northern cities' defenses could not compare to the southern cities. All kinds of fortifications completely could not compare. Under the situation where the numbers were extremely disadvantaged, they actually persisted for so long. Suddenly, Ling Feng recalled Yi Yuan's calm and composed face and could not help being startled inwardly. Could it be Yi Yuan's work? Impossible. He's just one person. How can he possibly resist the fiend race's 30,000 troops? Suddenly, his gaze flitted to those destroyed fiend crossbows, and he could not help being greatly surprised. Very clearly, it was impossible for the guards in the army to rush out to destroy the fiend crossbows. Then, who ruined the fiend crossbows? It cannot be that the fiend soldiers themselves broke it, right? Could it really be Yi Yuan? Ling Feng drew a cold breath. The more he thought, the more likely this was. He surveyed the surroundings, but could not see Yi Yuan's figure at all. Kongding City's army was like a bulldozer, directly charging over from the center of the fiend army. At this time, Tidewater City already did not need to shut the city gates tightly anymore. After Feng withdrew, he ordered people to directly open the city gates, welcoming Kongding City's army. Leave 5,000 people behind. The rest will all rush to the southern city and defend Tidewater City to the death. In midair, Wu Tianxiang said in a clear voice, with Kongding City's army sacring them in one round, the fiend army was only left with several thousand people already. Leaving behind 5,000 people plus the northern city's defending army, it was sufficient to clear up the mess. At the southern city's side, they were still bombarding indiscriminately, both sides fighting until the sky and earth dimmed. The fiend army over there was seriously too many, unable to finish it all. Xiaolai, prepare to die. Today you stumbled right into a trap. Don't blame this general for not being courteous. Wu Tianxiang laughed loudly and said. Xiaolai's aura became weaker and weaker, looking as if he was about to be defeated. He snorted coldly and said, "Want to kill me? You dream on. Heavenly fiend blood escape grand release." Suddenly, Xiao Lai's entire body burst apart. A cloud of blood mist wrapped around the fiend's soul, instantly flying out several miles away. Wu Tianxiang's expression changed, not expecting that Xiao Lai still had such a card to play. But Xiao Lai's blood escape speed was too fast. With his movement technique, he could not catch up at all. Looking in the direction Xiao Lai escaped, Wu Tianxiang heaved a long sigh and said, "Such a pity. Let that fellow escape. In the future, we probably can't dispense with going through a lot of trouble." A fiend infiltrating into the human race's central region. Furthermore, it was a half-stop divine lord realm powerful existence. How the consequences would be was really hard to say. W. N. Ji Feng went up to greet at this time, saying with clasped hands, "Lord Tianxiang, the people we sent out were all killed by the fiends. How did you get the news? I even thought that we were dead for sure this time." Wu Tianxiang froze and said, "Wasn't Ling Feng sent by you?" W. N. Ji Feng was stunned too and said, "Ling Feng? This name is so familiar. I remember now. Didn't he go to spy on the military movements? It's actually him. This kid really made a huge contribution this time." Ling Feng failed to return after a long time. W. A. N. Ji Feng even thought that he had long died at the fiend race's hands. After all, with his strength, the likelihood of being discovered by the fiend race was very high. Of course, those soldiers who came back said that there was still a person together with Ling Feng, but he was just at the initial stage having glimpsed realm and could not play any part. He did not pay attention anymore. He did not expect that it was actually Ling Feng who went to ask for reinforcements. This contribution was really too big. Southern City. Guo Changmin stood proudly on top of the city walls and said in a clear voice, "Sandcliff, your scheme has already fallen through. The 30,000 fiend troops that came over from Fiend Calling Ridge's natural chasm have already been completely annihilated. Xiao Lai has already been executed. Kongding City reinforcements have already arrived. Do you all still want to continue fighting?" Sandcliff's expression changed greatly, and he said with an astonished look, "Impossible. Fiend Calling Ridge that side prepared 100,000 troops. How can it possibly be just 30,000? This conclusion was seriously too beyond his expectations. Even if the intel was leaked, how could 100,000 troops possibly become 30,000? But, looking at the densely packed reinforcements on the top of the city walls, it was not up to him to not believe. The northern city's fiend army was probably really completely annihilated already. Sandcliff was currently depressed until he wanted to vomit blood. Just what went wrong with the originally seamless plan? Several decades of preparations actually concluded in such a cruise. Plussing defeat. How would he give an account to the higher-ups when he went back? He lost over half this time, looking like he was about to knock open the southern city's gates, but the reinforcements suddenly arrived, directly making his many days of making it through Beale. Oh, why battle turn into zilch? This campaign was simply defeated incomprehensibly. Sandcliff did not know that his words made Guo Changmin get a huge shock too. Fiend Calling Ridge that side actually had 100,000 fiend troops. He believed that Sandcliff absolutely would not lie to him at this time. Then, where did the other 70,000 troops go? If 100,000 fiend troops all came over, even if he was long prepared, the northern city would have long been captured too. Several thousand people against 100,000 people. The conclusion had no suspense at all. This war was truly won too by a fluke, won too bafflingly, as if there was an invisible large hand helping them at the back. Guo Changmin forcefully pressed down the astonishment in his heart and said indifferently, "Maybe those 70,000 fiends had long fallen into the natural chasm. Sandcliff, if you want to keep fighting, this school will accompany you to the end." The expression on Sandcliff's face was exceedingly ugly. Struggling for a long time, he finally gritted his teeth and said, "Whole army, listen up, withdraw. Roar, roar, roar." On top of the city walls came all of the defending army's crazed cheers. Chapter 1473, 3 Kneels of Grat. I. Tude. Chapter 1473, Three Kneels of Grat. 1-2. On the city wall, several tens of thousands of soldiers looked up at the gate tower, extremely grand. Guo Changmin surveyed the surroundings and said in a clear voice, "In this battle, the officers and men used their lives to repel an enemy several times the size. This general is proud of you all. Great general is mighty. Great general is mighty. Great general is mighty." All the officers and men shouted in unison, the sound shaking the sky. One could tell that each and every one of them was very agitated, including Guo Changmin. In this battle, life and death hung by a thread. Just one step off, and it was the outcome of the city being destroyed and people dying. Guo Changmin smiled and said, "It's you all who are mighty, my children. From tomorrow onwards, the three armies will be rewarded according to their merits. However, the greatest hero who has rendered a great service in this battle is precisely the one standing beside me at this time. Perhaps many of you don't know him, but you all have to know that he was the first one to discover the fiend race invading from Fiend Calling Ridge. It was also him who brought over Kongding City's reinforcements. Only then did it turn back the raging tides. He is called Ling Feng." Beside Guo Changmin, Ling Feng seemed somewhat uneasy and out of place. This scene of having tens of thousands fix their eyes on him, he was still not quite used to it. "Your Excellency, this officer dare not take credit. The greatest meritorious hero in this battle isn't me." Ling Feng suddenly plucked up his courage and said. Guo Changmin even thought that Ling Feng was being modest, patted his shoulder, and said with a laugh, "Hoo-hoo, if it's your credit, it's yours and body can see. H it away. If not for you sending people to bring back news, the northern city would have long been breached. Even this general would also have to be buried within the army. To a certain extent, you defended the myriad of territories behind us." When Ling Feng saw that Guo Changmin said it so solemnly, he was even more terrified and hurriedly said, "Your Excellency, this battle really isn't this officer's credit, but somebody else's. If not for him, our squad would have been annihilated at Fiend Calling Ridge back then, and it would have been totally impossible to come back and report." Guo Changmin had a look of surprise on his face when he heard that and said, "Somebody else? Who is it?" Ling Feng said, "He's called Yi Yuan, just a human who pious." Said by Fiend Calling Ridge, Ling Feng rattled on tirelessly about the events that happened in this period of time, making everyone draw cold breaths continuously. Annihilating the Fiend squads, falling down the cliff, and not dying, cutting off the Fiend race's path of retreat. This series of actions, it sounded like a myth or legend to everyone. I originally thought that it was a human expert who saved us in secret. But later, the more I thought, the more off it was. Most likely, the person who insta-killed 5 Fiend captains back then was Yi Yuan. Furthermore, when I left, I thought that it was completely too late to request for reinforcements. But he told me in all sincerity and solemnness that the reinforcements can definitely make it in time. Ling Feng also said his own guesses. Guo Changmin was still perplexed previously. Why did the Fiend race's army of 100,000 become 30,000? But only when he heard Ling Feng say so did he have a sudden realization. At this time, W. and Ji Feng suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Your Excellency, with Ling Feng saying so, I also feel that it's very strange. Actually, the first day that the Fiends besieged the northern city, the battle situation was already very critical. They leaped up the city walls several times, but those Fiend soldiers were all feeble and soft. One chop, and they were down. Because of this, that's how we defended for several days. Later, Xiu Lai launched the assault. Those commanders already rushed up to the top of the city walls. But the back of their army seemed to have had a disturbance, and that's how they didn't take advantage of the situation to enter the battle." Ling Feng also said, "I saw the destroyed Fiend crossbows at the back of the Fiend army. The back of the army also had quite a number of people dead, but I didn't see one Tide Rain city defending troops." The more these two people talked, the more alarmed Guo Changmin got. All of this sounded like an Arabian Night tale, but the result of the events developing to this point was also so reasonable. However, a Heaven Glimpse realm martial artist dictated a war of several 100,000? This was a little too exaggerated, right? Just what kind of person is this Yi Yuan? Are these things really what one person can do? This is simply producing clouds with a turn of one's hands and rain with another. He alone dominated a war. This kind of thing, even Lord Guo Changmin can't do it. This Yi Yuan must have been sent by heaven to save us. Ling Feng said that Yi Yuan was only Heaven Glimpse realm. Could it be that he slaughtered into the back of the fiend army alone? Does this guy have 3 heads and 6 arms? The officers and men were all shocked until they could not close their mouths, speculating one after another about this behind-the-scenes hero who had never been seen, but he saved all of them. Guo Changmin drew a deep breath and said, Ling Feng, not that this general doesn't believe you, but it's true that the things you said are too inconceivable. Since that little friend, Yi had the intention of joining the army. I wonder where he is now. Ling Feng smiled bitterly and said, After the great battle ended, I kept looking for him too, but I couldn't find him at all. Just as everyone was at a loss on what to do, a thunderous voice sounded out above the city's sky. The hero has already gone. All give 3 kneels of grat. 1, 2 toward the east. The voice was not loud, but it was like rolling thunder, transmitting into everyone's ears. Who? Who is talking? The hero has gone? It's saying that Yi Yuan left? Toward the east? Isn't that in the direction of Fiend Calling Ridge? Why'd he go over? Are you dumb? Didn't Ling Feng say it, that the hero can move freely above the natural chasm? No, wait, he wanted the fiend race. Suddenly, everyone's faces changed, realizing this problem. To the humans, the fiend race territory was equivalent to a forbidden land. No one dared to go over at all. But Guo Changmin's expression changed, and he gave a bow toward the sky and said, We obey Lord Zhe Yan's Dermic decree. Lord Zhe Yan? Who is Lord Zhe Yan? I heard that there's a Divine Lord Realm powerhouse stationed in Tide Rain City, but I never see him before. Could it be that Tide Rain City really has a Divine Lord Realm powerhouse? If there's a Divine Lord Realm powerhouse, why didn't he take action when our casualties are so heavy? Yeah, we were almost completely wiped out. Didn't see the Divine Lord Realm powerhouse make a move too. This voice immediately aroused a flurry of discussion. Legends had it that Tide Rain City had a Divine Lord Realm powerhouse defending. It was just that after that battle, Body saw the Divine Lord Realm powerhouse anymore as well. In the course of time, it became a legend too. Of course, quite a few people were also indignant in their hearts. Why didn't the Divine Lord Realm powerhouse make a move when the great battle was fought to this kind of degree? Guo Changmin's expression darkened. Mustering up divine essence, he said in a solemn voice, All shut up for me. His prestige in the army was exceedingly high. With this roar, those soldiers immediately became silent like cicadas in winter, but their faces still had indignant looks. Guo Changmin swept a glance over everyone and said in a solemn voice, Tide Rain City indeed has Lord Zhe Yan, a Divine Lord Realm powerhouse garrisoning here. Could it be that you all think that there isn't a Divine Lord Realm powerhouse in the Fiend Race army? Do you all know what it means for Divine Lord Realm powerhouses to take action? It means that none of you guys can survive. If Tide Rain City perishes, Lord Zhe Yang will also survive or die together with Tide Rain City. Guo Changmin's rolling thunder-like voice finally made the soldiers become quiet. Now, obey Lord Zhe Yan's Dermic decree. All officers and men listen to the order. Give 3 kowtows to the east. Guo Changmin said in a clear voice. Thud. Finish talking. Guo Changmin knelt down first. Chapter 1474, Kanua's News. Chapter 1474, Kanua's News. A blood-colored light quietly disappeared into the dense forest. A cloud of black gas gradually condensed into a human form. Fortunately, I had some contingencies. Otherwise, this life would have been considered lost in Tide Rain City. However, my injury is too severe. Without several decades of recuperation, I'm probably unable to recover completely. Fiend Soul's secret art condensed for me. That cloud of blood mist gradually condensed into a human form. Who could be if not Shiolai? But the current Shiolai was incomparably weak, less than 1/10,000th of his prime. Shiolai let out a long sigh of relief and muttered under his breath. This war was really lost without rhyme or reason. To actually not even know who the opponent was. Sigh, can't go back to the fiend race anymore. In the future, I can only be a lonely spirit. Suffering such a defeat, even if Shiolai went back, it would be hard to escape death too. After today, he could only become a lonely spirit and slowly recover his strength. Who's there? Suddenly, there was a commotion in the dense forest, causing Shiolai to suddenly get startled. A figure slowly walked out. Shiolai's pupils constricted. It was actually a human. His expression turned cold. When he saw that the arrival was only a heaven glimpse realm human, his heart calmed down slightly. However, his gaze became ferocious very quickly. This human could just nicely become his blood feed and help him recover strength. Heck, kid, you came just in time. Shiolai's figure moved explosively, grabbing straight for that human. Who's? H. Plus the sound of tearing through the air came over. Shiolai's pupils shrunk, retreating back at an even faster speed than just now. Boom! In the panic, Shiolai exchanged a blow with the sword light, directly flying out backward. His gaze revealed a look of great terror as he looked at that human and said in a solemn voice, "Who the H? E. L. L are you?" Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "Didn't you want to know who your opponent was?" Shiolai's pupils constricted, looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief as he said in a deep voice, "It's you? Impossible. A measly heaven glimpse realm martial artist. How can I possibly be defeated at your hands? No, wait, you're that punk who jumped off the cliff. How can you possibly still be alive?" Shiolai looked at Yi Yuan in incredible shock. He also felt that Yi Yuan was somewhat familiar. Thinking carefully, wasn't he precisely one of those two human martial artists who jumped off the cliff? Jumping down the cliff, now he actually showed up in front of him alive and well. Furthermore, this heaven glimpse realm martial artist actually said that he was his enemy of this war. How is this possible? Shiolai felt that his brain was somewhat inadequate right now. He actually lost to a heaven glimpse realm brat. Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "Believing or not is your business. Nothing to do with me. Now, I'll ask you one thing. Do you know Kanua? Half-step divine lord powerhouses could be counted on one hand in a capital city. Even within the boundary of an imperial city, they more or less had some fame. Hence, Yi Yuan directly asked this question. Shiolai's gaze turned intent, and he said, "You've seen Lord Kanua before? He has already gone missing for 1,000,000 years. How do you know his name?" Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, and he said with a smile, "You really know him? Then that's good." Seeing that ill-intentioned gaze of Yi Yuan's, Shiolai revealed a frightened look. What do you want to do?" Shiolai retreated several steps back in a row and said in a panic. Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile, "Do what?" "Borrowing your fiend soul to use." Shiolai's gaze turned intent, and he said fiercely, "You dream on." Done talking, Shiolai suddenly turned into a cloud of blood mist and still wanted to escape. But Yi Yuan was even faster than him. One sundering stars releasing, it struck that cloud of blood mist. Yi Yuan's figure moved explosively, directly grabbing hold of that ball of Shiolai's fiend soul. After 10 breaths, that ball of fiend soul gradually dissipated without a trace. A powerful half-step divine lord powerhouse died in Yi Yuan's hands just like that. Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes, his gaze revealing a look of disappointment. Kanua was a figure from 1,000,000 years ago. At that time, Shiolai was still just a junior. He only knew that Kanua received Capone capital city's city lord's order to go search for a small world's spatial coordinates. In the end, he directly disappeared. This disappearance was 1,000,000 at a time. Yi Yuan was also harboring the mentality of giving it a try. That was why he came to block Shiolai. He He did not expect that he really had some harvests. Xiaolai's speed was fast, but that was also just relative to Wu Tianxiang and the others. After Yi Yuan broke through to middle stage Heaven Glimpse, sword maneuvering flight speed was even greater than before. Catching up to a heavily injured Xiaolai was still a cinch. Gong, the ident. 1. Tai token on Xiaolai's body, as well as his spatial ring, storage equipment, and so on, all fell down. Yi Yuan casually beckoned, gathering up these things. But he did not check it straight away. He just said coolly, "Senior has watched for so long. Why don't you reveal yourself?" A figure slowly walked out, his eyes rather surprised as he said, "Looks like this seat really underestimated you. It isn't unjust for Xiaolai to be defeated under your hands." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior has made great contributions and toiled hard holding down the fort at Tai Drain City. Coming here, it isn't to make things difficult for a junior, right?" This man was none other than precisely the Divine Lord Realm powerhouse holding down the fort at Tai Drain City, Zhe Yin. But Yi Yuan also knew that this Zhe Yin in front of him was merely a clone. His real self did not dare to leave Tai Drain City at all. Otherwise, how could Yi Yuan dare to speak so casually? If this Zhe Yin had malicious intent, Yi Yuan would be unable to bear the consequences. In reality, when Dustless drew close to Tai Drain City, he discovered Zhe Yan's existence. A hint of surprise flashed across Zhe Yan's eyes as he said in surprise, "Looks like you, kid, really have keen insight into matters. I wonder when a junior like you appeared in my human race. Truly, the young ones are to be feared." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior is too kind." Zhe Yin waved his hand and said, "You don't have to be so on guard against me. This battle was all thanks to you. I represent River, Eternal Imperial City's hundreds of millions of lives, and express thanks to you." While talking, Zhe Yin clasped his hands at Yi Yuan, which was considered to have shown great respect. Even though it was just a clone, Zhe Yin was a true blue Divine Lord Realm powerhouse. To be able to do this was truly not easy. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Senior is too courteous." As a member of the human race, contributing to the human race is also ought to be." Zhe Yin nodded and said, "Looking at your appearance, is it possible that you want to go to the fiend race's territory?" Yi Yuan did not conceal it either, saying with a nod, "This he has some personal affairs. This trip likely can't be avoided." Zhe Yin said, "Do you know that humans are the lowest race in the land of the fiend race, living subhuman lives? Even his seat also doesn't dare to easily go deep in." Zhe Yan's words were not said until the end, but the meaning was already very clear. Your strength was too weak, not suitable to go to the fiend race territory. But Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Junior has some means. So, protecting myself shouldn't be a problem." Zhe Yan's gaze turned intent, and he said, "Since that's the case, I won't keep you anymore. Be more careful." Yi Yuan nodded his head and walked away slowly. Above the natural chasm, Yi Yuan was currently walking away leisurely, but heard an earth-shaking loud sound coming from the direction of Tai Drain City. Tai Drain City, from top to bottom. Thanks, Hero Yi, for your life-saving grace. Tai Drain City, from top to bottom. Thanks, Hero Yi, for your life-saving grace. Tai Drain City, from top to bottom. Thanks, Hero Yi, for your life-saving grace. Chapter 1475, The Sharp Edge of a Pretty Boy. Chapter 1475, The Sharp Edge of a Pretty Boy. Capone capital city was eminent Orchid Imperial City's northernmost capital city, which was also a strategic military city. The Tai Drain City great battle that had just happened. The fiend army set off from here. Yo, what a handsome little lad. Go home with elder sister tonight. TSK, this lad is really handsome, making elder sister tempted. Handsome guy, enter the city with elder sister. Move aside, move aside. You all, these unchaste faded beauties, also want to fight with your mother? Handsome, follow me. There was a wave of commotion outside Capone capital city gates. 7 to 8 amorous women surrounded a young and handsome youth. The women all pushed and pulled, all wanting to take this handsome guy for their own. The fiend race women were completely different from human women. Most of them were very open and uninhibited. Regarding the matters of men and women, they did not shy from talking about it. Taking fancy on a guy, they would surround over like bees in turf flies. The fiend race men were mostly ugly and savage. Hence, when pretty boys occasionally appeared, they would be wildly sought after by these girls. The man surrounded in the center by these women was simply an outstandingly handsome man compared to other guys, completely not on the same level. It was just that this guy's glabella was actually somewhat similar to Yi Yuan. This person was precisely the Yi Yuan who flew across the natural chasm and sneaked into the fiend race. The current Yi Yuan's figure was considerably more robust compared to before. His face also had additional hints of a ruthless and evil air. He looked rather bloodthirsty. After Yi Yuan killed Xiu Lai, he found a fiend cultivation method inside his storage ring. Then, Yi Yuan used the Chaos Heavenspan cannon to operate the fiend cultivation method and actually converted all of the divine essence in his body into fiend essence. The Chaos Heavenspan cannon was all-encompassing. It could convert into any form of energy. This aspect, Yi Yuan had long discovered it. Yi Yuan discovered that the paste divine essence within his body seemed to be higher rank than the average person's divine essence. As long as he was willing, he could imitate any kind of cultivation method at will. The current Yi Yuan gave off a fiendish aura from top to bottom. It was no different from ordinary fiends. Those members of the fiend race completely could not tell that he was actually a human. But this scene, it aroused quite a few fiend race men's displeasure. "That pretty boy, I want to challenge you." A savage-looking fiend man directly stopped Yi Yuan. "Goodness, Langge, you're a grand completion 2-star fiend general, but you want to challenge a middle-level 2-star handsome guy. Aren't you shameless?" said a fiend race woman unhappily. The fiend race's realm division was the same as the human race. It was just that the terms were somewhat different. From low to high, they were respectively fiend soldier, fiend general, fiend commander, fiend lord, fiend king, fiend sovereign, fiend empyrean, and the fiend race's heavenly emperor. Heaven Glimpse realm martial artist corresponded to fiend general. This Langge was a grand completion 2-star fiend general, which was also grand completion Heaven Glimpse realm. Langge glared and said coldly, "Huarong, yesterday you were still saying that I am matchlessly heroic and only like me alone. Now you actually took fancy on a pretty boy. Your father wants to make him explode with one punch. Let you see who's the hero." The fiend race woman said with a wide grin, "Langge, you aren't going to be like the humans. Doing what a day together as husband and wife means endless devotion the rest of your life, right? Yesterday is yesterday, today is today. Don't you say so, handsome?" The moment Langge heard tea, he brimmed even more with jealousy, his face contorting into a wrinkled sheet as he said furiously, "Pretty boy, accept my challenge if you have the bee. Illus. What kind of man are you to hide behind a woman? Oh, I get it. You're not a man at all, but a gigolo. Ha. Ha. Langge, aren't you bullying people here? He's a middle-level 2-star fiend general. How can he possibly be your match?" Yeah, Huarong, this girl had a momentary spur too. When she gets tired of playing with this pretty boy, she'll return to your side. Our fiend race's pretty boys, apart from Lord Coxon, they're all pleasant to the eye but useless vases. One touch and they shatter. Langge, take it easy. The waves of laughter around were all mocking Yi Yuan. Actually, Yi Yuan did not wish to be such a maverick too. It was just that the fiend race men's appearances, he seriously could not bear to look at it. Even if Yi Yuan was at the human race, he could be considered a handsome man too. Right now, this sort of appearance was already the maximum that he could tolerate. Making him turn into like Langge, he would rather go and die. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's mind stirred. A group of men and horses were slowly riding into the city. The one in the lead was a cold and proud woman. Ordinary fiend race women, because of their cultivation methods, were mostly very pretty and amorous. Their looks were also very outstanding. But that cold and proud woman appeared very different among these mature women. She was neither as gentle and good-natured as human women, nor as licentious and unrestrained like fiend race women. Her beauty was matchless, but had a kind of wild beauty. The moment she appeared, those women next to Yi Yuan immediately paled in comparison. It's Miss Li Ji. TSK, truly beautiful. If I can approach her, I'd be willing to be a ghost too, whispered a fiend race man. Slap. Everyone only heard a crisp whipping sound. That fiend race man's head directly exploded like a watermelon. Even his fiend soul was scattered too. He was deader than dead. Since you want to be a ghost, then I'll grant your Wisconsin H. Plus Li Ji's icy cold voice sounded out. When everyone saw this scene, they were all silent like cicadas in winter. Finished talking, Li Ji drove her mounted fierce beast and slowly rode toward the city. Yi Yuan's face fell, and he said in a cold voice, "Scram." Lang Ge was stunned. Only then, realizing that Yi Yuan's sentence was said to him. Our pretty boy got angry. I'm not scramming. If you have the capabilities, accept my challenge. Ha, Lang Ge said with a loud laugh. Yi Yuan said in a cold voice, "Since you're seeking death, then I'll grant you your Wisconsin H." Plus, suddenly, Yi Yuan's body surged with fiendish energy, directly turning into an afterimage, charging over toward Lang Ge. Lang Ge was originally still snickering, but the moment Yi Yuan moved, his expression could not help changing greatly. Too fast. However, Lang Ge was a grand completion 2-star fiend general at any rate. His strength could not be underestimated. His gaze turned intent. Raising an iron fist, he smashed over toward Yi Yuan. Boom! The two people collided together without any flash. I plus Ness. Lang Ji's body directly flew out backward, but Yi Yuan did not budge an inch. When those few women saw this scene, each and every one of their gazes revealed an astonished look. They all thought that Yi Yuan was a flower vase. Did not expect that his strength was actually so formidable. Middle-level 2-star versus high-level 2-star. He actually occupied such a huge advantage. Lang Ji's figure had yet to land when Yi Yuan's figure moved again. Puffed. Lang Ji's head directly exploded, his fiend's soul ground into pieces by Yi Yuan's sword intent. Under everyone's astonished gaze, Yi Yuan put away the sword and slowly walked into the city. Those fiend race women abruptly startled awake, all of their faces revealing incomparably besotted expressions as they swarmed over like bees. Goodness, handsome. Not only are you good-looking, your strength is actually so formidable too. Truly the Prince Charming of my dreams. This is a man, Lang Ge that weakling, a pewter spearhead that I plus nest like silver. Looks good but useless. Handsome, you're so strong. Huarong really loves you to death. Leave with elder sister. Chapter 1476, Unexpected Encounter. Chapter 1476, Unexpected Encounter. Get lost. Yi Yuan's face fell as he yelled coldly to those few fiend race women. An icy cold, killing intent spread out. Those fiend race women all turned white as a sheet, involuntarily retreating. If it were before, they would definitely not take Yi Yuan's berating seriously, but go over and flirt instead. But now, Yi Yuan killed Lang Ge with 2 sword moves. Who would still dare to not take him seriously? All the girls made way. Yi Yuan slowly walked past from the middle, heading toward the city gates. Fiend race territory, killing people on the streets, this sort of thing was very common. Those capital city guards could not even be bothered to give it a glance. The fiend race was this kind of place. It was where the weak were prey to the strong until it was terrifying. As long as you were strong enough, you could obtain respect. If you were too weak, either submit or die. It was that simple. Hence, Yi Yuan did not have the least bit of psychological burden regarding killing Lang Ge. Yi Yuan was just about to enter the city when an old man suddenly blocked his path. Little brother, our family's master sees that your skills are pretty good and wants to invite you to join the fan family. I wonder what do you think? The old man went straight to the point. Yi Yuan swept a glance over him and said coolly, "Oh, what are the terms?" Inside the fiend race cities, martial artists had to join a faction. Otherwise, they would be devoured until not even dregs remained. Entering the city today, their corpse might be strewn on the streets tomorrow. Two fists were no match for four hands. No matter how powerful one's strength was, it could not match people's numbers too. In the capital city, there was no lack of origin deity realm powerhouses. Even if it was Yi Yuan who ran into them, it would be certain death too. The old man smiled and said, "Little brother's strength is outstanding, able to kill Grand Completion 2-star while being at middle level 2-star. This level of strength, it's naturally much better than other guest retainers." Our family's missus said, "As long as you agree to join the Fan family, your treatment will be twice that of ordinary Grand Completion 2-star guest retainers." Yi Yuan was slightly surprised, but his gaze turned toward Li Ji, who was on the fierce beast. Li Ji seemed to have been paying attention to the commotion over here all along. Seeing Yi Yuan raise his head, a hint of a smile actually flashed across her face. That look, that boldness, fieriness, fervor, made people unable to refuse. TSK, this fiend race woman really has another charm when she smiles. Yi Yuan sighed emotionally in his heart. Yi Yuan had to admit, this Li Ji was also not the slightest bit inferior compared to the human race's unrivaled beauties. Yi Yuan thought about it and said with a nod, "Deal. But I still have a condition." The old man smiled and said, "What condition is there? Feel free to mention it." Yi Yuan said coldly, "I want 5 slaves." The moment the old man heard, he chuckled and said, "I was wondering what condition it was. Even if you don't mention this matter, we'll also prepare it for you. The Fan family's guest retainers will each be A.S. signed with 3 slaves. As for little brother, you, 5 is naturally no issue." Yi Yuan nodded his head and pointed to a middle-aged man in Li Ji's squadron, saying, "Okay, but this person, I want him." The old man turned around to look. His face could not help revealing a difficult look as he said, "This." Although he's a slave, he's one of Miss Li Ji's guards and is deeply trusted by the young lady. This probably isn't appropriate, right? Yi Yuan grinned and said, "Is this the sincerity you speak of? I know that your Fan family's strength is very powerful, but it's also not to the extent where I have to go. Can't meet eye to eye so long." Done talking, Yi Yuan waved his hand and was about to enter the city. Suddenly, a figure stopped Yi Yuan's path. It was precisely Li Ji. Her pair of beautiful eyes stared at Yi Yuan and said with a smile, "A mere demon race slave? What's the harm in gifting to Sir? Since Sir likes him, just take him." In the fiend race, humans and demons could only be reduced to the lowest-ranking slaves, regardless of how powerful their strength. Yi Yuan laughed loudly and said, "It's still Miss Li Ji who is straightforward. Miss Li Ji, rest assured. You get what you pay for. Source Knight won't disappoint the young lady. It's just that I got to have some errand boys under me and need a capable and experienced fellow to manage." Source Knight was the fiend race name that Yi Yuan gave himself. It was just reversing the name Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan, this name, was too different from the fiend races. Li Ji smiled and said, "Li Ji understands. Sir's strength indeed makes Li Ji very surprised. In the future, I'll have to rely on Sir more." Yi Yuan swept a glance around and said with a big laugh, "Did Miss Li Ji see their looks? For me to be able to do things by Miss Li Ji's side, they're endlessly envious. Source Knight is a guy too. To be able to serve Miss Li Ji, it's my honor." But Li Ji was all smiles when she heard and said, "Sir Source Knight really knows how to speak. Then let's return to the Fan family." The fiend race admired the strong. The strength that Yi Yuan displayed just now was taken into Li Ji's sight fully. Plus, Yi Yuan's looks were handsome. Her fiend race woman's personality also showed itself. That cold beauty was like a blooming flower at this time. The gazes that the surrounding people looked toward Yi Yuan with were full of envy. In the entire Capone capital city, those able to make Miss Li Ji laugh so happily were not many. Clearly, Yi Yuan made her mood very good. To be able to talk in a jovial manner with Miss Li Ji, even if they died, they were willing to. Li Ji came before that demon race slave, and said coolly, "In the future, you'll follow Sir Source Knight." The slave bowed and said, "Yes, Miss Li Ji." Long John pays respect to Master too. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of an indiscernible smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Li Ji forced out a mark from her glabella, struck it towards Yi Yuan, and said, "This is Long John's slave seal. In the future, he's yours." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Many thanks for Miss Li Ji's generosity. This chap looks rather smart." I settled on him at a glance. Li Ji smiled and said, "Sir Source Knight has such sharp eyes. Among my guards, he's the smartest." Yi Yuan had a pleased look too, accepting it calmly. In the fiend race, modesty and whatnot would never be regarded as a virtue, but would be beneath contempt instead. With strength, then one could be arrogant. One could be lawless. With strength, one could accept other people's praises. Strength was everything. Ethical code and moral principles, these things were all rubbish in the fiend race territory. "Sir Source Knight, let's go back to the Fan family." Li Ji rode the fierce beast and brought the group of people back to the Fan family. The Fan family was one of Capone capital city's 4 great families. The clan's strength was immense. Li Ji was the Fan family's beloved daughter, Capone capital city's top-rate beauty, admired by countless fiend race men. However, Yi Yuan naturally wasn't really charmed by Li Ji that he agreed to join the Fan family. In reality, Yi Yuan killing people in rage outside the city gates was deliberately displaying his strength for Li Ji to see. Sure enough, after Li Ji saw his strength, she came to solicit him. And the reason for Yi Yuan doing so was for this slave, Long John. When Long John approached him, the sacred dragon token reacted. In the heaven-span world, who could make the sacred dragon token have a reaction? The answer was already self-evident. Yi Yuan did not think that coming to Capone capital city, he could actually meet a person who could make the sacred dragon token have a reaction. 1. Although the pinyin looks the same, the characters are different. They just have the same P, R, O enunciation. In order to not confuse anyone, I decided to go for an English name rather than going Yuan Yi and Yi Yuan back and forth. This way, it's clearer when he's being addressed as a fiend. 2. The Long and Long John is dragon. Hint, hint. Chapter 1477, Finally, Solving the Mystery. Chapter 1477, Finally, Solving the Mystery returning to the Fan family. Yi Yuan received the token representing a guest retainer's ident. Watai. They arranged for his residence, and he also received a guest retainer's salary, as well as 4 slaves. Only then it was considered done. Coming to the courtyard where he stayed, Yi Yuan got rid of his attendants, leaving behind Long John alone. The current Long John was already much older than that clone Yi Yuan encountered in the land of inheritance. Clearly, these few years of slave life changed him significantly. If not for the sacred dragon token reacting, Yi Yuan would not even recognize him. As for that clone, it naturally withered away between heaven and earth. It was impossible for it to pass through the world-locking gate and come to the heaven-span world. Yi Yuan sized him up with an amused look, making Long John very uneasy. In the fiend race, if the master was unhappy, they could take the slave's life. "Do you know why I kept you behind alone?" Yi Yuan suddenly opened his mouth and said. Long John clasped his hands and said with a flus tiered look, "Master should have some matters to instruct." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I didn't expect that the dignified lord of the dragon race actually ended up in such a plight today. A pity, lamentable." Long John's entire body trembled, his eyes glued onto Yi Yuan, monstrous waves stirring up in his heart. Why does Master say this? The shock in Long John's heart could not be any greater. In the heaven-span world, apart from those who came out of the immortal Grove region together, Body knew about it all. But this new master of his blurted it out straight away. Yi Yuan held his palm out. A small and exquisite fire rod appeared in his hand. Long John was no longer able to remain calm. His entire body trembled, staring fixedly at the sacred dragon token. He opened his mouth, but could not say anything. "You shouldn't be unfamiliar with this thing, right?" Yi Yuan said with a smile. Thud. Long Zhan directly knelt down and gave 3 deep kowtows towards the sacred dragon token. When he raised his head again, tears already covered his face. Over 100,000 years, what was once the sea had now changed into mulberry fields. But the former leader of the dragon race ended up a slave to others, his life and death at other people's whim, agitating, surging in his heart for a period of time. How could Long Zhan still control himself? And Master, could it be that you've been to Long Zhan's hometown? Long Zhan asked carefully. He could not see through Yi Yuan's actual situation and even thought that Yi Yuan sneaked into the immortal Grove world and obtained the sacred dragon token by chance. Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh. The sacred dragon token emitted a dazzling light. A gust of whirlwind rose from the ground up, but it was limited to within a range of 30 feet. Long Zhan's gaze turned intent, and he said in terror, The sacred dragon token acknowledged Master. How is this possible? Members of the fiend race might be able to sneak into the immortal Grove world and might be able to obtain the sacred dragon token. But it was absolutely impossible to get the sacred dragon token to acknowledge him as its master. The sacred dragon token was personally forged by the sacred ancestor with bloodline power. Even members of the dragon race could not possibly obtain the sacred dragon token's recognition either. Those able to get the sacred dragon token to acknowledge them as its master were only the lords of the dragon race. But now, the sacred dragon token actually acknowledged a fiend as its master. How could he not be shocked? Suddenly, the aura on Yi Yuan's body changed. The rolling fiendish energy retreated like the tide, turning back into the original Yi Yuan. Long Zhan was simply about to break down. His master was actually human? He disguised as a fiend, and all of the fiends actually could not tell. Suddenly, Long Zhan's gaze turned intent, and he said in shock, Could Master have come out of the immortal Grove world? Yi Yuan grinned and said, You're not considered too stupid. That's right, I'm the same as you, coming from the immortal Grove world. Long Zhan's expression changed, and he said in disbelief, Impossible. The immortal Grove world's heavenly Tao is already lost. It's impossible for someone to pass through the spatial turbulent flow anymore. Yi Yuan's expression suddenly turned cold, and he said in a deep voice, I'm just telling you a fact, not gaining your trust. Don't forget your current item. One tie. Long Zhan's entire body trembled, his aura immediately cowering, suddenly becoming incomparably humble as he said, Forgive my mistake, Master. Yi Yuan's tone eased up slightly. Looking at Long Zhan, he said with a cold smile, Do you feel that you and I share the same roots? And furthermore, I obtained the sacred dragon token's inheritance and should be endlessly grateful to you and let you go free? Long Zhan's heart thumped, his heart sinking to rock bottom. What Yi Yuan said was completely right. After he was shocked, he was secretly rejoicing. Since Yi Yuan obtained the sacred dragon token's inheritance, furthermore, originated from the immortal Grove world, it was impossible to not help him. Just now, he was actually wildly elated in his heart. But now, the situation did not seem quite right. This lowly one dare not. Long Zhan said aggrievedly. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. His eyes shot out a ray of cold light as he said coldly, If not looking on the account of the sacred dragon token, the moment I saw you, I'd think of ways to kill you. A piercing, cold, killing intent pounced from head on, virtually asphyxiating Long Zhan. Yi Yuan currently grasped the slave seal. He only needed a thought and could make his soul disperse. Don't tell me that you all, these deity realm powerhouses, don't know the immortal Grove world's fiend calamity. You all abandoned immortal Grove world's billions of lives for your own selfishness. So on what basis should I save you? Yi Yuan continued coldly. Toward them, these deity realm powerhouses who left immortal Grove, Yi Yuan was filled with resentment in his heart. If not for his sudden emergence, breaking through to deity realm at the final juncture, the entire immortal Grove world would have already become purgatory on Earth right now. Long Zhan was silent like cicadas in winter, and did not dare to refute at all. The long life of a slave made him become extremely cautious and timid. He knew that right now, if he spoke one more word, it could draw down a fatal disaster. Recount the events back then in detail. If there's any bit of concealment, you know the consequences. Yi Yuan said coldly. Long Zhan did not dare to hide, saying the events back then as exactly as they were. Back then, they were eager to leave the immortal Grove world. On one hand, it was because heavenly Tao was damaged. On the other hand, it was also because they dreaded the fiend race. Because at that time, the immortal Grove world was already unable to give birth to origin deity realm powerhouses anymore. They were completely powerless to face the catastrophe of the fiend race. These two things were like two large mountains, weighing on all of the deity realm powerhouses' hearts. Finally, after an equilibrium that extended as long as 10,000 years, all of the deity realm powerhouses finally reached an agreement, escaping out of the immortal Grove region. And the dragon race's old patriarch was one of the key members that facilitated this matter. The initiators of this incident were that group of Heaven Glimpse deity realm powerhouses. They convened all of the deity realm powerhouses that could be gathered in the divine realm and plotted this escape operation. If anyone dared to stay behind in the immortal Grove region, they would become a common target for scorn. Their goal was naturally not for everyone's consideration, but that an additional person would be an additional assurance in pious, sing through the spatial turbulent flow. That was a journey with 9 chances to die and 1 chance to live. One more deity realm powerhouse was one more hope to live. It could be imagined just what kind of ulterior motives each had in the operation at that time. And the meeting point was at the chaotic Devil Sea. That place was also the human and fiend, 2 races' ancient battlefield. Quite a number of deity realm powerhouses also left behind their legacies there. Later, these 100 over people pious said through the spatial turbulent flow, collectively escaping the immortal Grove world. Chapter 1478, Sword, Tao, Second Layered Heaven Grand Completion. Chapter 1478, Sword, Tao, Second Layered Heaven Grand Completion. Who survived and came to the Heavenspan world? How did you end up in the fiend race territory and become a slave? Yi Yuan asked coldly. Hearing Long Zhan's words, Yi Yuan's heart was long burning with fury already. These bunch of guys would rather die than be willing to protect the immortal Grove world. Truly selfish to the extreme. Sensing the killing intent creeping out of Yi Yuan's body, Long Zhan was incredibly perturbed inwardly. At that time, we had a total of 7 people who survived. After entering the Heavenspan world, we all sustained heavy injuries. We couldn't determine our location and no idea how long we walked either. Who knew that we actually ran into a group of slave traffickers? Our injuries at that time were very severe. We had no strength to fight back at all. In the end, after pious, sing through several hands and places, we were sold to the fiend race. In between this, we had another 4 companions die. Now, the ones who are still alive are only 3 people, Long Zhan said. Yi Yuan said with a cold smile, You all, as the immortal Grove world's strongest people, don't take on any responsibility when something crops up and would rather die than be willing to resist the fiend race. Immortal Grove world's billions of lives were almost annexed to become fiend race slaves. This is perhaps your retribution. Over 100 deity realm powerhouses almost wiped out. This was perhaps everything foreordained by heaven. Long Zhan said, trembling with fear, Why yes. Yi Yuan swept a glance over him and said coolly, Apart from you, where are the rest? Long Zhan said, There's still 1 person at Capone Capital City. The other person went to Eminent Orchid Imperial City. As for their life and death, I don't know. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said coolly, About removing the slave seal, you can stop thinking about it. In the future, it will depend on your performance. Long Zhan had a disappointed look, but he still said helplessly, Yes, master. Yi Yuan, not lifting Long Zhan's slave seal, had his own considerations. Putting aside him leaving the immortal Grove world, Long Zhan was enslaved for 100,000 years, The deeply rooted nature of a slave already penetrated deep into the bone marrow. The current Long John was no longer the leader of clan back then. For him to be able to live until now, he was bound to worldly wise and slippery to the extreme already. He was a complete and utter lackey. Such a person, once the slave seal was lifted, he would not even know when he sold him. Oh, right, you've been in Capone, capital city, for so long. Let me ask you something. 1,000,000 years ago, who was Capone, capital city's city lord? Is he still in Capone, capital city now? Yi Yuan suddenly asked. Long John was stunned and shook his head and said, "The city lord 1,000,000 years ago is probably already dead, right? The fiend race had long lives, and it was extremely hard to die. Fiend Lord CLA's powerhouses, their lifespans were even as long as several million years and would not easily die. But the fiend race territory was not as peaceful as the human race. Even between the two capital cities, they would carry out campaigns on each other too. City lords dying in battle was also a common thing. Just take Capone, capital city, for example. If somebody broke through to Fiend Lord realm, they might very likely go and challenge the city lord. As long as he could kill the city lord, he would be able to replace him. Therefore, the replacing of fiend race territory leaders was very fast. Some capital cities' city lords would even change several times in a century. The city lord 1,000,000 years ago, it was virtually very hard to verify already. But it was also precisely because of so that fiend race powerhouses were abundant like clouds, their combat strength far surpassed same-rank humans. Tide Rain City's martial artists could only resist the fiend army by being all veterans of 100 battles. Ordinary humans, 3 or 4 people, might not be able to deal with one same-rank fiend. All these, Yi Yuan was naturally aware long ago. Asking about it was just holding on to thoughts of getting lucky. Then do you know where in Capone, capital city, is information the most accessible? Yi Yuan asked again. Long John blurted out. Want to say accessible information, it's naturally the Blood Yama Hall. It's just that wanted to inquire about intel from their place, it's probably not that easy. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said with a nod, I got it, withdraw. In the Death Cultivation S.P.A.C., Yi Yuan's sweat ran down like raindrops. The other Yi Yuan opposite him attacked like lightning, one sword faster than the other, already pressuring Yi Yuan to the limits. You weakling, I don't believe that I can't kill you. Go to Hell. The clone gnashed his teeth in hatred, his eyes revealing a murderous light. A chasing moon stabbed towards Yi Yuan's chest, as quick as lightning. Ever since the first time entering the Death Cultivation S.P.A.C., after narrowly escaping death, Yi Yuan already entered the Death Cultivation S.P.A.C. several dozen times. Each time, he was dancing on the edge of a knife, accompanied by the Death God. But each time, he could finish off the clone by a hair's breadth. It was precisely because of so that Yi Yuan's improvement would be so quick. For him to fight bravely alone amidst the fiend army, slaying 1,000 people, and still leave calmly, it was inseparable from this death training. If it were before, Yi Yuan could kill Lang Ge, but he absolutely could not do it so effortlessly. Lang Ji's strength was actually not considered much in the fiend race. It was also not much better than Qin Zheng those guys. How could jumping realms to battle be that easy? Entering the Death Cultivation S.P.A.C. each time, Yi Yuan really squeezed out every bit of potential. Not being able to defeat the clone, he could only die. Hence, every time he entered, he had to make progress, even if it was just a tiny bit. Sailing against the current, either advance or regress, except this retreat was eternal D.A.M. Nation. Gradually, Yi Yuan fell in love with this feeling of being accompanied by death. He discovered that this heavenly Empyrean immortal grove was simply a genius to actually be able to come up with such a miraculous cultivation method. Because each time he entered, he would have great harvests. That feeling of breaking through under extreme conditions was simply too wonderful. It was impossible for Yi Yuan to be as intrepid as when he entered the selfless realm at that time. Each time he won, it was a hair above the replicate. Of course, this kind of dangerous cultivation, Yi Yuan would not rashly go in. That was no different from seeking death. Each time he had gained from battle or cultivation, he would enter here and challenge himself. Under extreme conditions, Yi Yuan was able to transform these gains into real strength, improving a little bit each time, ACCU. Mulating day by day and month by month, it was a rather considerable improvement. During that battle with the fiend race, Yi Yuan slew 1,000 people. It was rather hard to come by tempering. To Yi Yuan, how could he possibly miss such a good opportunity for improvement? Joining the Fan family now, he was considered to have settled down. Only then did he have time to hone himself. Life and death juncture. Yi Yuan had some comprehension. His figure Russ. Plussing out like lightning. The same chasing moon. But Yi Yuan's move was faster, sharper. Reaching first despite launching later. Yi Yuan sword pass, said through the chest. No fresh blood flowed out. But the clone looked at Yi Yuan with a hateful look and said gloomily, "Why? Why can you beat me each time? There will come a day where I'm going to kill you." The death cultivation Su's replicate actually carried the memories last time. The clone forced Yi Yuan to the limit time and again, but he was defeated under Yi Yuan's hands every single time. The negative emotions already ACCU. Mulat to a very terrifying degree. Yi Yuan wiped the sweat on his forehead and said with a faint smile, "Okay, I'll be waiting for you." The replicate carried intense unwillingness and dissipated away. But Yi Yuan was rather joyful as he said, "Sword Dao Law's second layered heaven, finally cultivated to grand completion." Chapter 1479 My Fault? Chapter 1479 My Fault? Yi Yuan cultivated the sword, reducing complexity to simplicity, which already did not go by convention. Sundering stars this move, the quintessence was in the word chop. While chasing moon, this move, the quintessence was in the word stab. One straight stab, and it could evolve into millions of moves. However, their core was still the stab character. Ingenuity in varying tactics depends on mother wit. Rigidly adhering to every move and motion would only limit one's own development. Sword Dao Law's second layered heaven cultivating to grand completion, Yi Yuan's strength went up another level. Killing that Lang Gu again, Yi Yuan was confident that one move would suffice. At this time, Long Zhan's voice came from the outside. "Master, Miss Li Ji requests the pleasure of seeing you." "Got it," Yi Yuan answered indifferently. When he saw Li Ji, there were even two Heaven Glimpse realm martial artists behind her. The moment those two people saw Yi Yuan, they had unfriendly looks. Yi Yuan understood in his heart. These guys were probably the Fan family's guest retainers too, and they knew that his salary was twice of theirs, and were all rather aggrieved. From there, they gave rise to enmity towards him. Beside Li Ji, there was even a young fiend race male. He sized Yi Yuan up and said to Li Ji, "Li Ji, this is the expert that you said? He looks very ordinary." Li Ji rolled her eyes at him and said, "Fan Yu, just manage your people well will do. My people don't need you to bother." Fan Yu smiled and said, all right, I don't bother. But you have to get it straight, this kid is so handsome. Later, some people will get jealous." Li Ji pursed her mouth and said, "They do themselves? What has it got to do with me?" This Fan Yu is Li Ji's biological elder brother. Fiend race women's status was low and not permitted to carry the surname. Even if Li Ji's looks were akin to a celestial maiden, there was no exception too. Finished talking, she said to Yi Yuan, "Brother Source Knight, Big Brother and I are going to take part in His Highness Ka Xian's get-together. Why don't you and Luo Qi and Pei Lan come together with us?" Yi Yuan naturally had no reason to not consent, and nodded his head to allow it. Yi Yuan originally thought that the fiend race's aristocrats did not understand literary pursuits, and that the city lord manor was definitely very sloven. But entering and taking a look, it made him completely change his understanding of the fiend race. Fake mountains, pavilions, terraces, footbridges, running water, combined together, they were not the slightest bit inferior compared to human race residences. Wah, what a handsome little brother. TSK TSK. Everyone says that younger sister Li Ji is pure and being vastly different from our fiend race women. Looks like you keep your own counsel. Ahead, a man and a woman came up to welcome them. When that woman saw the Yi Yuan behind Li Ji, her two eyes immediately shone, a pair of beautiful eyes skimming on Yi Yuan's body. This woman was incomparably seductive. Her lips were actually around on par with Li Ji. But that man's gaze turned cold. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was full of ice-cold, killing intent. That woman's words made Li Ji's face flush, and she spat. What's elder sister Lianhua saying? Source Knight is my newly recruited guest retainer. Lianhua pulled Li Ji's hand and said with a smile, I understand. How can elder sister not understand? As she said, she moved close to Li Ji's ear and said softly, This little brother is really handsome. Why not lend elder sister to play for 2 days? Li Ji shot Yi Yuan a glance, her expression somewhat ugly as she said, Elder sister Lianhua, if you carry on joking like this, Li Ji is leaving. The man's brows furrowed, and he was even more unhappy. But he still spoke up, Lianhua, it's not that you don't know Li Ji's temperament either. Stop joking around. This man had chiseled features and elegant brows, a rare handsome man of the fiend race. It was just that compared to Yi Yuan, he was more than a notch worse. This person was none other than precisely the city Lord Manor's young lord, Ka Exin. Lianhua turned her head and rolled her eyes at Ka Exin and said, My good elder brother, I'm helping you. How can you be so fierce to me? But Ka Exin ignored her and just said coolly, Fan you Li Ji, inside please. Before long, there were several fiend race disciples in opulent clothing who entered, and they said HL, low to Ka Exin, the two of them. But when they saw the Yi Yuan behind Li Ji, each and every one revealed murderous looks. Clearly, they all viewed Yi Yuan as Li Ji's exclusive chunk of meat, their animosity surging greatly. Yi Yuan only had 2-star fiend general strength, but was able to become Li Ji's guest retainer. They would not believe it, even if you beat them to death. In their view, Yi Yuan definitely got his position by relying on the virtue of his looks. Seeing those young masters' looks, Luo Qi and Pei Lon, the two exchanged a glance, both revealing gloating smiles. Toward these hostile looks, Yi Yuan had a guileless look as well. I'm just good-looking, and it's my fault? Who asked you all, these fiends, to all look like such disappointments to your parents? After a round of small talk, someone suggested, Your Highness Ka Exin, time is almost up. Let's get to sparring. The fiend race loved fighting. This kind of gathering, it naturally could not dispense with fights. But Ka Exin smiled slightly and said, Sparring here and there daily. The few of us all know our backgrounds. Why don't we change things up today? How's that? The moment everyone heard, they immediately had their interest aroused. Oh, what kind of novelty does your Highness Ka Exin have? Ka Exin smiled faintly and said, A family's strength isn't just dependent on the few of us. The family guard's strength is also very important. Why not today? Everybody let their family guards compete. How's that? The moment everyone heard, they immediately revealed a knowing smile. This move was clearly targeted at Yi Yuan. Fine idea. What your Highness Ka Exin said is right. The family guard's strength represents a family's strength to a very large extent. The moment Ka Exin's voice faded, someone immediately concurred. But the moment Li Ji heard this, she panicked and was just about to speak, but she was held back by Fan Yu. Fan Yu smiled and said, What your Highness Ka Exin said is right. Fan Yu agrees. You, Li Ji said angrily. Fan Yu's brows furrowed, shooting a fierce glare at Li Ji. Li Ji's entire body trembled, but did not dare to speak anymore. This kind of gathering seemed simple. Actually, it was also the venue for the various major families to contend in secret too. Cowering at this time, that would utterly lose the Fan family's face. Ka Exin smiled and said, Since that's the case, we have 8 people here. Each person comes up with 3 household guards, battle in pairs, all the way until the 3 people are all eliminated. Since it's the household guards compet. 1. Tyan, let's add a little more stakes. As he said, Ka Xian took out a small bottle. Inside was filled with a paste-like black substance. The moment the guest house guards saw, a wave of exclamations immediately burst out. It's the Black Jade Profound Spirit Ointment. This is a body-tempering holy medicine. With it, I might be able to break through to 3-star Fiend Commander. This Black Jade Profound Spirit Ointment is mine. Whoever dares to S-N-A-T-C-H with me, the outcome is death. Even Yi Yuan's eyes lit up too. This Black Jade Profound Spirit Ointment was a 2-star body-tempering holy medicine. His body refinement realm had always been stuck at the grand completion realm of the first transformation and kept failing to break through. With this Black Jade Profound Spirit Ointment, breaking through was a thing to be expected. Lien Hua smiled sweetly and said, "Since Big Brother is so generous, I can't be too stingy either, right? This Emerald Jade Metal Heart Pearl will be my stake." Another wave of cold breaths being sucked and spread out. Along with each and every one of the stakes being brought out, the group of house guards' eyes all gave off envy, becoming incomparably fervent. Chapter 14, 80 Lost Face, right? Chapter 14, 80 Lost Face, right? In front of Ka Xian, 8 treasures were placed. Each article was a very rare item. These 8 treasures will only be awarded to those 3 people ranked first. After everyone settles on the people going on the field, they are not to substitute toot. If they are defeated, they can continue to go up the next round. If they die, there can only be 2 people answering the challenge the next round, so on and so forth. Does everyone have any objections? Ka Xian said coolly. None. Naturally none. All of the household guards all waved their hands repeatedly, not having any objections towards Ka Xian's words at all. These kinds of rules were very rare in human regions. But in the fiend race territory, it was commonplace. Which fight did not have people injured, no loss of lives, would be a strange thing instead. But wanting to kill members of the fiend race was not an easy thing. The fiend race's nucleus was the fiend soul. As long as the fiend soul was not exterminated, they could revive. Hence, unless the strength disparity was very great between fiends, otherwise, losses of life would not appear. These household guards were all grand completion 2-star fiend generals. Whoever wanted to kill another fiend was not that easy of a matter. Coming to this kind of occasion, the 4 great families' disciples were all contending in the dark. Who they brought were naturally the experts among their household guards too. And the one and only make-do 2-star fiend general was Yi Yuan. This intention of targeting was seriously too obvious. The compet. 1. Time was a total of 3 rounds. In other people's view, the likelihood of Yi Yuan making it past 3 rounds alive was virtually 0. A household guard who got his position by relying on his looks. How much strength could he have? Stars. H, I, plus NE. The 3 of you have to perform well in a while. I see that everyone's strength is all very formidable. So you guys mustn't bring down the reputation of City Lord Manor. Ka Xian said to a household guard beside him with a profound meaning. This stars, H, I, plus NE had followed Ka Xian for a very long time. So how could he not understand his meaning? As long as he ran into Yi Yuan, he must kill him. Your Highness rest A, S, assured stars, H, I, plus NE will definitely go all out and not disappoint your Highness. Stars, H, I, plus NE bowed his body and said. While on this side, Li Ji whispered to Yi Yuan, Brother Source Knight, if you're not a match in a while, just take the initiative to admit defeat. Big Brother, there still have quite a few experts. Our fan family won't lose. Li Ji was not worried about Yi Yuan being directly insta-killed. After all, he was able to kill Lang Gu. His strength already did not lose to ordinary grand completion 2-star fiend generals already. But these household guards in front, none of them were mediocre. Lang Ji's strength was not totally enough to look at in front of them. The reason why Li Ji solicited Yi Yuan was taking fancy on his potential and not eyeing his strength. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Miss Li Ji rest a.s. assured Source Knight knows what to do. It's all this aim and burden, making us unable to get those treasures. If not for this brat dragging down, we can definitely win. Luo Qi said hatefully, Kid, if you have the S, don't land in our hands in the future. Otherwise, you'll get it. Pei Lon gritted his teeth and said, There is a small-scale practice field in this courtyard. After coming to the practice field, Luo Qi and Pei Lon bared their teeth at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan swept a glance over him and said indifferently, Hope that you guys don't drag me down in a while. Drag you down? Ha ha, what a joke. If not for drawing close to Miss Li Ji, do you think you have the qualifications to stand here? Luo Qi said with a cold laugh. Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and said, Idiot! What did you say? Luo Qi exploded right away. Luckily, Pei Lon still knew some sense of propriety and hurriedly pulled him, saying, all right, now isn't the time to be quarreling. Whatever there is, go back then resolve it. Luo Qi shot a fierce glare at Yi Yuan and said, Remember it for me. You'll get it when we go back. Don't think that you can be lawless and unbridled with Miss Li Ji covering you. The Capone capital city's 4 great families were the Ka family, the Yu family, the Mo family, and the Fan family. The Fan family's opponent in the first round was the Yu family's Yunye's household guards. When the 3 people saw this scene, their eyes revealed looks of contempt and said with a light laugh, Luck is really good. Drew 3 idiots. Haven't even fought yet, and they're in fighting first. Haha. Young Master Yunye is also Miss Li Ji's pursuer. Just now, he instructed to definitely exterminate this punk. Leave this kid to me. I'll definitely send him on his way. Nachi, you really know how to pick on an easy target. Move faster. Hurry over and help us when you're done. Right. The 3 people chimed in one after another, already directly sentencing Yi Yuan to death. This 3-people battle rules. The very start was 3 versus 3. If there was one side who was defeated or had deaths, the victor would be able to join the other 2 groups, forming a 2 versus 1 situation, all the way until one side was defeated. Hence, if there was an expert whose strength was especially outstanding, they would gain a huge upper hand. Nachi looked at Yi Yuan and said with a scornful look, Wake up, kid. You have no chance to admit defeat. Yi Yuan rolled his eyes again and said speechlessly, Why are there so many idiots? Raise your tongue, brat. In a while, watch how you die. Nachi said with a cold smile. Yunye watched the scene rather interestedly and said to Yu Dan beside him with a smile, Big brother, do you think this punk will directly admit defeat every round? Yu Dan smiled and said, Do you think Ka Xin will let him get off the stage alive? Yunye's gaze was dark as he said, Reckless and blind thing, to actually dare have designs on Li Ji. I hope that Nachi directly finishes him off. First round battle, begin. At this time, the City Lord Manor's household guard directly shouted, Swaz. H. Plus the voice had yet to fade, only to see a streak of cold light flash past. Nachi's body was clearly still standing on the spot, but the cold light already said through Yi Yuan's body. When Yunye saw the situation, he could not help bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. He's too weak. Couldn't even block one move. Li Ji, this household guard of yours is seriously too weak. But very quickly, Yunye's loud laughter turned stiff there, because he discovered that body was chiming in with him at all. This laugh was so awkward. Yunye did not understand. Looking toward the practicing field again, his smile immediately turned stiff on his face. No idea when Yi Yuan and Na Qi actually changed positions. And Yi Yuan was completely unscathed. Just now, that was an afterimage? In a blink of an eye, the 2 people actually teleported, changing positions. This indicated that what he saw earlier were both afterimages. Forget about Na Qi, why was Yi Yuan the same too? Yu Dan shot a helpless glance at his younger brother and said with a sigh, Told you to cultivate more long ago. but you wouldn't listen. With this, you lost face, right? Fortunately, everyone was in the midst of shock. Everyone did not expect that a middle-level 2-star Fiend General could actually keep up with a grand completion 2-star Fiend General speed. Furthermore, speed was clearly Nachi's forte. Although Yunye's strength was the weakest among this group of people, he was, at any rate, a grand completion 2-star Fiend General. Even he could not keep up with Nachi's speed, but Yi Yuan kept up? Could it be a fluke? Xian frowned and said. But Lian Hua wore a smile on her face and said, TSK, seems rather interesting. I'm becoming more and more interested in little brother. Nachi's move failed to carry out. His expression was sullen to the extreme. Terrific, lad. Go to H. Yellow. Nachi roared and rushed over toward Yi Yuan. Well, little brother here is actually closer to Appa. Chapter 1481 Sleepy. Chapter 1481 Sleepy Swaz. H. Plus Swaz. H. Plus Swaz. H. Plus Nachi and Yi Yuan. The two people's figures moved quickly, their speed swift to the extreme. Yunye watched until his eyes were dazzled. Only feeling one afterimage after another made his entire person dizzy. Yunye was a true blue silk pants. Although he had a grand completion 2-star Fiend General Cultivation Realm, his strength was far lacking. His visual prowess could not keep up with the two people's speed at all. Nachi had 2 claws worn on his wrist. 100 claw strikes came out in a blink of an eye. But each time, it would brush past Yi Yuan. Each time, it was missing that little bit. The claws scratched here and there around Yi Yuan, but could not touch him. This drove Nachi crazy. Ding. In, fellow. Attack if you have the capabilities. What kind of ability is it considered to dodge and hide? On the practicing field came Nachi's roar. This is what you said. Yi Yuan's figure moved swiftly, but his words were calm. Rubbish, of course I said it. If you have the capabilities, fight openly. Do you, a pretty boy, only know how to dodge? Nachi bellowed angrily. Uft. A sharp sword directly pierced Nachi's head, grounding his fiend's soul into smithereens. His roar also came to an abrupt end. The moment I attack, you're dead. Looking at Nachi's corpse, Yi Yuan said helplessly, Fool! Unleashed 100 moves and couldn't even touch the corners of his sleeves. He actually still didn't realize the disparity and still wanted him to attack. Truly seeking death. Yudan said with a cold snort. Yunye said blankly, What happened? In his eyes, Nachi had always been suppressing Yi Yuan. Why was he gone all of a sudden? Xian's expression turned dark, a hint of surprise flashed. Plussing across his eyes, and he snorted coldly, but then he fell silent. Li Ji's gaze turned intent, and a hint of intoxication actually flashed across her eyes. Yi Yuan's every move and stance was truly cool to the extreme. Good-looking, strength was even that formidable, really could not pick out any shortcomings. She also did not think that Yi Yuan's strength was actually so powerful. Seemed like when he killed that Lange, Yi Yuan did not use his full strength at all. This kid is so strong. Looks like we all underestimated him. Originally thought that he's the weakest among the three, so I didn't expect that his strength was the greatest. He's just a middle-stage 2-star Fiend General. Truly inconceivable. And what's he doing? In the midst of everyone's exclamations, Yi Yuan hugged his sword and slowly retreated to the edge of the field, and actually found a corner and went to sleep. Luo Qi and Pei Lan, 2 people had fallen into a bitter fight, but already knew that Yi Yuan had won. They originally thought that Yi Yuan would help. In the end, glimpsing through their peripherals, they discovered that Yi Yuan actually went to sleep, and were immediately enraged until smoke bellowed from all 7 orifices. Punk, quickly come and help. Hey, Source Knight, don't you want those treasures? The 2 people started yelling anxiously, but what answered them was Yi Yuan snoring. This guy actually fell asleep? Must be feigned. Didn't this guy know what was called putting the big picture first? Even if there was any grudge, it should also be settled after winning the opponent. The 2 people remaining on Yunye's side originally thought that Yi Yuan would take the chance and come over to help. In the end, Yi Yuan actually went over there and snored loudly in his sleep. Happiness came too suddenly, making them rather overwhelmed. Internal strife was really great. With this, they naturally would not be silly enough to go and provoke Yi Yuan, but they want to finish off these two in front of them as soon as possible. This way, they would surely win going 2-on-1. Hence, they became more valiant as they fought, killing until Luo Qi and Pei Lan, two people, were in a flurry. Fortunately, both Luo Qi and Pei Lan still had some strength. After a bout of bitter fighting, the two of them both narrowly won their opponents. The first round was actually cleared with dangers. The moment it ended, Luo Qi exploded, coming to Yi Yuan's side ablaze with anger and berated, "Kid, what's the meaning? We could clearly finish off the opponent very quickly, but you're snoring loudly in your sleep here." Yi Yuan opened both eyes with a drowsy look and said blurry, "And then? Ended? Sorry about it. Slept too late yesterday. I was sleepy." Everyone guffawed with laughter. This reason was seriously 2C. R.A.P.P.Y. A two-star fiend general powerhouse. Even if they did not sleep for a decade, it was nothing. But Yi Yuan said that he was sleepy. Luo Qi had a hideous look on his face, becoming virtually contorted at this time. Luo Qi was practically going nuts. Yi Yuan stood up, yawned, and said with a still dissatisfied appearance, Body came to find me. Could it be that we won? Two senior strengths are indeed very formidable. Source Knight admires. The battle at the back will still have to rely on the two of you." As he said, Yi Yuan clasped his hands and had a very humble look, directly angering the two people until they were about to vomit blood. Yi Yuan's comical appearance tickled Li Ji until she shook with laughter. The fiend race men were all bold and unconstrained, yelling about killing at every turn. How many had a fine sense of humor like Yi Yuan? Good-looking, young, powerful strength, and even humorous. Such a man simply had a fatal attraction toward fiend race women. Not just Li Ji. Lien Hua's gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was similarly extremely intoxicated. After a farce, it was other teams' turn to compete. Sure enough, the strength of Ka Xian's team was very powerful, finest. Plussing off the opponent virtually as easy as blowing off dust. Yu Dan's group also won Lien Hua's group, obtaining a spot in the semifinals. While Fan Yu's group also defeated the Mo family's group, obtaining a top 4 spot. This way, the Fan family actually took 2 spots, while the Mo family was directly eliminated. With this lottery draw, the Fan family brother and sister were actually put in the same group. Li Ji said with a smug look, "Big brother, didn't you say that my men are no good? Now us brother and sister are going to fight." Regarding Yi Yuan's strength, Fan Yu was greatly astonished too. Only then did he know that he seemed to have really misunderstood his younger sister. This Source Knight, not only did he have the looks, he even had the strength. The argument of relying on looks to get his position was probably false. Then us brother and sister will compete. I'll say at first, they won't go easy. These things are too tempting. Even if I make them go easy, they wouldn't be willing either, Fan Yu said with a laugh. Li Ji smiled and said, "I won't go easy too." The first team up in this round was Ka Xian's team and Yu Dan's team. After a bout of fierce fighting, it was still Ka Xian's team who won. Such a battle. What it tested most was the balance of the 3 people's strength. Clearly, the strength of Ka Xian's group of 3 were all steady until it terrified people. The advantage of the City Lord Manor could not be what the other 3 families could compare to. When the other 2 teams were fighting, Pei Lan pulled Luo Qi to one side and said in a low voice, "This round, if he still dares to sleep, will directly admit defeat. Didn't this kid scam us? This time we'll scam him too." Young Master Fan, use those 3 aren't nice people. Either way, you and I can't win either. If this kid is wise, perhaps we'd still have hopes of winning. Luo Qi nodded his head and said, "All right, do it that way." Chapter 1482, Changing Rules. Chapter 1482, Changing Rules on Fan Yu's side. The one taking the lead was called Xiaoning. Yi Yuan's opponent was precisely him. However, This Xiaoning had witnessed Yi Yuan's means and was clearly very apprehensive toward him. Brother Source Knight has excellent skills, Xiaoning admires. However, Luo Qi and Pei Lan are too weak. They can't win stars. I plus. Why not you admit defeat? Those 8 treasures obtained, we'll share 2 with you. How about it? Xiaoning looked at Yi Yuan and said. Luo Qi and Pei Lan, 2 people's expressions both changed, and they said in a solemn voice, Xiaoning, what's the meaning of this? Xiaoning said coolly, everyone is one of our own and know our own backgrounds. Even if you all rely on Brother Source Knight to win us, it's also not possible to be stars. I plus NE, their groups match. Might as well directly admit defeat. Luo Qi was angered by Xiaoning until he choked and said with a cold snort, we can't win. Does it mean that the 3 of you can win? Xiaoning said, honestly speaking, no assurance. Boo. The chances are at least greater than you 3, no? Luo Qi and Pei Lan, 2 people, both had livid faces, extremely unwilling in their hearts, but they also knew that what Xiaoning said was right. With 2 battles, stars, I plus NE and the others, the 3 of their strengths were indeed not on the same level as the rest, terrifyingly stable. You guys can't win. I'd better go on my own. Right then, Yi Yuan said coolly. Xiaoning's expression changed, but Luo Qi and Pei Lan, 2 people, revealed a look of great joy. Begin, Yi Yuan said coolly. Xiaoning's expression turned dark, an iron fist attacking with a loud bang. The moment he attacked, it could topple mountains and overturn the seas. This Xiaoning's strength was indeed not what Luo Qi and Pei Lan, 2 people, could compare to. As for that not Qi, he was even less on the same level. Just with Yi Yuan appraising, this Luo Qi's strength was already not inferior to the Qin Tian back then. In comparison, Qin Tian was incredibly weak. After all, this Xiaoning was just a grand completion 2-star, but Qin Tian was a half-step origin deity. This Xiaoning's concept comprehension were exceedingly strong. His combat experience was also extremely rich. He wore a profound divine artifact glove. A pair of iron fists were actually evenly matched with Yi Yuan. However, the current Yi Yuan was already no longer the Yi Yuan back then. If he encountered Qin Tian now, he did not need to rely on other people's strength at all. Him alone would suffice. Qin Tian was powerful, but that was also just powerful in Wumeng capital city. Among the entire Heavenly Eagle Imperial city's same-rank martial artists, those more powerful than him were too many. Yi Yuan had experienced the tempering of the death cultivation S.P.A.C., fighting instincts growing with each Pa-S-Sing day. Xiaoning this level did not pose any threat to him at all. Whose? Plus the evil extermination sword was akin to a phantom, arriving in front of Xiaoning's face. An inch further, and Xiaoning's life would be considered gone. I'll admit defeat, we're all our own people. It will be unsightly if lives were lost, Yi Yuan said coolly. The other 2 clearly did not expect that Xiaoning was defeated so quickly. They were still thinking of defeating Luo Qi and Pei Lan as quickly as possible, and then go and encircle and suppress Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan would not give him the chance at all. At this time, the other 2 groups all stopped. Yi Yuan said, I'll only give 1 chance. If you still want to continue, I won't show mercy. Sensing the sharp edge at the tip of his nose, Xiaoning broke out in cold sweat all over his body. I admit defeat, Xiaoning said unwillingly. The other 2 people's faces flickered for a while, but finally still admitted defeat. Just like this, Yi Yuan's group entered the finals without shedding a drop of blood. Luo Qi and Pei Lan revealed wildly elated looks on their faces. They were only a step away from those 8 treasures. How could Yi Yuan not know these 2 people's expressions? It was just that he sneered coldly in his heart. In this world, the most terrifying thing was not the enemy being powerful, but overestimating your own ability. Although treasures were good, one also had to have the life to take it. Ka Xian looked at this scene, the expression on his face very ugly. He called stars. plus any to his side and asked softly, I didn't expect that this punk is a character who plays a sucker to catch a sucker. You watch his fights, so how do you feel? Stars. H. I. Plus and he said, in my view, this kid still held back when dealing with Xiao Ning. Ka Xian's brows furrowed, and he said, then do you have confidence in winning him? Stars. H. I. Plus Inni smiled and said, Your Highness rest A.S. Short he held back. But how could Stars? H. I. Plus Inni not have held back too? Moreover, this is a three-people battle. Hu Yin and Hu Luo. The two brothers' strengths are much stronger than those two. The last fight will definitely win. Hearing Stars. H. I. Plus any confident words, Ka Xian's face finally revealed a smile and said, not just take the victory, but also take his life. Stars. H. I. Plus any thought about it and said, this punk's movement technique is extremely fast. There's some difficulty. But, Stars. H. I. Plus any will do my best. Only then did Ka Xian smile with satisfaction. In the box room on this side, Li Ji looked at Fan Yu with a smug look and said, how is it? Still want to send some experts over now? Hee. Fan Yu said helplessly, all right, you're impressive, okay? But where did you find this lad? This person is too strong. Li Ji smiled and said, picked up by the road. Fan Yu rolled his eyes, but he said, this chap's strength is decent. He can even have a showdown with that Stars. H. I plus any. It's just too bad that the other two are too weak. This last round is most likely fraught with grim possibilities. But Li Ji said without a care, being able to fight to this extent, I'm already very satisfied. The last round win or not is already of no great importance. At least, they have already gained face for the Fan family. Fan Yu nodded his head, feeling that Li Ji's words made sense too. The City Lord Manor's resources were far from what the other three families could compare to. Losing to them was not unjust. In the last round, both parties appeared on the stage. Stars. H. I. Plus Inni grinned hideously and said, Kid, your strength is very formidable. Why not this round? Let's fight to our heart's content. What say you? Yi Yuan said coolly, in what way to our heart's content? Stars. H. I. Plus Inni said, last round, let's change the rules a bit. Not allowed to take the initiative to concede. Only dying in battle and being knocked out of the ring can one walk off. What do you think? Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, I don't have objections. But Luo Qi and Pei Lan's expressions changed, clearly having the intention of withdrawing. The fiend race being warlike did not mean that they were not afraid of death. Clearly aware that they could not match the opponent and still want to fight to the death, they were not fools either. According to Stars. H. I. Plus N's rules, the battle's danger would greatly increase. Stars. H. I. Plus and he glanced at them and said disdainfully, if you don't dare, just directly admit defeat. These 8 treasures will belong to us. That black jade profound spirit ointment. I've asked His Highness for a long time already, and he couldn't bear to give it to me. Luo Qi and Pei Lan's expressions changed again and again. Finally, they still gritted their teeth and said, change then, who's afraid of whom? Concerning Hu Yin and Hu Luo's strength, they had observed from the sidelines for a long time already. Although stronger than them, it was also not strong to the point that they could not even escape. If they could not win, just directly exit the ring would do. Good gutsy enough. Stars. H. I. Plus Inni laughed loudly when he heard. But Li Ji's expression changed. She smelled a hint of a plot and spoke up, no way. But Ka Xian smiled and said, Li Ji, there are 2 parties. One is willing to fight, the other is willing to suffer. Let's not intervene. Or do you have so little confidence in your own household guards and feel that they don't even have a chance to escape? Chapter 1483, Phantom Kill. 1483 Phantom Kill. This matter was settled like this. The battle started. Whose? H. plus a black metal rod smashed down towards Yi Yuan's head virtually without any sound of whistling through the air. So fast. Stars. H. I. Plus any actually concealed his strength. No, wait. The three of them all concealed their strengths. The overwhelming black metal rod was akin to the arm directing the fingers and stars. H. I plus in his hands. The moment he attacked, it was earth-shattering. This was a completely different concept from his performance earlier. Regardless of whether speed, power, or law's comprehension, it was on a completely different level. Not just stars. H. I. Plus in, but that Hu Yin and Hu Luo, the two brothers, also suddenly erupted. The moment they made their move, they locked down Luo Qi and Pei Lan. However, stars. H. I. Plus in his strength was undoubtedly the strongest among the three. This rod strike, if it was his opponent just now, he would probably be able to make him explode in one move. Those opponents previously, each and every one of them had lingering fear at this time. Luckily, stars. H. I. Plus in his target was Yi Yuan. Otherwise, they would have long croaked at this time. The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled slightly, and he revealed a mocking smile. Not retreating, but advancing instead, his figure suddenly burst forth. Clank! A clear sound transmitted over. The tip of Yi Yuan's sword tapped onto the metal rod accurately, sweeping away the metal rod. A surge of vibration force transmitted from the end of the rod. Stars. H. I. Plus, and he only felt his arm go numb, the metal rod almost slipping out his hand. At this instant, stars. H. I. Plus, and he was extremely shocked in his heart. This sword looked simple, but in reality, the difficulty was extremely great. He had faced off with quite a few people who used swords before and had never seen before counterattacking him with this kind of method. The metal rod was merely 2 fingers thick. Furthermore, the rod body was round. Under such a quick situation, wanting to hit the metal rod, what kind of visual acuity and control was needed? If there was the slightest mistake, one rod landed, and it was the outcome was dying, one's Tao vanis. H. I. Plusing. This guy was simply a freak. Clank, clank, clank. A series of metal class. H. I. Plusing sound came over. In a blink, the two people exchanged several dozen moves and were actually evenly matched. Those household guards were all dumbfounded with shock. This Source Knight indeed concealed his strength too. A mere middle-level, 2-star fiend general can actually perform to such an extent. Truly terrifying. How the H.E.L. did this kid cultivate? Strength clearly isn't strong, but combat power is so strong. But right then, Luo Qi and Pei Lan could not hold on anymore. Under Hu Yin and Hu Luo's powerful pressure, the two only had the ability to parry and not the strength to retaliate. Only at this time did they realize why stars. H. I. Plus and E would propose that rule. When they wanted to run away now, they could not do it at all. I concede. I concede. I beg you, let me off. Luo Qi bellowed. Hu Yin grinned hideously and said, Hey, it's useless, Dai. Poo work. An iron first of Hu Yan's directly smashed Luo Qi into a meat patty. At virtually the same time, Pei Lan was killed by Hu Luo too. With this, the situation changed drastically. In the practicing field, it actually instantly became a 3 versus 1 situation. Stars. H. I. Plus any Hu Yin, Hu Luo, 3 people. S. Summed a triangle formation, surrounding Yi Yuan in the center, cutting off all of his escape routes. Didn't expect it right, kid. Those 2 fools actually still harbored the thoughts of getting lucky, think that they could escape alive. Actually, our goal right from the start is you. Now, we're 3-on-1. See where you run. Stars. H. I. Plus any laughed loudly and said. Yi Yuan looked at him like looking at a fool and said nonchalantly, Who told you that I'm going to run? Punk. Still want to put on a brave front? You are by yourself and still want to deal with the 3 of us? Hu Yin laughed coldly. Fool who overestimates his own strength. Do you really think that you're invincible? Hu Luo mocked. Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, "Forever can't communicate with fools." Humph. Complacent fool who feels good about himself. Do you really think that you can defy the heavens? I'll let you take a look at my true strength. Stars. H.I. Plus an E said with a cold smile. Demons and monsters pandemonium. Stars. H.I. Plus an E shouted with countless rod images greeting Yi Yuan. This was already the power of laws of Rod, Tao, third-layered heaven. It could virtually sweep across those in the same rank. Now, using it to deal with a middle-level 2-star fiend general could be said to be overkill. At the same time, Hu Yin and Hu Luo, two people, also made a move at the same time. For a moment, the violent spiritual energy undulations turned the practicing field upside down. Yi Yuan was as weak as a small rowboat under the three people's joint attacks. When Ka Xian saw this scene, a hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of his mouth. He did not feel that Yi Yuan could survive under these three people's pincer attack. My good little sister. Next time, Big Brother will find you a good one next time. This punk touched my reverse scale, so I must kill him. Ka Xian's gaze looked toward Li Ji, and he said in a solemn voice. Seeing Li Ji's nervous appearance, a hint of delight flashed across in Ka Xian's heart. He had always been paying attention to Li Ji. In the beginning, he discovered that he seemed to really have misunderstood Li Ji. But later, Li Ji's gaze when looking at Yi Yuan became more and more infatuated. This made him have a feeling of shooting himself in the foot. Therefore, Yi Yuan must die. Lian Hua said with an indifferent look, I'm still all right. Rather, Li Ji's there, so you'll probably be unable to bear the consequences. Ka Xian's face turned dark, and he said, this matter will slowly fade in the future. But if that brat is still alive, that's the biggest threat. At this time, stars. H.I. plus any three people's attacks were launched at the same time. Bang, bang, bang. Countless attacks landed where Yi Yuan stood, virtually shattering that region of S.P.A.C. Powerful undulations seeped out of the array formation, making everyone feel waves of shock. This was a true expert. Too strong. It's over. This magnitude of attack, even a half-step fiend commander probably can't block it too, right? Source Knight is definitely deader than dead. Completely can't sense his undulations. Pity about a genius who asked him to offend His Highness Ka Xian. A wave of sympathy came from all of the household guards. This Source Knight was undoubtedly a genius. It was too bad that he did not know how to weigh and consider the situation, offending the powerful His Highness Ka Xian. Death was also something within expectations. Ka Xian looked at the practicing field with a cloud of smoke floating over it. A hint of a smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. But right at this time, a voice sounded out in everyone's ear akin to a voice transmitting out from H.I. Chasing Moon. Phantom Kill. Stars. H.I. Plusna's gaze turned intent, revealing a look of astonishment. Pooh, pooh, pooh. But he had yet to have time to be shocked yet, and was no longer conscious anymore. Several whistling sounds came successively in the practicing field. Then stars. H.I. plus any three people's bodies directly exploded. Yi Yuan's body slowly appeared, still standing on the spot, as if he had never moved. Yi Yuan was completely unscathed. It was just that his complexion appeared rather pale. The fiend energy on his body also dissipated considerably. But his opponents were already deader than dead. What happened just now? Did you guys see? No, I didn't see anything. Fast. Too fast. Was swift sword art. Everyone all changed countenance visibly, totally not seeing clearly what happened just now. Yi Yuan slowly walked out of the practicing field, came before Ka Xian, and said with a faint smile, Many thanks for your Highness Ka Xian's reward. Chapter 1484 Dragon Soul Awakens Again. Chapter 1484 Dragon Soul Awakens Again. Ka Xian's expression was grim until it was almost dripping water. The others were all silent like cicadas in winter, disregarding Yi Yuan killing stars. H, I, plus any three people, he still wanted to come before Ka Xin to slap his face. This way of doing things seriously made people palpitate with anxiety and fear. Take it, this is what you deserve. These few words, Ka Xin practically squeezed it out of the crevices between his teeth. Yi Yuan smiled slightly, taking the 8 treasures all into his possession. If there's this kind of good thing next time, Your Highness Ka Xin mustn't forget Source Night. Yi Yuan smiled and said. Ka Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a cold light as he gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, Relax, definitely won't forget you. Li Ji discovered that the atmosphere was somewhat stiff. He stood up and said with an awkward smile, Many thanks for Your Highness Ka Xian generous hospitality. We'll be leaving first. A get-together dispersed with ill feelings. But Yi Yuan did not care. He returned fully loaded. These 8 treasures indeed had quite a number of good stuff. After everyone left, Lien Hua smiled at Ka Xian and said, Within this Capone capital city, it's been very long since anyone could make you suffer such a huge loss. This Source Night is really interesting. Ka Xian said with a solemn face. For provoking me, he's dead. Immediately go to the Blood Yamahal to issue a mission. Post a reward of 30 million low-grade Fiend Essence Stones. I want his head. Lien Hua smiled and said, You really think highly of him. Killing an ordinary middle-level 2-star Fiend General only needs 3 million, but you added a full tenfold. Much more expensive than even a Grand Completion 2-star Fiend General's price. Is he an ordinary middle-level 2-star Fiend General? Ka Xin said with a cold snort. Returning to the Fan family, Yi Yuan entered a closed seclusion state once more, and he started to take Black Jade Profound Spirit Ointment. Yi Yuan's 9 transformations golden body was already stuck at the first transformation for very long and kept failing to break through. About body refinement's breakthrough, the requirement towards resources was more stringent. Ordinary spirit medicines could not have an effect at all. 9 transformations golden body. Each transformation was more difficult than the last. From the first transformation to the second transformation, the difficulty was many times harder than breaking through from the grotto, profound deity realm to the heaven glimpse deity realm. Ordinary people were unable to shoulder this kind of terrifying resource consumption at all. If not for Yi Yuan obtaining a 1 transformation profound gold pill previously, even Grand Completion first transformation was very hard to achieve too. This Black Jade Profound Spirit Ointment was a body refinement spirit medicine. Inside mixed in many extremely rare body refinement materials. It was a priceless treasure. In order to kill Yi Yuan, Ka Xian also put forth blood capital. It was just that he did not expect that Yi Yuan overcame all the difficulties along the way. In the end, it was obtained by Yi Yuan himself. Yi Yuan applied the Black Jade Profound Spirit Ointment evenly on his body and started revolving his skill to absorb the medicinal strength. Very soon, a strong burning sensation came from Yi Yuan's body. Along with the Pa-S, Sing of Time, the burning sensation became stronger and stronger. Each breakthrough of body refinement was an extremely tortuous process. A single mishap, and one would even fall into a situation of eternal damnation. Back then, when Yi Yuan forcefully consumed the Tiger Dragon creation pill, that feeling of Wisconsin H.I. Plusing he was dead was still vivid in his mind to this date. Now, this kind of pain paled in comparison to that time. Half a month later, after Yi Yuan withstood the ravaging of wave after wave of ecstasy, he finally broke through to the 9 transformations golden body's second transformation. Yi Yuan's body left behind a pile of fetid order black-colored sludge. That was the impurities extracted from his body after he completed the second transformation. At this time, Yi Yuan's body emitted rays of golden light. Compared to the first transformation, it was much brighter. Finally broke through. Ever since cultivating to deity realm, the progress of body refinement became slower and slower. Now it's already completely thrown to the back by divine essence realm. Yi Yuan lamented. The black tortoise treasure body divine art you cultivate is already gradually getting into conflict with the bloodline power within your body. This cultivation method has excessive defense and lacking offense, violating the dragon race's tyrannical bloodline power, heavenly Tao. The guy who imparted to you the cultivation method is simply a fool, Dustless said unhappily. Achoo, achoo, achoo. In the immortal Grove world, Skydistant sneezed 3 times in a row and said in puzzlement, "Could there be someone talking bad about me behind my back? Why did I sneeze so hard?" Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, "But apart from this cultivation method, I don't know other body refinement cultivation methods either." It was undeniable the black tortoise treasure body divine art helped Yi Yuan a lot in the past. If not for the black tortoise treasure body divine art, he could not even pass through the spatial storm. But now, this cultivation method was already gradually restricting his cultivation. The cultivation method did not lie in power, but compatibility with oneself. This was also the reason why Yi Yuan insisted on creating a cultivation method belonging to himself. Dustless smiled and said, "The dragon race has their own body refinement cultivation method. You broke through to the second transformation golden body. Presumably, you should be able to learn it." Yi Yuan froze. Suddenly, his head buzzed, and his consciousness was dragged into another S-P-A-C. Roar! An earth-shaking dragon roar sounded out. An azure dragon phantom circled nonstop around Yi Yuan. Finally, it submerged into Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness. When Yi Yuan opened his eyes once more, he realized plenty of new information appeared in his mind, making his face reveal a look of wild ecstasy. Waited so long, finally awakened for the second time. Ha ha ha! Tyrant Dragon Regeneration Arts, 2nd level. Voice of the Dragon G. O. D. 2nd level. Universe Dragon Claw. Heavenly Dragon Dharma Body. With a second awakening, I really obtained quite a few good stuff, Yi Yuan said excitedly. This second awakening, Yi Yuan grasped 4 powerful dragon race cultivation methods all at once. Not commenting about the Tyrant Dragon Regeneration Art, after breaking through to the 2nd level, his recovery ability would go up another level. The voice of the Dragon G. O. D. was already Yi Yuan's soundwave martial technique that he had not seen for ages. The first level was already of somewhat little value to the current Yi Yuan. With the 2nd level, as long as Yi Yuan utilized the power of the fleshy body, it would be a major killing tool again. The Universe Dragon Claw was the second of the dragon race's 3 great paramount martial techniques. Its power was not at all inferior compared to the voice of the Dragon G. O. D. But what made Yi Yuan the most excited was none other than the Heavenly Dragon Dharma Body, this cultivation method. Previously, he was still saying that he did not have the dragon race's body refinement cultivation method. Now it came. Looks like Dustless had long expected it. That was why he would say those words. Yi Yuan employing the voice of the Dragon G. O. D. and Universe Dragon Claw with the Heavenly Dragon Dharma Body. The powerful would be a magnitude greater. The dragon race is also a supreme existence among the heaven-span world's demon race. As long as you continuously awaken, it will make you benefit to no end. Dustless said with a light laugh. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, and he said, "Senior, just what origin is this dragon race's progenitor? What kind of realm was he?" Immortal Grove world's dragon race progenitor's realm determined the height that Yi Yuan's atavism dragon soul could reach. Yi Yuan was naturally very concerned. Dustless said, "Ao Chin, that punk was true G. O. D realm. As long as you keep on awakening, reaching the 6th transformation golden body by relying on the power of the fleshy body is no issue." Yi Yuan's pupils constricted when he heard that. He knew that the dragon race's progenitor might be very strong, but he did not think that he was powerful to such a degree. True G. O. D realm. That was an existence that the vast majority of the heaven-span world's powerhouses all needed to look up to. "Senior, where did the 4 symbols family clan's progenitors go?" Yi Yuan said curiously. Chapter 1485 Blood Yamahal. Chapter 1485 Blood Yamahal. The four great progenitors were the Immortal Grove world's realm guardian divine beasts, and also Immortal Grove's most important companions. With Immortal Grove Paris, H. I. plus Ing and his Dalvanis. H. I. plus Ing. Their situation is probably no better too. As for where they are, I'm not sure either. Back then, I'd already fallen into a deep sleep and was sent back into that realm by Immortal Grove. The events later, I don't remember much. Mentioning this, Dustless's expression became downcast too. Clearly, what happened back then was not a pleasant memory. Senior, don't think too much about the events back then. This heavenly emperor, Jiushang's lineage, I won't let a single one go, Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice. Dustless looked at Yi Yuan in relief, his expression calming down slightly. He knew that if Yi Yuan could grow up step by step like now, taking revenge for Immortal Grove was not something impossible. The time that followed, Yi Yuan retempered his fleshy body according to the heavenly dragon Dharma body's cultivation method, and indeed felt extremely unhindered. That feeling of stagnation previously completely vanished without a trace. Furthermore, Yi Yuan discovered that this heavenly dragon Dharma body was a very high-level body refinement cultivation method, much more impressive than even the black tortoise treasure body divine art. Yi Yuan spent 3 full years' time to temper his fleshy body. After finished tempering, his body refinement realm actually already reached grand completion initial stage, second transformation. Just missing a step, and he could catch up to his divine essence realm already. Indeed, it's still the dragon race's cultivation methods that's the smoothest when cultivating, Yi Yuan said with a bitter smile. Before deity realm, Yi Yuan still did not feel anything when cultivating the black tortoise treasure body divine art. But after the first transformation golden body was completed, Yi Yuan felt his cultivation speed become slower and slower. The method of cultivation was clearly not wrong, but his strength was unable to advance. Now, this kind of feeling was completely gone. The 3 years in the world suppressing steel, merely 3 months pa-s, said in the outside world. When Yi Yuan exited seclusion, he discovered that Li Ji was actually already waiting outside the door long ago. Miss Li Ji, Yi Yuan said with a blank look. He discovered that Li Ji looked at him with eyes exuding tender affection, just like a maiden who became enamored. Li Ji's face turned red, and she said bashfully, "Brother Source Knight cultivates so diligently. No wonder you have such strength at young age." Li Ji has already waited for 2 months here. Yi Yuan secretly felt a headache come on. This fiend race girl was really bold and enthusiastic. Li Ji did not indulge like other fiend race women. But once she encountered who she liked, she would become very forward and liberal. This was going to launch an offensive against him. Li Ji was not too alike the average fiend race women. The other fiend race women all did not refuse any admission, but she was different. Ka Xin was one of the best among the young generation, his strength rated as invincible among Capone capital city's young generation. Yet, she did not like him. Yi Yuan was somewhat of a different type. He had no lack of meticulousness amidst ruggedness, unrestrained, yet not barbaric. He was very different from the average fiend race men. Originally, she just felt that Yi Yuan was good-looking and pleasing to the eye, and did not have too much of a feeling. But Yi Yuan's performance previously was too eye-catching. That phantom kill move unleash. H. I. Plusing, it captured Li Ji's heart all at once. This, Miss Li Ji finding Source Knight. Is there something? Yi Yuan said. Li Ji's beautiful eyes looked straight at Yi Yuan and said with a smile, "Why? Can't I come and look for you if there's nothing?" Yi Yuan sweated profusely and said, "Of course not." Li Ji said gloomily, "Source Knight, I discovered that you're really different from the rest. If it were someone else, this young lady being so forward, they would probably have long been at a loss on what to do with joy. Yet, you seem to avoid me like the plague." Yi Yuan chortled with laughter and said, "Isn't Miss Li Ji different from the rest too? Ka Xin is one of the top young heroes in the capital city. How many girls are infatuated with him? Yet, you speak brusquely towards him. Li Ji smiled and said, "That's because he isn't as good looking at you." Yi Yuan also smiled and said, "Oh, that's true." Yi Yuan was living under someone else's roof now and could not express too reservedly either. Otherwise, it would definitely incur suspicion. Li Ji laughed until she shook with laughter, clearly being tickled by Yi Yuan's humor. Hee, it's also too boring for you to cultivate every day. Why not? We go for a stroll around the capital city. How's that? Li Ji asked probingly. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, "Just nice. I also want to take a trip to the Blood Yamahal. Why not Miss Li Ji take a trip with me? Is that all right?" Li Ji revealed a surprised look and said curiously, "What are you going to Blood Yamahal for?" Yi Yuan said, "Source Knight has a relative who went missing and wants to go to Blood Yamahal to inquire about it." Li Ji revealed a look of realization and said, "Like that, huh? Then, this young lady will accompany you." Blood Yamahal was a powerful underground organization of Capone capital city. This organization was not just limited to Capone capital city. Its network and power spread throughout the entire eminent Orchid Imperial city. The might of its strength, even the City Lord Manor did not dare to easily get on bad terms with it. Different from the City Lord Manor lording over a city, the Blood Yamahal's goal was to earn money. It was just that their methods of earning money were different from conventional means. Blood Yamahal was divided into quite a few halls. Blood Battle Hall, SSA, Sination Hall, Hunter Nose Hall, Fiend Medicine Hall, so on and so forth. All in all, their methods of earning money were mostly some things that could not be exposed to the public. When everyone heard the Blood Yamahal's name, they loved and hated it. For example, Fiend Medicine Hall, this place was somewhat similar to the Alchemist Association, a place specifically to refine medicinal pills. The Fiend race alchemists were called Fiend Apothecaries. The name was different, but it was actually about the same as human alchemists. Except, the Fiend race's medicinal pills were very different from the human race's, two entirely different approaches. Fiend Apothecary status in the Fiend race was extremely revered, because the Fiend race was seriously too weak in this aspect. The Fiend race was warlike and valued valiantness. But making medicinal pills, this sort of delicate work, not many could really be qualified. Hence, the Fiend race's Fiend Apothecaries were much rarer than the human race's alchemists. Each one had exceedingly high statuses. The Fiend race did not lack powerful martial artists, but lacked powerful Fiend Apothecaries. Hence, everyone all liked the Fiend Medicine Hall, this place, but was afraid of the Sination Hall, this sort of place. As for the Blood Battle Hall, that was a killing field, and also the gambling place of the capital city's various major N.O.B.L.Y. clans. It was very BLOODY. The Hunter Nose Hall was naturally the place to inquire about information. The moment Yi Yuan and Li Ji went out the door, they were locked on by someone. One was the Sination Hall's heaven-rank fiend General Sin. His strength belonged to the pinnacle most existences among the Sination Hall's fiend general killers. He had kept watch for 3 months' time in the Fan family's vicinity and finally managed to wait for Yi Yuan. But he did not expect that he came out together with Li Ji. The Sination Hall had a rule. One was not allowed to make a move against the 4 great families' direct line of descent disciples. Of course, if they were paid a sufficient price, they would take action anyway. The 4 great families' influence was enormous in the capital city. Pull one hair and the whole body was affected. Even the Blood Yamahal, this kind of major force, was not willing to easily offend as well. No wonder Xin wants to kill this brat. He actually won over Capone capital city's famous cold beauty. Consider yourself lucky, kid. Let you live a while more. And then, they're going to the Blood Yamahal? Hua-Un's brows shot up, revealing a hint of a smile. Chapter 1486, All So Weak. Chapter 1486, All So Weak. Hey, are my eyes failing me? Miss Li Ji she is actually snuggling up to a man? F***ck me. Misty G is my dream lover. She actually has someone she likes already. Truly a fresh flower stuck onto a pile of cow dung. Are your eyes blind? Compared to that kid, you're the cow dung, okay? This kid looks like a human. He's definitely a lead spearhead that looks silver. Looks good but useless. I didn't expect that Miss Lee G actually digs this type. Yi Yuan and Li Ji, two people walking on the capital city's streets, incurred waves of exclamations. If looks could kill, Yi Yuan would have long died several tens of thousands of times already. Regardless of whether it was the fiend race men or human race men, they all had an accursed attribute. That was that what could not be obtained was the best. Li Ji was Capone capital city's famous cold beauty. The pursuers countless, including Ka Xin, this kind of young outstanding talent. But not a single one could move her heart. But now, their Des was actually captured by someone. This was simply a piece of explosive major news. On the entire street, it was suffused with a thick, sour smell. This was not knocking over a vinegar jar, but knocking over a vinegar sea, already drowning the entire street one. The moment they went out the door, Li Ji snuggled up to him very daringly. A delicate fragrance bored right into his nostrils, making him involuntarily feel his mind rattle. One had to admit, Li Ji was an exceedingly beautiful stunner. Unrestrained but without losing inner restraint, enthusiastic but without losing shyness. It was very different from the average fiend race women. She did not enthrall people, but bystanders would involuntarily be attracted by her. On the surface, Yi Yuan held his chin up and chest out, seemingly feeling proud for conquering this belle. But in his heart, Yi Yuan was crying bitterness without ceasing. No matter how good Li Ji was, she could not compare to Yu Mengli and Mu Lingshue's position in his heart too. It was just that forced by the circuit. Stances, he could only put on a show too. Fiend Medicine Hall? Miss Li Ji, why don't we enter here to take a look first? The two people said by a pavilion. On it was written Fiend Medicine Hall, these three words stirring Yi Yuan's heart. He wanted to refine a second transformation profound gold pill right now, and was still lacking some spirit medicines. Just now sing by the Fiend Medicine Hall, he naturally had to go in and take a look. A hint of surprise flashed across Li Ji's eyes, and she said in surprise, "Could it be that you're even a fiend apothecary?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Understand a thing or two." Li Ji suddenly beamed widely and said, "I'm accompanying you. You go where you want to." Yi Yuan was speechless. The two people entered the Fiend Medicine Hall. Waves of rumbling sounds came from inside. Fire seething with activity made the entire Fiend Medicine Hall's temperature become very high. No idea what the Fiend Medicine Hall's people were thinking either to actually put the medicine refining room in the outer hall. For the five old men were currently working hand in hand, urging the furnace fire nonstop, bustling until their faces were covered in sweat. Yi Yuan only swept a glance and unwittingly shook his head secretly. It looked like he overestimated the fiend apothecary's alchemy standards. This kind of standard did not even count as apprentice level in front of him. The Heavenspan world's races were numerous, and alchemy Dao was categorized into various forms. Hence, there was also no centralized organization similar to the Alchemist Association. The standard of alchemy would depend on the grade of the medicinal pills refined. But these fiend apothecaries' refinement techniques were simply crude to the extreme. Yi Yuan could not quite bear to look straight at it. Of course, this was also due to his level being too high. When he was at 1-star alchemy D, he could already give guidance to the peak 3-star Shao Feng. The height of his level could be imagined. Now, Yi Yuan broke through to the Heaven Glimpse realm. His alchemy Dao level naturally rose higher along with it. These few years, Yi Yuan's strength advanced by leaps and bounds, but his alchemy Dao similarly did not fall behind. Yi Yuan entered the Dao with alchemy, creating the Chaos Heavenspan canon. His deep understanding of alchemy Dao, others could not understand it at all. With the world-suppressing steel in hand, Yi Yuan had ample time to study alchemy Dao. There were even quite a few middle-aged fiend apothecaries crowding around the old men. It looked like they should be one-star fiend apothecaries. Clearly, they were all learning. Yi Yuan suddenly turned toward Li Ji curiously and asked, "Are Capone capital city's fiend apothecaries all so weak?" Li Ji suddenly looked up, looking at Yi Yuan in surprise. Weak? These few in front were leading authority CLA's figures among two-star fiend apothecaries. Even the four great families had many requests for them too. Body dared to offend them. These people would actually be said to be weak. Swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus poo poo poo. At virtually the same time, everyone suddenly turned their heads and looked at Yi Yuan. The medicinal pills in those few pill furnaces were virtually SCR ped at the same time. Yi Yuan himself was also stunned. He asked very softly, and even thought that these people all could not hear. He did not expect that everybody heard his words. One had to know, when alchemists were refining pills, they all gave their full attention, having no distractions in their hearts. Even when learning, one should also put in their heart and soul. How could his soft voice be heard by people? Yi Yuan still really did not understand the standards of the fiend race alchemists, and even thought that these few old men were just small fry CLA's figures. Hence, that was why he would ask this. But looking at it now, it seemed like he caused an uproar. "Brat, you're a toad yawning too. What high-sounding sentiments." One of the old men, who was abnormally ugly, looked at Yi Yuan and gave a cold smile. Yi Yuan had yet to speak when Li Ji hurriedly spoke up. Grandpa Meng Qi, this is a misunderstanding. In Capone capital city, who doesn't know that you're a leading alchemy authority? Source Knight, why haven't you quickly apologized to Grandpa Meng Qi? Li Ji winked hard at Yi Yuan, signaling him to hurry up and apologize. Except, Meng Qi clearly did not want to let Yi Yuan off so easily. He snorted coldly and said, "So it's the Fan family's lot, S. Could this be a boy toy that you recruited? Strength isn't powerful, but his tone isn't small. This old man refined medicinal pills throughout his lifetime. Today I was actually said to be too weak by a brat still wet behind his ears." Interesting, very interesting. Li Ji had an said look as he said, "Grandpa Meng Qi must be joking. In the entire Capone capital city, who doesn't know the renown of the Fiend Medicine Hall's 5 elders? Source Knight, he's new here and momentarily let his tongue slip. Isn't that right, Source Knight?" Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "Although I really want to flatter them a bit, I seriously can't utter it. Can't even concentrate when refining pills. What kind of good medicinal pills can you refine anyway?" Li Ji's expression changed, not expecting that Yi Yuan's temper was so stubborn to actually not be willing to lower his head. She knew that Yi Yuan was very proud and also had the capital to be haughty. But in alchemy, these few were already old men who had made a name for themselves long ago. Yi Yuan's boasting was bragged too overboard. Yi Yuan merely swept a glance earlier and could tell the level of alchemy standard. This boy was also too haughty, too condescending. She kind-heartedly helped him to mediate. This guy actually still went from bad to worse. However, Li Ji did not know Yi Yuan could compromise in other aspects. Only in alchemy, he was truly unable to meet halfway, making him be tear up some guys who were not even fit to do CHORES for him. He really could not do it. Good. Very good. Kid, your hair isn't even fully grown yet, but to actually dare utter this kind of boasting. This old man wants to see how high a level you are. Seeing Yi Yuan's attitude, Meng Qi laughed from extreme fury. 1. Vinegar equals jealousy. 2. Very unusual idiom, means a taunting boast. Chapter 1487 can give a try. Chapter 1487 can give a try, but Yi Yuan smiled and said, So, I guess. But it should be slightly higher than you all. One sentence nearly choked everyone to death. Seen before shamelessness, but never seen before this shameless. This skill of climbing up along the shaft was already at the acme of perfection. Where did this punk pop out from? To actually dare be so arrogant. The 5 elders have immersed in alchemy Tao for all their lives. Their alchemy strengths have long attained the acme of perfection. How can they let a fool tarnish their reputation? Lord Meng-Chi, being so long-winded with this brat for what? Directly kill him. Yi Yuan's words directly incurred public wrath. When Li Ji saw that the scene was somewhat out of control, she winked furiously at Yi Yuan in anxiety. She was secretly pouring out endless grievances in her heart. At this rate, this big sister can't save you anyhow. Meng-Chi's gaze was slightly cold. Using a hand gesture to stop the other's excoriation, he said in a cold voice, "Brat, spouting wild drivel in the fiend medicine hall. The Fan family can't save you no matter what. Come in, cripple this brat for me, and throw him to the medicine garden as fertilizer." Under Meng-Chi's command, over a dozen big, strong men suddenly popped out in the hall. One look, and it was clear that they were not weak. Li Ji's expression changed drastically. Pulling Meng-Chi's arm, she begged, "Grandpa Meng-Chi, you watch Li Ji grow up since young. He's my man. I beg you, give him a way out, all right?" Li Ji's tone was virtually carrying tears. She was all too clear about the might of the Blood Yamahal's Fiend Medicine Hall. The Fan family also could not possibly go to war with the Fiend Medicine Hall because of a puny little Source Knight. Really angering the Fiend Medicine Hall, directly destroying the Fan family, was also not impossible. Meng-Chi glanced at Li Ji, looked at Yi Yuan again, and said with a cold snort, "Brat, don't say that this old man didn't give you a chance. These 5 furnaces of SCRA, PED pills, you pick one at will. Able to differentiate any SCRA, P pills 30% composition. I'll spare your life." Li Ji panicked again the moment she heard and said, "Grandpa Meng-Chi." Meng-Chi gave a snort and said, "La S. If not looking on the account of your face, this old man won't even give him this bit of chance. If he understands alchemy, then forget it. If this kid pretends to know what he doesn't know and ruins this old man's reputation here, could it be that this old man still has to let him off? Differentiating a SCRA, P pills composition. To very proficient fiend apothecaries, they might not be able to say it all correctly. Differentiating a SCRA, P pills composition was totally different from distinguish. Plussing a medicinal embryos composition. SCRA, P pills' various ingredients had already fused together through the pill furnace's tempering, making no distinction between each other. Wanting to differentiate, the difficulty was immense. Even Meng-Chi himself, if under the situation of not knowing the pill formula, he could at most differentiate 70% too. Him making this request of Yi Yuan was not considered excessive. It really gave some face to Li Ji. But his own face still had to be preserved too. 30%, no less. But Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Just differentiating the elements, easy." "Easy? Not afraid of twisting your tongue when bragging too. Las, you don't even give face to Ka Xin that brat. At the end of the day, you found such a hothead." Meng-Chi billowed his beard and glared as he said. Li Ji's face turned red and could not help looking over toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan did not speak, directly coming in front of Meng-Chi's medicinal cauldron. Palms surging forward, a ball of black sticky substance was shaken out. Seeing this, a hint of surprise was briefly shown on Meng-Chi's face. When experts make their move, the genuine and the fake would become clear at a glance. Yi Yuan's grasp toward medicinal cauldrons was evident. One look, and he was obviously a very experienced person. It looked like this kid was really an expert. It was just that, want to say that Yi Yuan could differentiate the SCRA, P pills composition, he did not believe. Yi Yuan observed slightly for a while, sniffed, and said coolly, "Inside, there's dragon beard root, fiend flame crystal, rosewood ace, simulation crane GRA. S. Yi Yuan took his time and reported the names of each and every spirit medicine. With each name reported, the expression on everyone's face was a degree more shocked. After Yi Yuan reported the final name, he pursed his lips and said, It's a shame. Your control over fire is too inadequate. In the first step of tempering, the fire was 30% too hot. In the third step, it was 20% too weak. The fourth step. Furthermore, your attention was so scattered when you refined pills. You're completely unable to integrate the Tao ACCU emulations. Even if you form the pill, it is at most also just low-grade. Everyone's gazes all looked toward Meng Qi. These things, they could not tell, and were all very curious, wanting to listen to Meng Qi's own view. There was no expression on Meng Qi's face, seemingly turning his nose up at Yi Yuan's remarks. Actually, in his heart, monstrous waves had long been set off already. This kid was formidable. To actually discern so many things from a CRAP pill, one's personal affairs, one would be aware. Although Meng Qi's standard was lousy, he was a pill-refining veteran already as well. How could he not know where he went wrong? But knowing did not mean being able to overcome. There was a limit to a person's strength, and when methods were pointless. At times, no matter how hard one worked, they were also unable to break through. Alchemy was a delicate task in the first place. It could not allow the slightest hint of error. However, Meng Qi was at any rate a leading authority CLA's figure among fiend apothecaries. Being preached to in public by a kid still wet behind his hearts, where would he put his face? He toughened his scalp and answered back sarcastically, Do you know how great the refinement difficulty of the Devil Dragon Flame Crystal Pill is? You argued it reasonably and logically. If you have the ability, refine one for me to see. The Devil Dragon Flame Crystal Pill was indeed a very hard to refine 2-star divine pill. Among Capone capital city's 2-star fiend apothecaries, only he could refine it. Even the others present could not refine it at all. Hence, he wanted to use this sentence to shut Yi Yuan's mouth and make him stop talking nonsense. However, he was disappointed. Yi Yuan looked at him with a smile that was not a smile and said, You really want me to refine? Meng Qi was first stunned. Following that, his expression turned sullen and he said, Rubbish. Plus who doesn't know how to speak thoughtlessly? You say that we all can't do it. Then you refine one for me to see. If you can't refine, hurry up and get lost for this old man. He did not believe that this punk could really refine the Devil Dragon Flame Crystal Pill. These words sounded very tough on the surface, but actually, it was already equivalent to acknowledging Yi Yuan's level. Yi Yuan's composition was said without the slightest error. This point could not be hoodwinked. Meng Qi reckoned that Yi Yuan definitely had a very formidable master at the back and taught his basic skills very solidly. But to say that Yi Yuan could refine the Devil Dragon Flame Crystal Pill, he did not believe even if he was beaten to death. Without several thousand years of cultivation, wanting to refine this difficulty of 2-star divine pill was virtually impossible. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Devil Dragon Flame Crystal Pill, I really never refined before. Hearing this, Meng Qi's heart eased up. This kid finally yielded. He was just about to speak, but heard Yi Yuan say leisurely, But if insisting for me to refine, I can give it a try. Meng Qi nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. Don't have such a long pause when talking. Hang on. First time refining? Kid, did you take the wrong medicine? Do you think that you're the medicine ancestor? No matter what kind of medicinal pill, you're able to produce it off the top of your head? You never refined before the Devil Dragon Flame Crystal Pill. This is deliberately toying with us? Lord Meng Qi already spared your life. You still want to go too far, is it? Yi Yuan's words immediately brought down a wave of condemnation. Chapter 1488, Borrowing Divine Fire to Use. 1488, Borrowing Divine Fire to Use Medicine Ancestor? Whose medicine ancestor? Could it be one of the Tao ancestors? When Yi Yuan heard this name, his heart involuntarily stirred and started communicating with Dustless through his consciousness. Dustless said, the medicine ancestor isn't a Tao ancestor, but his status in the heaven-span world is extremely high. One can say that he's the earliest ancestor of the heaven-span world's path of medicinal pills. Inside the houses of many alchemists, they would even enshrine in wars. H.I. plus P is memorial tablet. Yi Yuan said in surprise. There's actually such a figure. He calls himself medicine ancestor without authorization. Could it be that the 9 great Tao ancestors would let it go unchecked? Dustless smiled and said, the 9 great Tao ancestors are above worldly considerations and normally don't care about the heaven-span world matters. Moreover, the medicine ancestor's position is indeed very special. The 9 great Tao ancestors each control a region of heavenly Tao laws, virtually invincible existences. But the Tao of alchemy's strongest person, the medicine ancestor, doesn't control a heavenly Tao. But his strength is acknowledged by all of the Tao ancestors. Of course, don't talk about the medicine ancestor. Even a transcendent heavenly emperor, this kind of existence is also not what the likes of us can estimate. Yi Yuan's lifelong pursuit was the limits of alchemy Tao. Toward the alchemy Tao's paramount existence, Yi Yuan was naturally fascinated. I didn't expect that the heaven-span world actually had such a character. I really hope that one day I can sit and debate on Tao with him. Yi Yuan said with vicissitudes of emotion. Meng Qi's expression turned slightly dark. He could not quite grasp Yi Yuan anymore. I want to say that Yi Yuan had no ability. Yi Yuan really set out all of the medicinal pills elements. But to say that Yi Yuan could refine the Devil Dragon Flame crystal pill, he did not believe even if beaten to death. Prepare the spirit medicines. I want to see what kind of medicinal pill he can refine. Kid, don't blame me for not warning you. I'll give you 3 chances. If you can't refine, bear the consequences yourself. Meng Qi said solemnly. Yi Yuan chuckled lightly and said, relax, this level of medicinal pill still can't stump me. Don't eat 3 times, once is enough. Wow, what high-sounding sentiments. Young man, better to be a little more low-key, or the wind might sprain your tongue. Meng Qi laughed from extreme fury. Yi Yuan smiled and did not answer. Very soon, the Devil Dragon Flame crystal pill's spirit medicines were ready. Yi Yuan said to Meng Qi, borrow divine fire to use. The moment these words came out, everyone's faces all revealed a peculiar look. A fiend apothecary actually did not have his own divine fire? Did this guy really know how to refine pills? A divine fire was the divine rank state of essence fires. Yi Yuan's cleansing sandal sacred flame had long already advanced to divine rank and become a divine fire. But after Yi Yuan broke through to Heaven Glimpse realm, the cleansing sandal sacred flame did not evolve along with it. Now, when Yi Yuan refined pills, there was no convenient divine fire to use. He could only find Meng Qi to borrow fire. Looks like I have to find a chance to let the cleansing sandal flame lotus evolve. This isn't the way to go. If only Fiery was by my side. Yi Yuan sighed emotionally in his heart and unwittingly missed Fiery. On the road of becoming a fugitive, Yi Yuan virtually spent all of his savings just to familiarize himself with 2-star spirit medicine's medicinal properties. When he came out of Wu Meng capital city, the low-grade divine essence stones on Yi Yuan were very sizable. He had about as much as 80 million. The divine essence stones that the Myriad Treasure Tower awarded to Yi Yuan was 40 million. In addition, Yi Yuan successively killed Qin Tian as well as Lin Xiu, Qin Zheng, and the rest. The storage rings on them were all taken into Yi Yuan's possession. Counting it together, when Yi Yuan left, the divine essence stones on him were plenty. On the way of fleeing, each time Yi Yuan reached a city, he would sweep up the goods and purchase spirit medicines. Presently, there was already plenty of room to spare for Yi Yuan to refine 2-star divine pills. But this Devil Dragon Flame crystal pill, it was really his first time refining. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove studied the fiend race's medicinal pills greatly. But Yi Yuan only obtained the knowledge from Dustless there after all. As for the specifics of how to refine, he had not tested it before. But with Yi Yuan's present alchemy strength, refining the Devil Dragon Flame crystal pill, this kind of medicinal pill was nothing difficult. Meng Qi gave a cold snort and held his palm out. A pale white fire seedling appeared in the palm of his hand. A fiend apothecary without even a divine fire actually dares to spout empty rhetoric too. I want to see how you refine pills. Humph, Meng Qi said with a cold snort. The fire seedling floated over in Yi Yuan's direction. Yi Yuan reached his hand out and beckoned. With a slight finger movement, the small fire seedling immediately grew into a fire tree. The exquisiteness of the technique, those fiend apothecaries actually could not see through. White elegance, devil flame. It's not bad. I'll make do and use it then, Yi Yuan said. When Meng Qi saw this scene, he could not help being shocked inwardly. Disregarding anything else, just this technique of controlling fire was much stronger than him. His own divine fire was actually so obedient and docile, reaching Yi Yuan's hands. This made Tanic waves set off in his heart. Even he himself could not do it to this degree too. This was also demoralizing. However, this was just the beginning. When Yi Yuan started refining the pill, Meng Qi's pride was directly washed away by wave after wave of floodwaters. What impressive fire-controlling methods. This kid actually really knows how to refine pills. Furthermore, his level is quite high. What kind of refinement method is this? Never seen it before? Yeah, it's totally different from our pill refining techniques. But why do I feel that this technique is of a much higher level than ours? Stupid. That Tao ACC emulation. His technique secretly contains heavenly Tao, obtaining heavenly Tao's support. Cries of exclamations sounded out all around. Meng Qi was utterly dumbfounded. This was a true expert. Just this pill refining technique was already on a completely different level than him. The Fiend Medicine Hall's 5 elders all had their eyes glued at this time, fearful of missing any step. This kind of master-level refinement could not be seen simply if they want to. Li Ji's cherry lips opened slightly and never shut before the whole time. Cool. Too cool. She watched Yi Yuan refine pills and was actually wholly enraptured. Since young, she had also seen quite a few Fiend Medicine Hall's fiend apothecaries refining pills. But no one had ever given her this feeling of being refreshed in mind and spirit. Condense. No idea how long had Pa S said either, and then it was only to hear Yi Yuan cry out lightly. The furnace fire extinguished, the medicinal pill formed. Yi Yuan sighed and said, "First time refining, the fire control still isn't quite there yet. The quality of the medicinal pill is probably not too ideal." Finished talking, Yi Yuan reached out his hand and beckoned. A medicinal pill flew into the jade vessel. A superior grade, devil dragon flame, crystal pill. Hiss! Everyone all sucked in a mouthful of cold air, looking at Yi Yuan like they had seen ghosts. This medicinal pill barely managed to reach the level of superior grade. Superior grade devil dragon flame crystal pill was still called not too ideal. Meng Qi wished to give himself a tight slap. This was too demoralizing. Him refining the devil dragon flame crystal pill. The best grade was also just middle grade. He had never refined before high grade. Another person refining for the first time, and it was a superior grade. This disparity was too great. He did not doubt Yi Yuan's excuse. Meng Qi knew that it was probably really Yi Yuan's first time refining the devil dragon flame crystal pill. Even though Yi Yuan's refining technique was extremely profound, that awkwardness and inexperience when just starting could not be concealed. This kind of situation, he had seen them too many times among newbies. But along with the Pa S sing of time, Yi Yuan clearly gradually entered an optimal state and found the feeling. Hence, the more he refined, the smoother it got. Chapter 1489 already came. Leaving for what? Chapter 1489 already came. Leaving for what? Your Highness Ka Xian, please wait. Ka Xian brought Lian Hua and just entered the Fiend Medicine Hall when he was stopped by a 1-star fiend apothecary. Although Ka Xian's status in the capital city was very high, in the Fiend Medicine Hall, he did not dare to be unbridled too. Brother Lu He, I made an appointment with Lord Meng Qi 10 days ago. There are some important matters to discuss with him. Ka Xian cupped his fists and said, even though the other party was just a 1-star fiend apothecary, he was Lord Meng Qi's accomplished disciple. Ordinary people could not afford to offend. Lu He said, "Apologies, Your Highness Ka Exan. Master, he's currently meeting an important guest in the inner hall and has already instructed body is to disturb him." Ka Exan frowned and said, "Even I'm not an exception too? I'm here representing the City Lord Manor. This matter is likewise no trivial matter. Moreover, I've already made an appointment 10 days ago." Louis's face revealed a difficult look. Ka Exan's status was indeed extraordinary. Moreover, Ka Exan was not here representing himself. He was representing the City Lord Manor. Although the Blood Yama Hall did not fear the City Lord Manor, face still had to be given. Why not? Better trouble brother Lu He to go and Pa S on a word. Presumably, Lord Meng Chi won't dismiss me, Ka Exan said with clasped hands. Louis thought about it, nodded, and said, "All right then, I'll go and ask Master." Louis turned around and went in. Lianhua smiled and said, "Wonder what kind of big shot Lord Meng Chi is seeing to actually even ignore our affairs." Ka Exan smiled and said, "To be able to refuse us outside the door, it must be an incredible major figure. I reckon that it might very likely be a 3-star fiend apothecary." Lianhua nodded her head, clearly quite in approval of this. Coincidentally, Fan Yu also entered the fiend medicine hall at this time. Seeing Ka Exan and Lianhua, Fan Yu's heart thumped, secretly thinking not good. The fiend medicine hall released a batch of medicinal pills recently. They were in very high demand now. Quite a few factions went into action without delay. Among these, the one with the strongest compet. 1. Tive power was naturally the City Lord Manor. Although the alchemy strength of Meng Chi and the rest were too trash in front of Yi Yuan, the medicinal pills produced by the Fiend Medicine Hall were indeed very popular in Capone capital city. In the fiend race, good fiend apothecaries were too few. The City Lord Manor had long gotten the news. Hence, Ka Exan made an appointment with Meng Chi 10 days ago to meet today. Ka Exan had a smile on his face as he said, "Brother Fan, you came a step late. Lord Meng Chi isn't meeting guests today, better go back." Fan Yu's expression was somewhat ugly as he said with a cold snort, "Your City Lord Manor eating meat. Aren't you even going to leave a mouthful of soup for people to drink? This time, our Fan family will definitely fight it out with you." Ka Exan laughed and said, "I'm about to go in and finalize this matter with Lord Meng Chi right away. What will you use to fight to the bitter end with me? Want to fight it out come early next time?" The muscles on Fan Yu's face twitched a few times, suddenly feeling powerless. The 4 great families' foundations were still much worse compared to the City Lord Manor. People had money and power. Each time the price offered, it was 30% higher than the rest. How to discuss things? At this time, Lu He came out of the inner hall, the expression on his face rather ugly. When Ka Exan saw Lu He's expression, his heart involuntarily thumped. "Brother Lu He, what did Lord Meng Chi say?" Ka Exan said with clasped hands. Lu He said crossly, "Your Highness Ka Exan, please return. I asked you to go back, but you insisted on me going to disturb Master. Now just great. I got a good scolding from him right to my face. Are you happy?" Clearly, Lu He was already unable to maintain his original demeanor. This scolding was not light. Just now, the moment he entered and just reported Ka Exan's name, he was scolded angrily by Meng Chi. Even expelling from tutelage, this kind of words was uttered. It would be weird if Lu He's mood could be good. Ka Exan had an awkward look. Stuffing a storage ring into Lu He's hands, he said, "Here are 50,000 low-grade fiend essence stones. Just take it as Brother Lu He's laboring fees. Since Lord Meng Chi is meeting an important guest, then Ka Exan won't disturb anymore. I'll come to visit again another day." Who knew that Lu He directly pushed the storage ring back and said, "Just now, Master was already very angry and even said expelling me from tutelage, this kind of words. Aren't you making me take the road to ruin here? Quickly go, quickly go." Ka Exan was extremely depressed. He did not know just what kind of important guest Meng Chi was meeting. Even meeting City Lord, It would not be to an extent where he expelled his own disciple from his tutelage for relaying a message, right? Moreover, he did not hear of any remarkable major figure who came to the city recently. Later, better inquire about it and make some appropriate compensation. If he were to offend the fiend medicine hall because of this matter, the losses would outweigh the gains. Getting rebuffed, Ka Xin had an unhappy look too. He glimpsed at the Fan Yu who was unwilling to give up by the side, and he said indifferently, "Come on, didn't hear that Lord Meng Qi is currently meeting an important guest? Could it be that you want to cause Brother Lu He to be scolded one more time?" These words had somewhat of an ulterior motive. It was clearly to irritate Lu He. Lu He was in a bad mood just now and directly ignored the Fan Yu by the side. Only after Ka Xin saying this did he notice that Fan Yu had already stood at one side for very long. Lu He took care of many things for Meng Qi throughout the year and was also a smooth and artful figure. When he saw Fan Yu, his eyes immediately lit up and he went forward to greet with a smile. Turns out that young Master Fan Yu came too. Apologies. Lu He did not entertain well. Those words of Ka Xion's just now actually already made Fan Yu give up. He did not expect that Lu He actually took the initiative to engage in small talk with him. One had no. He did not even give face to Ka Xion earlier. What's Brother Lu He saying? It's Fan Yu who suddenly paid a visit and imposed on you, Fan Yu hurriedly said. Lu He smiled and said, "Young Master Fan Yu, come into the Fiend Medicine Hall. It's also in order to request an audience with Master, right?" Fan Yu was slightly embarrassed. "Yes," said, but still nodded his head and said, "Fan Yu will leave right away and won't cause trouble for Brother Lu He anymore." Lu He was taken aback with fright and hurriedly pulled him, saying, "Don't. Already came. Leaving for what? I'll go in to report right away. You wait a minute." Done talking, Lu He directly turned around and left. Ka Xion already walked to the entrance, but forcefully stopped his footsteps. He looked at Lu He's departing back view, enraged until his complexion was livid. What the hell was this? Since the beginning to end, Lu He never showed him a good attitude. Even if he agreed to go in and report just now, it was also with a reluctant look. But now, Fan Yu himself said that he was going to leave, but Lu He took the initiative to hang on to Fan Yu and not let him leave. Lu He even took the initiative to go in and report. Didn't he say earlier that Meng Qi even said about expelling from tutelage, this kind of words? Fan Yu himself also had a baffled look, completely not knowing what happened. His relations, H.I. plus P with Lu He did not seem to be good to this kind of extent, right? Before long, Lu He came out gleefully and said to Fan Yu, "Master said, let young Master Fan Yu wait in the side hall for a while. What he's done over at his side, he'll immediately come and see you." Happiness arrived too suddenly. Fan Yu completely did not react to it. What happened? By the side, Ka Xion's expression was long already black as the bottom of a wok. Chapter 14, 90 Double Standards. Chapter 14, 90 Double Standards. Brother Lu He, what's this? Didn't you say that Lord Meng Qi isn't seeing anyone? Ka Xin tried his best to make his tone seem calmer, covering up the rage in his heart. This double standard was also a little too obvious, right? He had not even left yet. Lu He's brows furrowed, and he said unhappily, "Amen? Your meaning is that I'm lying to you? Why not do this then? After Master comes out, we'll confront face to face?" Although Ka Xin tried his best to control his tone, the skepticism in his words could not be concealed no matter what. Lu He's anger rose up with a puff. He helped him go in to report, putting aside that he did not get any benefits. He was even scolded angrily by Master. Meng Qi did not have just him, one disciple alone. A single misstep, and he fell out of favor. There would be nothing to do with him in the future. Forget it if Ka Xin was not grateful. He even wanted to question him. Even a clay bodhisattva had some anger. Lu He finally stopped showing Ka Xin a nice attitude. Ka Xin said with an awkward look. Brother Lu He misunderstood. Lu He directly cut off his words and said with a cold smile, "I didn't misunderstand anything. The matter previously, just take it as it didn't happen." consider it myself being opinionated. Just treat it as I was careless in making friends. Your Highness Ka Xian, please go back. Ka Xian's expression changed, knowing that this was offending Lu He to the core. He stood there, unable to leave nor stay. Lu He said in a cold voice, "Why? Your Highness is not leaving? Could it be that you still want me to send your Highness out?" Ka Xian finally left dejectedly, but the grievance nursed in his heart no one could understand. With his status and standing, when had he been subjected to this kind of treatment in Capone capital city before? The more he thought, the more amiss it felt, and he said in a solemn voice, "There must be something wrong with this. How can the Fan family and Fiend Medicine Hall's relations H.I. plus be possibly compared to ours? Today's incident is too abnormal. I must investigate clearly who Meng Qi was meeting." Fan Yu followed Lu He to the side hall with a blank look. Plus, H.I. Plussing the door and taking a look, he saw an all too familiar figure. "Li Ji, why are you here?" Fan Yu said in surprise. You came too?" I was accompanying Source Knight to stroll around in the city. He said to come to the Fiend Medicine Hall to take a look, and I followed. Li Ji said with a slightly red face. "Came with Source Knight? Where is he?" Fan Yu said with a dark expression. This punk his younger sister accompanied to come out, but he was good, hanging his younger sister out here alone to dry. But a glimmer of smugness flashed across in Li Ji's eyes as she said with a smile, "He's currently chatting with Grandpa Meng Qi." This chat lasted 3 days and 3 nights. "What?" Fan Yu nearly jumped up, being taken aback with fright by Li Ji's sentence. He turned his head and looked at Lu He and said with his eyes wide open, "Brother Lu He, the important guest that you said wouldn't be Source Knight, right?" Lu He beamed and said, "Who else can it be if not him? Your Fan family really remained deeply hidden to have actually invited this kind of big shot and still maintaining your countenance." Fan Yu said with a confused look, "Be big shot." Source Knight's strength was indeed not bad, but to say big shot, it was a little too far-fetched, right? When the world happened in between this. Lu even thought that Fan Yu knew. But looking at it now, he was really kept in the dark. Li Ji said with a proud face, "Big brother, I only knew that Source Knight was actually even a fiend apothecary when I saw Source Knight refining pills too. Furthermore, it's the very formidable kind." Li Ji described the events that happened previously with a look of excitement, making Fan Yu dumbfounded with shock. His first reaction was this Source Knight really that Source Knight he knew? Source Knight's age seemed to be even quite a bit younger than him. How could he possibly be a fiend apothecary that even Lord Meng Qi looked up to? But Li Ji was here. Who could that be if not that Source Knight? He originally thought that Meng Qi was meeting some remarkable important person. That was why he would not even give face to Ka Xian. He did not expect that it was actually Source Knight. No wonder, that excitement when Lu He saw him turned out that it was because of Source Knight. What kind of character was Fan Yu? He practically reacted to it right away. Lu He, being extra familiar with him, was treating him as a straw to clutch at. Previously, because of helping Ka Xian to pass a message, he offended Meng Qi. But he was Li Ji's elder brother. Li Ji and Source Knight's relations. H.I. plus P was very ambiguous. Meng Qi naturally regarded him as someone very close to Source Knight. Why did it feel like a dream? A full 3 days had already passed, said since the Fiend Medicine Hall's 5 elders listened to Yi Yuan's sermon on Tao. These 3 days' time, Meng Qi 5 people listened like they were in ecstasy and in rapture. They had never known that pill refining still had so many tricks involved, especially when Yi Yuan performed a skill to focus on pill refinement. They used all kinds of methods and also could not distract Yi Yuan in the slightest. Finally, Yi Yuan still refined a high-level medicinal pill, making them marvel in astonishment. Only then did they know why Yi Yuan would say that they were weak previously. They could not even accomplish the most basic focusing, let alone talk about refining high-level medicinal pills. Yi Yuan also knew that the fiend race's disposition was hot-tempered. Most were frank without tact. Making him focus on pill refinement was indeed making things a little hard. But where there was a will, there was a way. Meng-Chi they all failing to do so was primarily still because their method was not right. Yi Yuan casually imparted some spirit calming and mind focusing spells to them. These old fellows were all akin to having obtained a priceless treasure, endlessly grateful towards Yi Yuan. Meng-Chi was currently in high spirits when Lu He came in and said that Ka Xin was looking for him. How could he not be furious? Compared to advancing his own alchemy strength, what the L did Ka Xin count as? Suddenly, Yi Yuan seemed to have thought of something and said, "Oh, right, talking nonsense with you all these few days. Forgot all about proper business." The 5 elders were rendered speechless. How did this transmission and preaching of Tao become talking nonsense? Except the things that Yi Yuan narrated to them were really not that profound. Similar to focusing, it was alchemists' basic skills. The 5 elders all could not do it. For them to be able to refine complete medicinal pills could not be said to not be a kind of miracle. Of course, even though Yi Yuan turned his nose up at the 5 elders' pill refinement, he could not underestimate fiend apothecaries either. The fiend race's alchemy skills also had quite a few saving graces. I wonder what the proper business master Source Knight said is. Meng-Chi will send people to go and do it right away. I beseech Master Source Knight to be generous and preached out to us for a few more days. Meng-Chi was incomparably respectful towards Yi Yuan now. Yi Yuan's alchemy standard was an existence that he could not look up to at all. He even felt that those few 3-star fiend apothecaries in the city could not compare to a fraction of Master Source Knight 2, even though they could refine 3-star medicinal pills. But Yi Yuan said, "Preaching Tao will end here first. Coming to the Fiend Medicine Hall, I just wanted to purchase a few kinds of spirit medicines. In addition, I still have some matters and want to take a trip to the 100 Nose Hall. You all can't do it on my behalf." The moment Meng-Chi said, he hurriedly said, "Isn't Master Source Knight smacking Meng-Chi's face by saying this? Just a few kinds of spirit medicines, what's there to buy? As long as the Fiend Medicine Hall has it, feel free to take it. If there isn't, the Fiend Medicine Hall still has the confidence in acquiring it within a short time. As for the 100 Nose Hall that side, their door isn't easy to enter. How about this? You take my Blood Yama token and go. Those guys won't cause problems for Master." Chapter 1491 Grudge is sowed big time. Chapter 1491 Grudge is sowed big time. The types of spirit medicines for the second transformation, Profound Gold Pill, were seldom seen, but the Fiend Medicine Hall's strength was really not for show. Meng-Chi told Yi Yuan that within half a month, he would help him gather all of the spirit medicines. Meng-Chi's thoughts. Yi Yuan naturally took it into his sights. He also promised Meng-Chi that half a month later, he would come again and preach the Tao to them. Done with these, Yi Yuan went out of the door alone. Although Li Ji was reluctant to stay behind, she was helpless to do anything too. Yi Yuan going to the 100 Nose Hall to inquire about information. She had nowhere to go and could only stay in the Fiend Medicine Hall. Li Ji was no longer a little girl in Meng-Chi's eyes now. What did she say? That Source Knight was her man? This relations. H.I. plus P. How could not make good use of it? What was the most powerful? Not a man's fist, but a woman's pillow talk. As for the matter of that batch of medicinal pills, it was even more of a cinch. Meng-Chi made the decision and directly half-sold, half-gifted them to the Fan family, absolutely being a friends. H.I. plus P price. Happiness came too suddenly. Fan Yu was somewhat at a loss on what to do. The Fiend Medicine Hall's medicinal pills were in very short supply. Even the City Lord Manor had to pay a huge price to get it too. Another batch of medicinal pills to a family's strength was rather significant. To Yi Yuan, Fan Yu was grateful from the bottom of his heart. He wished to send Li Ji onto Yi Yuan's bed right away. Coming out of the Fiend Medicine Hall, Yi Yuan's alarm bells went off. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sounds of tearing through the air came over. Several streaks of cold light flew over towards Yi Yuan at a terrifying speed. It was concealed weapons. Explode for me. What informed a seal? Those flying knives directly exploded in the air, turning into countless fragments, virtually sealing off all of Yi Yuan's escape routes. Being struck by these shards, Yi Yuan's body would probably turn into a sieve. A hint of a cruel smile flashed across the corners of Huan's mouth. He knew that this mission was already completed. His half-step fiend commander strength, scheming against the unwary, Yi Yuan absolutely could not possibly escape this assassination. All of this was just something that happened in the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint. No matter how strong Yi Yuan was, it was also not possible to react. One did not go and look at Yi Yuan. He was already ready to get up and leave. But right at this time, Yi Yuan's body suddenly disappeared from where he was. Phantom kill. Huan's expression changed drastically. A sense of danger instantly welled up in his heart. Yi Yuan's figure actually turned into a blurry shadow and rushed over towards him. Too fast. With his strength, he could only barely manage to capture Yi Yuan's traces too. Blood feather sword art. Huan shouted fiercely, his sword art stabbing over towards that vague shadow like lightning. Clank, clank, clank. In an instant, the two people exchanged blows no idea how many times. The powerful undulations shocked the surroundings into a pile of ruins. After several breaths, Yi Yuan appeared 1,000 feet away, his complexion pale and breathing unstable. Clearly, it was a sign of overly exhausting his divine essence. However, Huan was not much better either. He gasped heavily for air. That bout of exchange just now rapidly consumed his fiend essence in an instant. From when he took action to sneak attack Yi Yuan until now, only around 10 breaths of time had Paes said. Everything happened too quickly. Huan did not expect that Yi Yuan's strength was actually powerful to such a degree. If not for him being an sin, his reactions extremely quick, Yi Yuan's sneak attack earlier would have been able to counterkill him. This kid was too dangerous. At this moment, Huan finally knew how scalding these 30 million low-grade fiend essence stones were. Take his life while he was ill. Huan was a competent sin. He already perceived that move just now was extremely taxing on Yi Yuan. Now, he already did not have much strength to retaliate. Yi Yuan's speed was fast. Huan's speed was likewise not slow. As an sin, speed was a mandatory requirement. Blood feather sword art. Bloodlight suffused all over Huan's body, his figure rust. Plussing towards Yi Yuan once more like lightning. However, he already had no more chances. Stop. Swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus 5 figures made a move at the same time, blocking Huan's path. This place was right outside the Fiend Medicine Hall's front door. Such a large commotion. How could it not startle them? Huan's expression changed, and he said in a solemn voice, I'm a member of the Signation Hall. Somebody offered a reward for this kid's life. Although the 5 elders were fiend apothecaries, their combat strengths were similarly not weak. Fighting 5 versus 1, they naturally would not fall into a disadvantage. The reason why Huan dared to take action here was that this place was their own territory. Even if he killed people, body dare to say anything either. Although the Blood Yama Hall's various branch halls were under different commands, they were one family after all. Huan never expected that it was precisely his own people who blocked his fatal blow. He had kept guard outside the whole time and completely did not know the events that happened inside the Fiend Medicine Hall. He even thought that by reporting his background, the 5 elders would make way. Meng Qi snorted coldly and said, This old man hasn't reached the point where my eyes can't see clearly. How can I not know that you're a member of the Signation Hall? Humph. You actually dared to make a move against our Fiend Medicine Hall's esteemed guest. This score will find the Signation Hall to settle it later. Huan was stunned, doubting whether he heard wrongly or not. Why did the Fiend Medicine Hall's 5 elders help an outsider? For the sake of a boy who had nothing to do with them, They were actually going to go to war with the A.S. Essay. S. Signation Hall? Esteemed guest? A kid whose hair was not fully grown. How did he become the Fiend Medicine Hall's esteemed guest? Meng Qi, what's the meaning of this? For the sake of an outsider, you're actually going to make things difficult for my SSA. Signation Hall? Huyen said in a solemn voice. Meng Qi was greatly enraged as he said, Master Source Knight is our Fiend Medicine Hall's most bully guest. I'm warning you, if you dare to touch a hair of his, we aren't finished. Seeing Meng Qi fly off the handle like so, Huyen finally realized that he was not joking. Master Source Knight? This kid, could it be that he was even an alchemy expert? You have got to be kidding. Meng Qi was, at any rate, a leading authority CLA. S figure among two-star fiend apothecaries too, to actually call a kid who was still wet behind his ears master. Huyen felt that maybe the 5 elders have gone crazy. He gave a cold snort and said, Humph. Meng Qi, don't you forget, you're not the Fiend Medicine Hall's hall master. This matter, somebody will naturally come and find you. Meng Qi was hot-tempered too and immediately said furiously, good, very good. Your ASSA. Signation Hall is very tough now, huh? Today's word, this old man has remembered it. Get lost. Huyen gave a cold snort, and then his figure moved swiftly, vanish. Plussing from everyone's line of sight. Meng Qi turned to Yi Yuan, cupped his fists, and said with an apologetic look, the ASSA. Signation Hall's people are becoming more and more insolent. Meng Qi failed in his hospitality and let Master Source Knight fall into a dangerous situation. Meng Qi's truly ashamed. At this time, Meng Qi was actually incredibly shocked in his heart. One had to know that ASSA. Sim was half-step fiend commander realm. Yi Yuan, a middle-level fiend general, could actually retreat unscathed. It was truly surprising. At this moment, he was incomparably certain there was definitely a powerful existence behind Yi Yuan. This young man was not simple. He must not be offended. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, Nothing to do with you guys. Somebody else wants my life. With this the grudge is so big time. Use one's B. U. T. T to think, and one would also know, this incident was definitely Xin causing trouble behind the scenes. Failing to kill him at the gathering, this time, he actually hired an send a deal with him. Did he really think that Yi Yuan was easy to need? Chapter 1492, Blood Essence Contract. Chapter 1492, Blood Essence Contract, in order to prevent accidents. Meng Qi personally brought Yi Yuan to the 100-Nose Hall. With him coming forward, everything was naturally a cinch. Under a manager of the 100-Nose Hall's lead, Yi Yuan went straight up to the 3rd level. This was a place to receive VIPs. Sir, wait for a moment here. Someone will come and receive you right away, said the manager, and then left. This was a very elegant room. A delicate fragrance hit one's nostrils, giving people a feeling of intoxication. The tea was already brewed. Yi Yuan gently took a sip and praised, Good tea. The morning dew of purple qi coming from the east. Tea shoots irrigated with spirit rain. Hard to come by, hard to come by. What's even harder to come by is the pair of skillful hands of the person who brewed the tea. S.P.A.C. distorted. A beautiful figure slowly walked out of the void. This woman's clothing was half revealed, her skin fairer than snow, arch eyebrows and cherry lips. Not at all inferior compared to Li Ji. But compared to Li Ji's reservedness, this girl was zealous like fire, as if going to burn someone. Every twinkle and smile seemed to carry a flirtatious intention. Sir Source Knight is indeed extraordinary to actually see through the profundities in this room with a glance. The woman slowly sat down not far away from Yi Yuan's side and said with all smiles, Sir Source Knight's erroneous praise, Ihan isn't worthy of it. The charming arts of this woman called Ihan already reached the acme of perfection. Every careless action could give men immense temptation. With Yi Yuan's concentration, he actually had a momentary lapse in mind too. clearly just drank a mouthful of tea. He actually felt parched. However, it was also just that instant. The firmness of Yi Yuan's Tao heart was rare in the world. Wanting to use bewitching arts to confuse him was virtually without any possibility. Source Knight came here to inquire about information and not play with girls. Miss Han, please call the main person out, Yi Yuan said coolly. When Han saw that Yi Yuan's focus was so great, she could not help being secretly startled inwardly. This Capone capital city, the men able to withstand her bewitching arts were rare. Han covered her mouth and smiled as she said, Sir Source Knight is so oblivious to other people's feelings. Could it be that in Sir's eyes, Han can't compare to Li Ji? Yi Yuan's expression turned cold, and he said, keep pestering unreasonably and don't blame me for not being courteous. But Han said without a care, okay, this lowly one wants to see how Sir becomes impolite. As she said, Han's pair of clever hands actually groped toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan gave a cold snort, fingers tapping over towards Han's shoulder like lightning. Who knew that this Han's shoulder actually slipped away bizarrely, narrowly avoiding this tap. Yi Yuan's heart sank and realized right away that this Han concealed her strength. His move failing, Yi Yuan hurriedly retreated, pulling apart a distance from Han, maintaining vigilance. Goodness, Sir Source Knight doesn't know how to be tender toward girls at all. Attacking so strongly. Is this one to take this lowly one's life? Han giggled and said. Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice, Who the H? E.L. L are you? Why are you teasing me? Han smiled and said, What did this lowly one tease, sir? It was clearly Sir who wanted to ruthlessly crush a flower. However, Han is very curious just who Sir is. Putting aside your strength, far Serpa. Sing those in the same rank. Your alchemy skills are even so powerful. The devil dragon flame crystal pill at your fingertips with ease. Even the fiend medicine hall's 5 elders had to show you a pupil's manners. With my blood Yama hall's eyes and hands, we actually completely could not investigate Sir's background. Yi Yuan's heart sank, secretly thinking that this 100-Nose Hall had such access to information. It seemed like what he had done in Capone capital city was already completely known by the 100-Nose Hall. At this time, Yi Yuan naturally would not treat Han as an ordinary girl anymore. Her strength was likely far above his. Even Dustless could not fathom Han's depths either. Although Dustless's strength did not recover to its peak state under Divine Lord Realm, most could not escape his divine sense investigation. But this Han was clearly an exception. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said in a deep voice, This young master had lived with my master in a remote land since young. It's also normal for you to not have her before. So what's strange about that? Yi Yuan naturally would not make this kind of low-level mistake. He had long fabricated his origins. Han smiled and said, So that's how it is. Sir doesn't need to panic. Let's sit down and talk. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and got seated again, and he said coolly, If you want to ask about my master, you can save your breath. A hint of surprise flashed across Han's eyes, thinking to himself that this chap was so formidable. She was just about to open her mouth and ask, and he already used words to block her. If Yi Yuan's master was really a reclusive expert, then he was definitely unwilling to reveal his name. This point was naturally justifiable. Han smiled faintly and said, All right, then Sir Source Knight came to Capone capital city just for the sake of investigation? Yi Yuan nodded and said, Precisely so. Miss Han, wonder if Source Knight can ask questions now? Han said, Does Sir know our 100-Nose Hall's rules? Yi Yuan was stunned and shook his head as he said, Don't know. Han giggled and said, Sir is really interesting to dare come and inquire about information without even knowing the 100-Nose Hall's rules. Yi Yuan had long heard that the 100-Nose Hall's information was not easy to inquire, but he did not know the specifics. Looking at it now, seemed like he thought too simply about it. Pray tell, Yi Yuan said coolly. Han said, Our 100-Nose Hall's intel is divided into 1st grade to 9th grade. The first 3 grades intel, As long as one pays sufficient fiend essence stones, they can obtain it. But 4th grade to 9th grade intel, apart from having to pay exorbitant fiend essence stones, one even has to agree to do some things for the 100-Nose Hall for free. Yi Yuan said in surprise, "That means I owe you all a favor?" Ihan said, "It's pretty much this meaning." Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "If I don't do it?" Ihan smiled and said, "You need to leave behind a blood essence contract before we'll give you the information. If you renege and not do the favor, we can make you wish that you were dead through the blood essence contract." Yi Yuan's heart turned cold. This blood Yamahal was very mysterious. It seemed like their background was huge. Yi Yuan said, "If you all make me go and die, could it be that I have to act in accordance to?" Ihan smiled and said, "Our blood Yamahal has always been equally honest with the elderly and the young. It's just that some things it's not convenient for us to act in our own capacity, so we need a promise. Some people, we never want to find him even till death. On the blood essence contract, there are naturally also some taboo rules stated one by one. For example, we won't make you go and die. Of course, if you die in the process of carrying out the contract, it's not within the scope. Once the contract activates, if you didn't complete it, you'll naturally suffer the contract's backlash." Yi Yuan was incredibly shocked in his heart. This was equivalent to saying that as long as someone inquired about 4th grade and above information, they would all owe the blood Yamahal a favor. With the ACCU, mutilation year after year, the blood Yamahal's favors outside would be very terrifying. Among these people, it was hard to guarantee that some powerful existences would not appear. As long as the blood Yamahal continued on retaining this blood essence contract, it was equivalent to this contract continuously appreciating in value. No wonder even the City Lord Manor did not dare to provoke the blood Yamahal too. Just this blood essence contract. How could the average person afford to offend? Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "All right, but I have to take a look at the contract's contents first." Chapter 1493, Special Grade Retainer. Chapter 1493, Special Grade Retainer. After the contract entered his hands, a powerful law undulation came from it, making Yi Yuan secretly alarmed. No idea whose hands this contract originated from, but that person's strength was definitely very powerful. Yi Yuan's divine sense entered inside. The contents of the contract revealed itself. He carefully lies the contents of the contract. After verifying that there was no problem, only then did he slowly say, "No problem. Now, can I ask for the information that I want to know?" Ihan smiled and said, "Of course you can. You can just directly ask the contract. The contract will automatically determine the grade of your question. Drip your blood essence on the contract, and the information that you want to know will appear on it." Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and asked the contract, "A million years ago, Capone capital city had a fiend commander called Kana. I want to know who sent him to carry out the last mission, as well as all of the information for that person." After asking this, the contract had a reaction very quickly. A large word gradually appeared on it. 8. A hint of surprise flashed across Yi Yuan's face. He did not expect that this information's grade was actually so high. But seeing that 8 word on the contract, Ihan was all smiles and said, He didn't expect that Sir Source Knight's information is actually so valuable. Looks like this favor isn't small." From 4th grade to 9th grade, the contents of the contract were naturally different. 4th grade was still relatively easy to return. 9th grade, it would probably be a favor to drive one to their death. If someone checked for information not matching their own strength, that price might be death. Ihan looked at Yi Yuan rather interestedly, wanting to see how he'd choose. However, she was a little disappointed. She completely could not see through Yi Yuan's inner heart activity, as if what Yi Yuan held in his hand was a piece of blank paper. Suddenly, a cold light flashed. The tip of Yi Yuan's finger had a gash cut open. A drop of golden blood slowly fell, dripping onto the contract. The golden blood instantly disappeared. Very soon, densely packed words appeared on the contract. Yi Yuan rapidly browsed it over, but the expression on his face became ugly. Sure enough, The one who sent Kanua to the immortal Grove world was precisely that generation city lord, called Ka-Saw. It was just that not only did this Ka-Saw not die, he already broke through from the second layered heaven fiend lore back then to the current fiend king first layered heaven, which was also the human race's celestial deity first layered heaven. After one's martial Tao broke through to divine lord realm, it was entering a whole new realm. Each step would become even more difficult. Each major realm was divided into 9 heavens. Each breakthrough of a minor realm was exceedingly difficult, easily starting with 100,000 years. Presently, 1,000,000 years had said. That Ka-Sua's strength steadily increased and actually already reached the Fiend King realm. Looks like wanting to find this Ka-Sua to settle scores. I have to give the matter further thought and consideration. Yi Yuan secretly sighed in his heart. This Ka-So had already left Capone capital city long ago. Right now, he was at eminent Orchid Imperial City, wielding immense authority. Apart from these, there was still many intel related to Ka-Saw. This information was indeed very valuable, worthy of being an 8th grade contract. However, Yi Yuan was also secretly shocked and had an even clearer understanding of this Blood Yamahal strength. Even a Fiend King powerhouse's information could be recorded so comprehensively. This was clearly not what an ordinary power could do. After Yi Yuan silently noted down Ka-Sua's information, the words on the contract gradually disappeared, and Yi Yuan distinctly sensed that there was a kind of mysterious connection established between him and the contract. Looks like Sir Source Knight is very disappointed, Ihan said with a smile. Yi Yuan returned the contract to Ihan and said indifferently, indeed a little disappointed, but it's nothing as well. He indeed did not care. There would come a day where he would step into celestial deity realm and seek justice for the immortal Grove world. Oh, Sir Source Knight doesn't care, but Ihan cares a lot. I have a feeling that Sir Source Knight's favor is much more valuable than this information. As for Fiend Essence Stones, just take it as Ihan becoming friends with Sir. Forget about it, Ihan said with a broad smile. Yi Yuan glanced at her and said coolly, becoming friends with Miss Ihan, one has to become more vigilant. Ihan giggled and said, is Sir praising Ihan here? Yi Yuan said, you can understand it like that. Ihan's strength was unfathomable. This Blood Yamahal was even more mysterious and hard to fathom. Becoming friends with them, one would probably not even know when they were sold. Returning to the Fan family, Fan Yu was naturally inexplicably grateful toward Yi Yuan. The Fan family heard that a very powerful fiend apothecary appeared in the family and burst into an uproar all at once. The Fan family immediately convened an elders meeting and raised Yi Yuan to a special grade retainer. The treatment that Yi Yuan enjoyed in the Fan family could virtually rival Fiend Commander Realm Elders already. Those people who said that Yi Yuan relied on a woman to get his position immediately shut up, all extremely fluid US-tiered. Offending a Fiend Apothecary retainer was not some wise thing. Medicinal pills, who did not need it? The Fan family could not be blamed for going through so much trouble. It was true that Fiend Apothecaries were too in demand in the Fiend race. With the status of Fiend Apothecaries, they did not stoop to go to some large family to be retainers at all. Otherwise, the Fan family also would not be so cautious because of a batch of medicinal pills. The news of a Fiend Apothecary emerging in the Fan family immediately spread throughout the entire capital city like the wind. The other 3 families, including the City Lord Manor, were all envious about this to the extreme. Of course, if there were people envious, there were people unhappy. When Ka-Xin heard this news, his entire person went blank. Damn, in it. How can that brat possibly be a 2-star Fiend Apothecary? The important person that Meng Qi saw that day was actually him. How is this possible? Ka-Xin was full of indignation and puzzlement. He seriously could not figure out how a young man with such powerful martial arts strength could possibly become a Fiend Apothecary that even Meng Qi bowed his head in submission to. Lianhua's face was also full of shock. She did not expect that Yi Yuan was a fiend apothecary. Furthermore, even the fiend medicine hall's 5 elders were actually docile and obedient towards him to this extent. Originally, she was just harboring the thought of teasing a little. That was why she would be like that toward Yi Yuan. Now, she was really envious of Li Ji to death. If she had long known it was like this, she should have thought of everything possible to S.N.A.T.C.H. Source Knight. But now, it was too late to say anything. Source Knight and Ka-Xin were already like fire and water. It was completely impossible to bury the hatchet anymore. She let out a sigh and said, "This matter is already beyond all doubt. The ASSA.S. Signation Hall took our bounty to ASSA.S. Sinate Source Knight, but it was stopped by the Fiend Medicine Hall's 5 elders. It was said that for this, the Fiend Medicine Hall already went to war with the ASSA.S. Signation Hall, cutting off all of their medicinal pill supply. I reckon that within a few days, the ASSA.S. Signation Hall will have to yield. Meng Qi clearly doesn't have this authority. For the Fiend Medicine Hall to do so, they definitely obtained the Hall Master's approval. Waging war with their own family for an outsider, this matter of thing, even thinking about it feels inconceivable. Ka-Xion's expression was green and already did not know what he should say. He discovered to his dismay that he seemed to have really kicked a metal plate this time. Lianhua paused for a bit and continued. To be able to make the Fiend Medicine Hall's Hall Master do this, that Source Knight's alchemy skills must be extremely remarkable. The Fan family picked up a treasure this time. Chapter 1494, Giving In. Chapter 1494, Giving In. Inside a hidden private estate in the capital city, Huan was currently kneeling in front of a man in black, fearful and in awe. "Huan, do you know your mistake?" The man in black said coolly. "Your Excellency, I know my mistake." Huan hesitated for a bit, but finally still admitted his fault. The man in black slowly turned around and said coldly, "In the ASSA.S. Signation Hall, you aren't wrong. But in the entire Blood Yama Hall, you've made a grave error. Now, the Fiend Medicine Hall and Hunter Nose Hall are applying pressure on me at the same time. The pressure on me, this Hall Master, is also huge." Huan was a capable general under his command. When the Fiend Medicine Hall came over, he still supported Huan a bit. But he never thought that later on, the 100 Nose Hall actually came over to put pressure too. This doubled the pressure on him, a Hall Master. The ASSA.S. Signation Hall primarily did some things that could not see the light and could not appear on the stage. The prestige of the Blood Yama Hall was mainly established by the Fiend Medicine Hall and Hunter Nose Hall, these 2 halls. The function of the ASSA.S. Signation Hall was to kill. Huan was depressed in his heart. His position in the ASSA.S. Signation Hall was around the same as Meng Qi's in the Fiend Medicine Hall. Hence, he did not take Meng Qi's warning to heart as well. He even left a few harsh words. He did not expect that now. His face was slapped resoundingly. Huan was flus, teared inwardly, and said, "Your Excellency, what should this subordinate do?" The man in black swept a glance over him indifferently and said, "An ASSA.S. Sin failing in ASSA.S. Signation, the outcome, you know it." Huan's entire body trembled, his gaze revealing a look of despair. He originally thought that it was a big business for him. He did not expect that his life actually had to be capitulated on this mission. "Do it yourself, then." The words of the man in black carried some melancholy. Honestly speaking, he did not think that Huan did anything wrong. What was wrong was that this was a world where the strong prey on the weak. For that young man called Source Knight to be able to make 2 great halls value so highly, it indicated that he was a figure who carried a lot of weight. Then one could only say that Huan was unlucky. Who asked him to provoke someone he should not provoke? Huan's gaze revealed a fierce look. His body suddenly burst apart. Clank! A black token dropped onto the ground. The man in black extended a hand and beckoned. The token landed in his hand. After Yuan returned from the Hunter Nose Hall, he went to the fiend medicine hall again to give Meng Qi they all a lesson. Meng Qi and the rest naturally benefited greatly. But this time, there was an additional person listening to him preach Tao, the fiend medicine hall's hall master. He was a 3-star fiend apothecary, his status in Capone capital city extremely revered. Even ordinary fiend commander powerhouses found it hard to meet him. A single one of the medicinal pills that he refined was hard to seek after. But this time he was like a student, sitting together with Meng Qi and the rest respectfully listening to Yi Yuan preach on Tao. On the first day, he relied on his status and hid next door to listen. But on the second day, he sat together with Meng Qi and the rest very conscientiously. The contents that Yi Yuan preached on were not some profound maxim of great Tao. It was just some alchemy basic skills. But to them, it was akin to obtaining a priceless treasure. Yi Yuan discovered that their cultivation system was too messy. These fiend apothecaries' basic skills were too poor, resulting in affecting the pill refinement's result in the end. As the saying went, details determined success or failure, and alchemy skill was an extremely meticulous art in the first place and did not tolerate any sloppiness. Yi Yuan targeted the fiend apothecary's characteristics and summarized some cultivation methods, imparting it to them. One should not look down on these simple basic skills. Actually, Meng Qi, their standards were not lousy. They just had to practice some basic stuff properly and the effects would be immediate. Compared to elucidating on some profound things, these little tips were more effective instead. After the last sermon, the 5 elders, including the hall master, cultivated the spirit-calming and mind-focusing spells that Yi Yuan imparted, and they discovered that the medicinal pill's quality improved significantly all of a sudden. This result made them wildly ecstatic. Therefore, each and every one of them revered Yi Yuan akin to God. This time, Yi Yuan talked for 5 days and 5 nights in a row, making everyone wholly enraptured. Following that, the spirit medicines that Yi Yuan wanted also arrived, and he returned straight to the Fan family, planning on going into a retreat. The closed seclusion this time. Apart from refining the second transformation profound gold pill, he even purchased a large batch of spirit medicines from the Fiend Medicine Hall. He wanted to refine a batch of divine essence, advancing medicinal pills, and Ace, Salt Late Stage Heaven Glimpse. Yi Yuan killed Xiu Lai before entering the Fiend race, and obtained all of the wealth on his body. A half-step Fiend Lord Powerhouse's wealth. That was rather terrifying. Yi Yuan using it to purchase spirit medicines, cultivating to the origin deity realm, was also plenty to spare. As long as there were sufficient medicinal pills supporting him, Yi Yuan's cultivation would be very fast. But before closed seclusion, Yi Yuan welcomed a guest, the ASSA. Signation Hall's Hall Master, Yu Ming I. Even the Fan family's family head did not recognize Yu Ming. It was Yu Ming himself making his ident. 1. Known before the Fan family's family head knew who he was. His arrival made the Fan family's family head panic. For so many years, the ASSA, Signation Hall's Hall Master, was an existence who daunted people. Even if they were the 4 great families' family heads, they were also extremely afraid of him. Even though their realm was more or less the same, Yu Ming, this person, had always been hidden in the night, no idea when he would reap people's lives. In history, the ASSA, Signation Hall, had once destroyed a major family, and that major family's strength was not weaker than the Fan family. The ASSA, Signation Hall's strength was too terrifying. If say that the major families were in awe of the city lord, then toward the ASSA, Signation Hall, it was fear, because your life would be gone without knowing when. But when Yi Yuan saw Yu Ming, he did not have much of a feeling. People all had weaknesses, and Yu Ming's weakness was clearly being grasped by the Fiend Medicine Hall. Him coming to find him openly indicated that the ASSA, Signation Hall, gave in. This is Hua Un's blood Yama token. He has already committed suicide to offer an apology. There's his divine soul imprint on it. You can check it. Yu Ming threw over the black token and directly said this. Yi Yuan received the blood Yama token, but did not check. He just casually threw it to one side and said coolly, "This is your affair, nothing to do with me." Yu Ming could not help suffocating when he saw the situation, immediately discovering that Yi Yuan was not easy to deal with. Before coming to meet Yi Yuan, he had already seen the Fiend Medicine Hall's hallmaster. But the two people's behavior was very different. He felt that this young man in front of him was even harder to deal with than the wild old fox Fiend Medicine Hall's hallmaster. Yu Ming sucked in a deep breath and said, "This matter was my Sination Hall's fault. I apologize to you on behalf of the Sination Hall. Sir Source Knight, please raise your hand high in mercy." Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, "I said, this is your affair, nothing to do with me. The Sination Hall accepting a bounty and killing people, this is something perfectly justified." Yu Ming nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. This punk was too cunning. These words were said until he did not have any room to refute at all. Yeah, the Sination Hall was not wrong. What was wrong was that they provoked someone that should not have provoked. But, with Yi Yuan not relenting, the Fiend Medicine Hall and 100 Nose Hall both would not drop the matter. What can I do? I'm very powerless too. Yu Ming wished to dig Hua in out from underground right now and kill him again. 1. Yu Ming equals Nether from Netherworld. Chapter 1495, Issuing Letter of Challenge. 1495, Issuing Letter of Challenge. Yu Ming looked at Yi Yuan helplessly and was really at a loss whether to cry or laugh. In Capone, capital city, who did not wet their pants when they saw him. Yet, today, he was cornered tightly by a brat still wet behind his ears. He did not even have the qualifications to lose his temper. If it were other people, he would use powerful strength to oppress his opponent and could use various means to go and threaten his opponent. But against Yi Yuan, these were all useless. Threaten? It would only make matters develop in an even worse direction. Yu Ming let out a sigh and said, "Whatever conditions, Sir Source Knight, feel free to state them. As long as my Sination Hall can do it, we definitely won't refuse." Yi Yuan's gaze looked at Yu Ming sharply and said, "Really?" Yu Ming smiled bitterly and said, "Do I have a choice?" Yi Yuan smiled too. Talking with wise people was effortless. "I want you to help me issue a letter of challenge," Yi Yuan said. Yu Ming's brows furrowed, and he said, "You want to have a battle with Ka Xian? You're not his match." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Not his match or not, that's my business. You just have to help me do two things, and that will do." Yu Ming's expression became intent, and he said, "What two things?" Yu Ming discovered that Yi Yuan did not have his blood rust. Plussing up his head at all. He was not mindlessly trying to find Ka Xian and take revenge without any plan. That indifferent expression of Yi Yuan was clearly him having a well-thought-out plan. In fact, even Yu Ming coming to apologize had also been calculated. Yi Yuan had long already thought of everything and was just waiting for him to pay a visit. This young man was truly too frightening. This move of borrowing power to strike another person actually toyed with the Blood Yama Hall's several major halls in the palm of his hands. It was simply inconceivable. Of course, all of this was in view of Yi Yuan's own powerful strength and potential. Otherwise, those two great hall masters were not fools either. How could they possibly be manipulated by Yi Yuan? He finally somewhat understood why those two great halls would view this young man in a different light and even wanted to defend this young man without balking at falling out with him. Yi Yuan took out a small bag of medicinal powder and said, "This packet, let Ka Xian eat it unknowingly. This shouldn't be a difficult thing for your Sination Hall, right?" Yu Ming's expression changed, and he immediately said, "No way. Although the Blood Yama Hall doesn't fear the City Lord Manor, poisoning the City Lord Manor's prince to death is a serious matter. I can't promise you." Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "Hall Master, you don't need to be so agitated. This packet of powder won't take his life, and it doesn't affect his strength in the slightest too. He won't discover that he's poisoned. I'm just leaving myself a way out." Yu Ming's brows furrowed, and he said, How do I believe you? What if you borrow a knife to kill someone? Yi Yuan smiled and said, I still have another packet here. If you don't believe me, you could try it. But you have to be mentally prepared. This thing is effective toward you too. Yu Ming was startled inwardly, a hint of dread flash. Plussing across his eyes. Something that a 2-star fiend apothecary refined was actually effective on him too? This tiny packet of powder actually was such a great threat. One had to know, the medicinal pills that 2-star fiend apothecaries refined, the effect on fiend commanders were negligible, let alone say Yu Ming, this kind of grand completion realm fiend commander. Yu Ming knew that Yi Yuan was a very formidable fiend apothecary. Saying this was absolutely not in order to scare him. Only if he went soft in the head would he go and try this thing. Although he did not know what effect this thing had, to Ka Xian, it was definitely a fatal thing. Seeing Yu Ming's expression, Yi Yuan smiled and said, This packet is just in order to ensure that he and I battle under a fair condition. As long as he eats it, absolutely no one will know that it was done by you guys. Yu Ming's brows knitted tightly. He was silent for quite a while. Suddenly, he nodded and said, Okay, I can promise you. I believe that you won't do something like digging your own grave. What about the second? Yu Ming thought about it for a little. Yi Yuan borrowing a knife to kill, causing 2 major forces to confront each other. This did not have any benefits. It would put him in a dangerous situation instead. Yi Yuan was clearly a very smart person and would not do this kind of stupid thing. Yi Yuan smiled and said, The second thing, 10 months later, you personally help me go and issue a challenge letter. After a year, I want to fight with Ka Xian to the death. Yu Ming said, You're underestimating Ka Xian too much. His strength is close to invincible in the fiend general realm. For him to be able to stand out among so many of the Ka family's juniors, it isn't an undeserved reputation. You aren't even Huan's match. Could it be that you have the assurance to beat Ka Xian within a year? Just now, Yi Yuan himself also said it. This packet of medicinal powder would not affect Ka Xian's strength. Then, on what basis would he win against Ka Xian? Even though Huan was a capable subordinate under Yu Ming and his strength was extraordinary, when facing Ka Xian head-on, there was no chance of victory at all. Ka Xian's strength was the number 1 person in Capone capital city's fiend general realm. At this point, no one had any objections. Yi Yuan smiled, but he did not speak and did not answer to Yu Ming's words. Yu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said, Okay, these 2 conditions, I promise it. But if the fire burns onto the blood Yamahal in the end, you know the consequences. Finished talking, Yu Ming took that packet of powder and left straight away. After Yu Ming left, Yi Yuan went straight into close seclusion. A year's time was 10 years to Yi Yuan. If it were others, 10 years would not change too much either. But Yi Yuan could. After consuming the second transformation profound gold pill, Yi Yuan's fleshy body directly broke through to the middle stage second transformation. Then, Yi Yuan started refining medicinal pills frenziedly. 10 months later in the outside world, Yi Yuan's divine sea trembled, finally breaking through to the late-stage heaven glimpse realm. There's still 1 year plus after I consolidate my realm a bit. I should enter the death cultivation see to train for a bit, Yi Yuan murmured. Yu Ming's arrival caught Ka Xian by great surprise. You're representing Source Knight to issue a challenge letter to me? A hint of a disdainful smile flashed across Ka Xian's mouth. Yu Ming said coolly, Yes. He's afraid that you'll refuse his challenge, so he requested me to come. Regarding Ka Xian, Yu Ming did not have any favorable impression too. This matter originally had nothing to do with the Signation Hall. Because of Ka Xian posting a reward, it dragged the Signation Hall right into the water, making him lose a general. This result made Yu Ming very annoyed. Therefore, he was actually very unhappy with both Yi Yuan and Ka Xian. If any of them died, his mood would be much better. This battle was undoubtedly a channel to vent to him. Ka Xian laughed loudly and said, Refuse? Why would I refuse? Ha ha ha. A fool who overestimates his own strength, delivering himself to the door to seek death. This prince is more than happy. Looks like this 10 months' time, his strength had a breakthrough. Ka Xin was not afraid of challenges. On the contrary, he had already not received a challenge for very long. His ident. 1. Tie of a prince was not simply inherited, but was piled up by countless fresh blood. The fiend race did not restrict challenges. The City Lord Manor's prince was also no exception. Wanting to become the City Lord Manor's prince, one had to accept the challenges from all parties. Ka Xin was not a silk pants leading a comfortable life, but a true powerhouse. Of course, not anybody could challenge Ka Xin. He had the right to refuse. It was precisely because of this that Yi Yuan requested Yu Ming to step forward to apply pressure. Yi Yuan was expressing an attitude. The matter of you hiring people to kill me, I already know. The grudge between us is already irreconcilable and can only be resolved with a fight. This was the simplest and most crude way to resolve problems in the fiend race. Chapter 1496 King of Blood Battle. Chapter 1496 King of Blood Battle. The Blood Battle stage was a killing field, just like an underground boxing city. The Blood Mahal had hauled in no idea how much money by relying on it. Every day, hundreds and thousands of life-and-death battles had taken place here. The aristocrats gambled here to seek amuse. The boxers earned money here with their lives. Of course, there were also quite a few bless who would personally take the field and fight to hone themselves. Some people died in battle just like that, while others carved out a path. Ka Xin was one of them. In Capone capital city's blood battle stage, Ka Xin was still a legend to this day. Back then, when Ka Xin was not a prince yet, his reputation was not ill. Trius among his many brothers. However, he was very ruthless to himself. He came to the blood battle stage alone by himself without even bringing along a guard, and he became a blood fighter. Blood fighters were existences for people's enjoyment. They engaged in life-and-death struggles on the blood battle stage every day, while the gambled exorbitant amounts on the grandstand. Since then, Ka Xin started his path of heaven-defying rise. It was also this blood battle stage that excavated his terrifying combat talent. At first, Ka Xion's dozen over battles in a row were all close shaves. Each time, he would barely manage to escape with his life from under his opponent's hands. Virtually everyone all thought that he would not live long. However, one battle after another, his improvement speed was rapid until it made people despair. 10 years later, Ka Xian defeated countless powerhouse adversaries, sweeping across same-rank opponents. From the earlier bitter fights, to virtually having no opponent capable of lasting one exchange with him. Experiencing countless life-and-death battles, Ka Xian's strength advanced by leaps and bounds, daunting until it made his opponents despair. However, this was not the end. After that, the Ka Xian, who was already the blood battle stage's king, started jumping realms to challenge his opponents. This crazed action made everyone all think that he was seeking death. But he did not die. His name lived for 100 years on the ring, all the way until one day no one dared to fight him anymore, starting from no idea when Ka Xian had not lost before. Later, the blood battle stage looked over the records before discovering that Ka Xian had already won 800 over matches in a row. One had to know that in this place where experts were plentiful as clouds, even winning 100 matches in a row was an extremely extravagant matter. But Ka Xian won 800 over matches in a row. Furthermore, his opponents were virtually all powerhouses who were all a minor realm higher than him. From then, Ka Xian had a nickname, the King of Blood Battle. This was a legend. The respect of Fan Yu and the rest toward Ka Xian was not because he was the City Lord Manor's prince, but because they feared his strength. They were very strong too, but they were absolutely not as crazy as Ka Xian. The news of the king of blood battle re-emerging immediately ignited the blood battle stage, making everyone seethe. Source Night, this name had merely just circulated among the upper echelons of Capone capital city. But king of blood battle, this name, virtually no one did not know in Capone capital city. Source Night and KXIN would be carrying out a life and death battle at the blood battle stage. As soon as this news spread out, the blood battle stage crazily seized 30 billion low-grade fiend essence stones within 3 days. 90% of the people all bought the king of blood battle, KXIN's victory, even if KXIN's odds were only 1:1. Of course, there were also quite a few speculators who wagered on Yi Yuan. His odds were too tempting. 115. This was a 15 times profit. Once won, then it was a huge profit. When the positions just opened, Yi Yuan's odds were 1:7. But in 3 days, the people who bought Yi Yuan were few and far between. Yi Yuan's odds also soared along with it, surging to 115. To the blood battle stage, Yi Yuan was an out-and-out newbie. He was completely without any battle achievement support. The odds looked scary, but actually, not many people would go and bet on him at all. The higher the odds, it indicated the less optimistic the blood battle stage was about him. People who bought Yi Yuan's victory were all harboring the mentality of a trace of a fluke. Even if they bought, they would not buy a lot too. At this time, inside a room at the blood battle stage, the blood battle stage's hall master, Blood Eagle, appeared somewhat irritated. Yu Ming, do you have confidence in this life and death battle or not? This position, I was originally not planning on opening it. No idea how upstairs is thinking to actually insist on opening the positions. Now it is stakes so high, I already find it hard to dismount the tiger's back. It's just a few short days' time, and it's already 30 billion. Most likely, on the closing day, the exposure risk will rise to 100 billion or even more. If that Source Night loses, our blood battle stage's 3 years of profits will all sink into the water. Blood Eagle said in a solemn voice. Yu Ming said coolly, this kind of life and death battle, not reaching the last moment, who'd know who wins or loses? Blood Eagle nearly choked and said, Yu Ming, your words are also said too irresponsibly. KXIN strength, you're all too clear. It can be said to be invincible among the same rank. The letter of challenge was issued by you. Don't you know that Source Knight's strength? Yu Ming gave Blood Eagle a glance and said coolly, Blood Eagle, don't be so agitated. I can only tell you that Yi Yuan's chances of winning are greater than you imagine. As for who wins or loses between the two of them, it's really very hard to predict. From a rational point of view, Yu Ming really could not see any chance of Yi Yuan winning. But when he recalled that calm expression of Yi Yuan's, he also felt that Yi Yuan definitely had a plan. This kind of contradictory psychology had already lingered in his heart for a year, making him very uncomfortable. He believed that the other two guys were definitely the same as him. Blood Battle Stage's Blood Eagle was originally just an outsider. But this time, he was dragged down the water too. The moment the positions opened, he had no way to back down anymore. Yu Ming was also very perplexed why upstairs would want to send this order, making them open the positions. Honestly speaking, Yi Yuan's win rate was really too small, unless that packet of powder could greatly diminish KXIN's strength. However, KXIN had already eaten that packet of powder for several months. Right now, there was no problem at all. He was still BRING with vigor and vitality. This showed that Yi Yuan did not bluff him. That powder really would not affect KXIN's strength. Yu Ming's attitude made Blood Eagle about to stomp his feet. He roared at Yu Ming. Win rate greater than I imagine? Yu Ming, you're a dotard, right? If this Source Knight's realm was more or less the same as KXIN's realm, then forget it. But he's just a middle-rank fiend general. Even when KXIN himself was at this realm, it's also impossible to jump realms and defeat himself, right? Yu Ming rolled his eyes and said coolly, it also wasn't me who made you open the positions. What are you yelling at me for? Blood Eagle could not help choking up and immediately shriveled up. Yu Ming gave him a glance and said, just 3 years of profit it's also not a big deal. You guys are the most profitable haul. It's merely a little bit that leaked out at the seams of the pants. I reckon that upstairs is betting too. You think about it. One source night wins. How much money will you all make? Blood Eagle gave a cold snort and said it lightly, your hauls only know how to burn money, don't know our pains. I watched Ka Xin grow up with my own eyes. His strength, I'm all too aware. Even if that source knight is a second Ka Xin, it's also impossible to win him with his realm. These 100 billion essence stones will most likely sink into the waters this time. Chapter 14, 97 Forced Breakthrough. Chapter 14, 97 Forced Breakthrough. On this day, the grandstand of the Blood Battle Stage's main platform was fully occupied. Those martial artists' faces were all G with fanatical expressions. That was wars. H-I+P straight from the bottom of the heart. The king of Blood Battle returning to the Blood Battle Stage. Just this one topic was sufficient to drive them crazy. People who hung around at the Blood Battle Stage every day were all a bunch of fanatic lunatics. The fiend race loved fighting, while they were belligerents among belligerents. Therefore, they were filled with endless wars. H-I+P towards the king of Blood Battle. Ka Xin was the legend here, the idol that they wars. H-I+Ped the most. I waited for 200 years. His Highness Ka Xin is finally going to take action once again. This time, it will probably be his swan song. I mustn't miss it. How much did you bet on His Highness Ka Xin winning? I put down all of my AS sets. This kind of sure-win transaction, what's there to hesitate about? What about you? I wagered 30 Fiend Essence Stones. This is 80% of my AS sets. Is the Blood Battle Stage stupid this time? This kind of battle, they actually still open positions. Who cares? Free money, why not take it? Everyone on the grandstands was incomparably excited. Not only could they watch the swan song battle of the king of Blood Battle, but they could also earn money. This kind of good thing, they had never encountered it before. Regarding Yi Yuan issuing a letter of challenge, this matter, there were naturally people who had doubts. But after they heard Yi Yuan's realm, they no longer had doubts. Middle-rank fiend, general, challenging the king of Blood Battle? What was this if not courting death? The grandstand's second level's VIP area was also fully occupied. Some small family clans' big shots could only stand at the back row. A little smaller, and they could only squeeze with the ordinary people outside. The four great families' family heads were imposingly present. Ka Lan was the Ka family's present family head, in charge of managing the Ka family's affairs. Although the Ka family stayed in the City Lord Manor, they were distinct from the City Lord Manor. After Ka Suaw, the Ka family had always been Capone capital city's ruler. No one was able to shake this position. The Ka family had a flurries. H-I, plusing population with countless descendants. Ka Xin was the pinnacle most existence among them. Fan Lin, your Fan family finally managed to pick up a powerful fiend apothecary, but is a complete and utter fool. Did your Fan family bring so many people come to collect his corpse on his behalf? Kalan mocked. Fan Lin was the Fan family's family head. Hearing that, he immediately retorted sarcastically, "Humph. The battle hasn't started yet. Who wins or loses is still not known." Kalan laughed loudly and said, "I know that this kid's strength is pretty good, killing stars. H-I, plus any of the three of them by himself. But Ka Xion's strength, you all are well aware. No matter how impressive this kid is, he can't flip the heavens too." Fan Lin defended himself with sophistry. "It's not too late for you to come and brag after Ka Xion wins." Kalan laughed loudly and said, very well. When Ka Xion pummels that brat into minced meat, I'll come and brag again." "Ha ha." Fan Lin had a livid look, gave a cold snort, and did not talk anymore. He really could not find a reason to believe that Yi Yuan could win this fight. Originally found an extremely powerful 2-star fiend apothecary, Fan Lin was excited until he could not sleep for quite a few days. But he had yet to enjoy a few days of bliss, and it was going to be over. Li Ji, your relations. H.I. plus P with Source Knight is the best. You say, does he have hopes of winning or not? Fan Lin asked Li Ji softly. Li Ji's expression was very ugly. She shook her head, but she did not know what she should say. When Yi Yuan issued the letter of challenge, he definitely did not know how terrifying Ka Xian was. The T.I. Tli of King of Blood Battle that was slaughtered out by him match after match. She completely did not think that Yi Yuan would go and issue a letter of challenge to Ka Xian. If she knew, she definitely would not have allowed this thing to happen. Now a shot arrow could not be recalled already. At this time, the Blood Battle Stage's referee walked to the center of the ring and said in a clear voice, "Today this battle, the two parties involved, one party is known as the King of Blood Battle, His Highness Ka Xian, while the other party is the Fan family's special grade retainer, Source Knight. 2 months ago, Source Knight issued a letter of challenge to His Highness Ka Xian. This battle will continue until life and death are determined." The moment the referee's voice faded, momentous and tidal-like roars sounded out on the grandstands. "Long live His Highness Ka Xian. Kill that fool who overestimates his own ability. The kind of blood battle is mighty. The kind of blood battle is mighty. Your Highness Ka Xian, I love you." Although Ka Xian had not taken action for 200 years, his popularity in the blood battle stage was still exceedingly high. Those who wars H.I. plus pet him were not just male martial artists. There were also large groups of female martial artists, as well as Blee ladies. They did not stint with their wars. H.I. plus ping feelings in the slightest, with 3 cheers for Ka Xian. As for Yi Yuan, he was already a dead man in their eyes long ago. Over 200 years ago, Ka Xian could only insta-kill those in the same rank. His current strength was definitely even more unfathomable. "Now, the King of Blood Battle, Your Highness Ka Xian, please take the field," called out the referee in a clear voice. The moment his voice faded, screams sounded out all round. The Ka Xian in white robes slowly walked out of the pious sageway, carrying overweeningly arrogant domineeringness. This kind of feeling had not been seen for ages. The deafening cheers did not make Ka Xian have a feeling of his hot blood boiling. On the contrary, he was frighteningly calm right now. Upon standing in the ring, he seemingly returned to when he took the stage on the blood battle stage again. At present, his strength was no longer comparable with the past. But upon standing here, his cold blood state immediately returned to his body. In this place, he would not underestimate any opponent. Countless times of life and death struggles made him understand that underestimating one's opponent any one time would become a lurking peril of death. "Sir Source Knight, please appear on the stage." In a pious sage way, the Yi Yuan in black robes slowly came out. Yi Yuan's appearance immediately caused a stir. Wasn't it said that Source Knight was a middle-rank fiend general? How did he become a high-rank fiend general? It's just a year's time, and he broke through? No wonder he dared to challenge His Highness Ka Xian. Looks like he still has some skill. It's just that breaking through is useless too. His Highness Ka Xian is already half-step fiend commander realm. He can break through to become a fiend commander at any time. He's still dead. The news that spread previously, Yi Yuan was just a middle-rank fiend general. But when Yi Yuan appeared in front of everyone, his aura was already much stronger, already a high-rank fiend general, just like that. Inside a secret private room, Yu Ming saw that Yi Yuan broke through his realm, but his brows furrowed. This kid actually forcefully broke through his realm. Looks like we all overestimated him. Yu Ming said with a sigh. The expression of the blood eagle by the side changed, and he said, "It's over. The positions open this time are too big. 3 years of profit is going to sink into the water." When Ka Xian saw Yi Yuan, he was surprised for a while first. Very soon, his face revealed a mocking look. "I didn't expect that you actually forcefully broke through your realm for this challenge. Oh, do you think that by breaking through a minor realm, you can kill me?" Ka Xian said with an amused look as he smiled. To genius martial artists, forcefully breaking through realms was a great taboo. It would cause one's foundation to become unstable. Ka, Hexen, Qin Tian, these geniuses, their cultivation speed were all very fast, but they had to suppress their realms and not let their realm increase too quickly. It was in order to retain potential to the greatest limit. But Yi Yuan actually forcefully broke through his realm for this battle today. This would cause his foundation to be unstable. Although his strength increased, it was a time bomb. Perhaps it would explode at any time. Chapter 1498, Iron-Wired True Fiend Punch. Chapter 1498, Iron-Wired True Fiend Punch. Ka, Xin pointed at the cheering crowd and said proudly, "Do you think that only you can jump realms to battle? Listen to their cheers. This is what I exchange for using one victory after another." Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a smile, "I know, 800 over matches of consecutive wins. It's no big deal. In the past, body ended your winning streak. But it doesn't mean that right now, there isn't." A mere 800 over matches of consecutive wins were nothing in Yi Yuan's eyes. Back then, he won several thousand matches in a row in Cloud Marsh City, seeking but one defeat and not getting it. That was the feeling of seeking defeat amidst loneliness. The things that Ka Xin had felt before, he felt before. The things that Ka Xin never felt before, he had similarly felt before. He acknowledged that Ka Xin was a powerful opponent, but he was even more confident in himself. However, Yi Yuan's words immediately caused a mighty uproar. What did he say? Over 800 matches of consecutive wins is nothing? Hoo-hoo, what a riot. He's talking big to impress people here. Ignorant fool. When he witnesses the king of blood battles' terrifying strength, he'll know what over 800 matches mean. Shameless boasting. A pretty boy like him will be dead in less than 3 days going on to the blood battle stage. He actually dares to insult my idol, a mere high-rank fiend general, truly unbelievably arrogant. Yi Yuan's words had another feeling when others heard them. Overestimating your own ability, ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. In general, it was what these people thought of Yi Yuan. Ka Xin was the undefeated D of war in their hearts. So how could he possibly lose to such an unusual fellow? Ka Xin laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Haha, perhaps there's someone capable of ending my winning streak, but that person definitely isn't you. Regarding your action of seeking death, I admire it very much." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Whether or not it's seeking death, you'll know right away." Seeing the gunpowder smell gradually became thicker, the referee spoke up in a timely manner. "Since both of you parties have agreed upon life and death, this battle isn't limited to any means. As long as you can kill your opponent, it will do. Now the battle begins." Finished talking, the referee withdrew from the main ring. The protective grand array activated. A wave of fanaticism was set off on the grandstands once more. "Attack, King of Blood Battle. Kill that pretty boy." "Your Highness Ka Xin, let us have a taste of the style of the King of Blood Battle again. Kill, kill, kill. Beat him in a SCRAPS." The cheering sound were louder one wave after another. The entire blood battle stage was virtually supporting Ka Xin one-sidedly. As for Yi Yuan, probably only the fan family would cheer him on. "Ha ha, body has dared to challenge me for 200 years. Got to admit, you're very courageous. In order to reward your courage, I'll blast you until not even residue remains." Ka Xin laughed ferociously. The aura on his entire body suddenly changed. That image of an elegant and poised prince was immediately gone. What was standing on the ring right now was a vicious wolf, full of a dangerous aura from top to bottom. Fiendish energy surged on Ka Xion's body. On a pair of divine artifact gloves, 2 black-colored virtual images of a fist condensed and formed. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent. The fiendish energy within his body also secretly revolved, taking precautions. Blood Eagle's expression changed, and he said in a solemn voice, "The moment he came up and it's the iron wire true fiend punch, that boy is in danger." Back then, when he was still only initial rank Fiend General. He used this move and unleashed 300 punches in a row, forcefully SMAs. Plussing a middle-rank Fiend General into mincemeat. From start to end, that middle-rank Fiend General never made a single move. And that middle-rank Fiend General already won 86 matches in a row at that time. Regarding Ka Xian's past, Blood Eagle could speak on it with great familiarity. To be able to make the Blood Battle Stage's Hall Master pay such attention, Ka Xian's prowess back then could be seen at a glance. Yu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said, "Looks like he's going to compete in speed with Source Knight. Ka Xian, this lad, is still so domineering. Wonder whether or not Source Knight this brat can block or not." Yu Ming naturally knew that Yi Yuan's sword art was adept at speed. Ka Xian's move was going to compete in Yi Yuan's strength with him. "Weren't you fast? I'll use speed to beat you." Amen. This stance, it's the Iron Wire True Fiend Punch. Haha, truly a move that hasn't been seen for a long time. His Highness Ka Xian did a big move the moment he came up. This punk is pitiable. Back then, the Demeng who was known as the Iron Butcher was forcefully bombarded to death by His Highness Ka Xian and didn't even make a single move. Let's guess how many punches this kid can block. Ha 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 ha. The moment these words came out, everyone started guessing one after another. Some said 3 punches, some said 10 punches, some said 1 punch. All in all, no one was optimistic about Yi Yuan at all. Swuz. Plus right then, Ka Xian moved. From silence to moving, it was extremely sudden. Even if everyone was prepared, they also felt that their reaction was somewhat lagging behind. At virtually the same time, Yi Yuan moved too. Bang, bang, bang. Right after, a series of detonating sounds transmitted over. The vast majority of the people on the grandstands could not see the two peoples fight at all. They only saw the black fist images filling the air everywhere. Those were the fist images of the Iron Wire True Fiend Punch. However, they could not see Yi Yuan draw his sword at all. Very clearly, Yi Yuan was being completely suppressed. Those dense fist images made people practically about to suffocate. Separated by the protective grand array, they could feel that horrifying law's undulation. So strong. This is the strength of the King of Blood Battle. His Highness Ka Xian's present strength completely can't be mentioned in the same breath as back then. Speed, strength, power of laws, all have gone up several steps. I feel that his strength is also not much worse compared to initial rank Fiend commanders, right? The people forgot to cheer for a moment. It was exclamations everywhere on the stands. Under the fist images, Yi Yuan appeared very fluid tiered. Ever since comprehending Chasing Moon to grand completion, there were virtually not many people capable of keeping up with his speed. But after Ka Xian's Iron Wire True Fiend Punch was unleashed, it was like a motor that never rests, unable to stop at all. Over a dozen breaths of time, Ka Xian already unleashed several hundred punches, each punch faster than the last. Yi Yuan had just dodged a punch, and the next punch arrived with a howl. He did not have time to draw his sword at all. Just a fraction slower, and he would be swept by the fist winds. Currently, Yi Yuan's vital energy and blood were erratic. Although he barely managed to dodge these hundreds of punches, the undulations of power of laws suffused everywhere in the air still caused considerable damage to him. Ka Xian's might was somewhat out of expectations. No, wait, he's building up fist momentum. Can't drag on like this with him anymore. His realm far surpa. SES mine, his explosive power is much stronger than mine. If it were others such high-intensity moves, the fist momentum should get weaker and weaker. But Ka Xian's fist was clearly one punch stronger than the other. His fist winds already gradually caught up with Yi Yuan's movement technique. At this rate, Yi Yuan would lose without a doubt. Sundering stars. Yi Yuan did not even turn his head back. The evil extermination sword chopping out like lightning. Boom! Two power of laws collided together vigorously at close range. Yi Yuan spurted fresh blood wildly, figures slamming onto the protective grand array like a straight line. While Xian's iron wire true fiend punch finally stopped because of this chopping move. Chapter 1499, Attaining the Acme of Perfection, Drawing Parallels from Inference. 1499, Attaining the Acme of Perfection, Drawing Parallels from Inference. Haha. With this bit of strength, he also dares to challenge His Highness Xian. Really tired of living. Ignorant fool. Now he knows the strength of the king of blood battle, right? Hey, is he dead? Not dead. Quickly stand up and carry on letting His Highness Xian abuse. On the stand, a wave of intense cheering erupted. No one had sympathy for Yi Yuan. On the blood battle stage, only the victor would obtain applause and admiration. Losers, no one had sympathy. In their view, Yi Yuan challenging His Highness Xian was totally overestimating his own ability. Blood Eagle secretly heaved a sigh in relief. He was nervous just now until his palm broke out in a sweat, thinking that Yi Yuan was dead for sure. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually pulled through. This kid has such incredible insight. A little bit later, and he'd be defeated, Blood Eagle said. Yu Ming said, breaking the fist momentum at the risk of getting injured. This kid is still very daring and resolute. It's just that the speed which he relies on to face his enemies is utterly restricted. Truly can't see the chances of winning. At this time, Yu Ming already fully confirmed that that packet of powder indeed did not affect Xian's strength. Then what on earth was its effect? Yi Yuan racked his brains. Could it be that it was doing pointless endeavors? Don't you still have an even faster move? Why didn't you use it? Haha, let me see just how fast you are, Xian said with a satisfied look. Yi Yuan secretly revolved the Tyrant Dragon regeneration art to recover his injuries. A cold light appeared in his eyes, and he said in a cold voice, as you Wisconsin H. Plus, all of a sudden, Yi Yuan's figure disappeared. Those on the grandstands whose strength did not reach Fiend Commander realm could not see Yi Yuan's shadow at all. It was as if Yi Yuan disappeared into thin air. Where is he? Why is he gone? Could it be fast until we can't see? This is also too fast, right? A high-rank Fiend General can actually be swift to this kind of degree. No wonder he dared to challenge His Highness Xian. He really has some ability. It's no use. The King of Blood Battle is undefeatable. This kid is hard-pressed to escape death. When Xian saw this scene, his expression could not help turning intent. Even faster, compared to facing off with stars. Plus any they all the last time, the speed of Yi Yuan's Phantom Kill move was much faster again. Last time, he could still see Yi Yuan's figure clearly. But this time, with his visual prowess, he actually only saw a blurry shadow. How could the improvement be so great in a year's time? Not only breaking through a minor realm, the power of laws even improved further too. The Blood Battle Stage's grandstands actually had a total of 3 levels. However, the 3rd level's grandstand was never open to the public. This was a secret room. The outside world could not perceive it at all. Inside this room, a man and a woman, 2 figures, were currently staring at the ring below. The woman was very beautiful. Even if just standing there, she gave people a bewitching sensation. If Yi Yuan was here, he would be able to recognize that this woman was precisely the Yi Han who received him at the 100 Nose Hall. When Yi Han saw Yi Yuan use Phantom Kill, a trace of amazement was revealed in her gaze, and she said to the man beside her, "What terrifying talent." He actually drew parallels from inference, comprehending spatial laws through Sword Dao laws. The man's face also revealed a shocked expression and said, "No wonder he could be selected by you. This boy's talent is indeed Estoni's." Plusing, drawing parallels from inference. This requires one's utilization of Sword Dao laws to reach the acme of perfection before they can accomplish it. His power of laws isn't strong. What is strong lies with putting it to use. When people cultivated the power of laws, they only knew to cultivate the strength of the power of laws. But extremely few people practiced application of the power of laws. No matter how strong the power of laws, if one did not know how to apply it. It was like a child swinging a broadsword, unable to unleash the true might of the power of laws. The way of application was similarly divided into realms. First glimpse at the door, achieving mastery through comprehensive study, unity of mind, as well as the most fleeting and ephemeral acme of perfection. 1. Yi Yuan had always been able to defeat the strong as the weak. The reason lied in his realm of application. To the vast majority of martial artists, they pursued the realm of laws blindly, but neglected the application of laws. Hence, they stopped at the first glimpse at the door. A minority of martial artists who fought in more actual combats. They could reach the realm of achieving mastery through comprehensive study. An extremely small portion of the people was able to cultivate to the extent of unity of mind through countless battles. As for the realm of acme of perfection, those who could reach it were like feathers of a phoenix and the horn of a chelan. On one hand, it hinged on talent. On the other hand, it also depended on how much a person's actual combat experience was. Of course, very few people spent their energy to go and practice the way of application, because this required expending a large amount of time, with the losses outweighing the gains. Once they missed the golden period of cultivation, it would be very hard for their realm to want to break through. When Yi Yuan was at the sword tomb, he could be said to have been subjected to all kinds of torment before he comprehended sword Tao laws. Not because he was a M-A-S-O-C-H-I-S-T, but because he was experiencing each sword's true essence, experiencing the way of application. Therefore, he was able to trigger the resonance of all of the swords. Yi Yuan's sword Tao law's power advanced very slowly, not because his comprehension was poor, but because he spent a great deal of time on the way of application. Leaving the sword tomb, Yi Yuan currently had the death cultivation S-P-A-C. There, he could feel the inadequacies of his sword art even more distinctly. For him to be able to kill his way out of the death cultivation S-P-A-C time after time and never failing, what it relied on was not a fluke. After Yi Yuan broke through to late-stage heaven glimpse and entered the death cultivation S-P-A-C several times, he finally trained the way of application to the acme of perfection realm. And this time, during the time Yi Yuan was in the death cultivation S-P-A-C, when he urged phantom kill to the limits, his mind suddenly became more agile as luck hit, comprehending a trace of spatial law power. After this trace of spatial law power merged into his movement technique, it made phantom kill this move become even more illusionary and abstruse. Even with Ka Xian's strength, he found it hard to capture his figure. Ka Xian's expression changed. He discovered that he actually could not keep up with Yi Yuan's speed anymore. He only said a sentence provocatively just now, wanting Yi Yuan to exhibit phantom kill, but did not expect that what he saw was actually the phantom kill after evolution. Brahma, true fiend, Dharma idol. Protect me. Ka Xian gave a fierce cry, his fiendish energy surging. A true fiend Dharma idol condensed behind him. The true fiend Dharma idol lied prostrated on the ground and actually protected Ka Xian's entire person firmly in the middle. Then the entire SP-A-C exploded. Bang, bang, bang. Everyone could only see Yuan's figure and only saw that the true fiend Dharma idol's body was bombarded countless times within an extremely short time. Bang. Following a huge bang, the true fiend Dharma idol dissipated with a loud bang. Ka Xian's body flew out backward. While at this time, Yi Yuan's figure also revealed himself, appearing rather ragged. Although his realm broke through, phantom kill's power became greater. The consumption of divine essence also became much greater. It was also just him. If it were others, they were completely unable to support phantom kill this move while being in the same realm. On the grandstands, it was deathly quiet. They were all stunned by this scene. Their king of blood battle was actually struck flying by someone. Furthermore, the one who sent him flying was merely just a high-rank fiend general. In Capone, capital city, N-O, Body had ever thought that they could jump realms to defeat Ka Xin before. But Yi Yuan did it. Honestly, these aren't important. They don't really show up again. Chapter 1500 True Fiend Mantle versus Daybreak. Chapter 1500 True Fiend Mantle versus Daybreak. Is my eyesight failing? His Highness Ka Xin was actually defeated? This Source Knight is so strong. Really too strong. He's just a high-rank fiend general. To actually be able to defeat the half-step fiend commander, His Highness Ka Xin. His Highness Ka Xin has basically been all jumping realms to battle after 10 years at the blood battle stage. Today, he was actually defeated by someone jumping realms. This is too inconceivable. The momentous and title-like yelling disappeared. What replaced it was a series of exclamations. Those fanatical supporters of Ka Xin suddenly became confused. What they saw was an idol suddenly collapsing. They finally knew that Yi Yuan was not a fool seeking his death. He was really impressive. Ha ha ha. Ka Lan. Didn't you say that Ka Xin will pummel him into mincemeat? Didn't you want to brag? Why don't you boast now? When Fan Lin saw this scene, he could not resist speaking sarcastically. Ka Lan's expression was ugly to the extreme. He gave a cold snort and said, "It's not over yet. How many times do you think that kid can use this move?" Fan Lin said smugly, "Just need to be able to use once more will suffice. You look at Ka Xion's state. Can he still resist a second time?" At this time, the fiendish energy on Ka Xion's body had dissipated significantly. This phantom kill move of Yi Yuan's was too ruthless. The Brahma True Fiend Dharma idol blocked the majority of the power, but it still made him sustain heavy injuries. Compared to Yi Yuan's injuries earlier, his was much more severe. Ka Xin crawled up from the ground rather difficultly, his gaze looking over toward Yi Yuan coldly. Until now, he still did not dare to believe it. A year's time, how could Yi Yuan improve so quickly? He was previously still mocking Yi Yuan, forcefully breaking through realm. Looking at it now, it was completely not the case. Not only did Yi Yuan break through to become a high-rank fiend general for real, furthermore, his realm was also already consolidated very solidly, without the slightest trace of instability. Good, very good. Source Knight, to be able to force this prince to this extent, you can be sufficiently proud of yourself. If my conjectures are right, that move just now, you can only attack once more, right? Ka Xin said with a dark expression. Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "So what if yes, so what if not?" Ka Xin snorted coldly and said, "Whether yes or not, you can't escape death. True fiend mantle, magnificent devilish heaven." Rumble. An enormous true fiend phantom condensed and formed above Ka Xion's head. Countless heaven and earth spiritual energy gathered over here. The terrifying true fiend pressure made everyone somewhat breathless. It's true fiend devil soul mantle. My God, His Highness Ka Xion is actually already able to summon the true fiend devil soul. Devil soul mantle. Not only can it let fiend essence instantly recover, furthermore, one can cast numerous ancient forbidden moves, its power being incomparably terrifying. Really didn't expect that His Highness Ka Xion still had such a trump card. With this, Source Knight is in danger. This Source Knight's talent is indeed terrifying, even Serpa. Sing His Highness Ka Xion. It's too bad his realm is too low. Ultimately, it's difficult to escape death. The moment Ka Xion's move was unleashed, everyone got a huge shock. Summoning true fiend devil soul. This was a unique secret art of the fiend race, exceedingly difficult to master. Those able to summon true fiend mantle were all peak geniuses of the fiend race. Seeing this scene, Blood Eagle, whose expression had just taken a turn for the better, immediately changed drastically and said, "It's over, it's over." Still thought that it's a big win this time. Didn't expect that Ka Xion, this boy, can actually summon the true fiend devil soul already. Yu Ming frowned and said, "Looks like the victory has been decided." On the third level stands, The man who had both brows tightly knitted the whole time finally eased up and said with a faint smile, "Looks like he isn't Ka Xian's match in the end. Such talent, what a shame." Ihan's face also revealed a look of surprise, but she smiled and said, "Congratulations, City Lord Ka Long, for having a worthy successor. This Source Knight is a promising talent. Looks like it was too hasty." This man was actually Capone Capital City's City Lord, Ka Long. Look at Ihan's tone when speaking with him. They were actually on equal footings. Ka Long smiled when he heard that and said, "Looks like you have no other choice as well." Ihan smiled but did not say anything. At this time, the true fiend devil soul on top of Ka Xian's head slowly landed and actually fused into his body. For some time, fiendish energy surged monstrously. Ka Xian slowly opened both eyes, his eyes pitch black. "Haha, what powerful strength. Really makes my hot blood boil. Source Knight, I admit that you're very strong, but you still have to die. Heavenly fiend, hidden art, boundless devil shadow. Iron wire true fiend punch." Ka Xian gave a fierce cry. His figure suddenly vanished. I, plussing on the spot. He was actually the same as Yi Yuan vanished. I, plussing from everyone's line of sight. Phantom kill. At the same time, Yi Yuan gave a light cry, his figure likewise disappearing. Bang, bang, bang. On the ring, terrifying bombardment sounds came over. Two terrifying power of laws clashed in the ring. However, no one could see their figures at all. The two people seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Only that intense tremor sound made it clear to all about these two people's existence. Although they could not see, everyone felt like they were about to suffocate. These two people's strengths were too formidable, virtually already reached the limits that Fiend General Realm could achieve. Just who is dominating? Can't see it all. Is there still a need to say? It must be His Highness Ka Xian. He's cloaking on the true fiend essence being supplied endlessly. Furthermore, there's the true fiend's secret art. His speed can already catch up to Source Knights. This battle is already without suspense. Lucky. I wagered all of my sets on His Highness Ka Xian to win. Didn't expect that this Source Knight was actually a major dark horse, almost causing me to lose all of my net worth. Who isn't? That move of Source Knights is really strong. It's just too bad that he can only sustain for a short while. Everyone only saw bombarding sounds coming from the corners of the ring continuously, determining their positions with this. It was just that how the battle situation was in. Body knew as well. In a twinkle, several dozen breaths said. On the battlefield, a quiet voice faintly transmitted over. Daybreak. There was a violent explosion sound, blowing up the entire ring's floor. Dust and smoke were flying everywhere. Finally, that violent fighting sound ceased. The dust and smoke dispersed. Two extremely wretched figures appeared in front of everyone. Yi Yuan panted heavily for air, his complexion incomparably pale. There was no idea how many injuries sustained on his body, blood flowing nonstop. However, Ka Xian's situation was even worse than his. Ka Xian's true fiend devil soul was already utterly dispersed by Yi Yuan, his fleshy body virtually having more than half shaved off by Yi Yuan, looking incomparably devastating. Ka Xian's gaze stared fixedly at Yi Yuan, plussing his teeth in hatred as he said, "You actually still had a trump card to play." Yi Yuan's trump card was the Chaos Heaven Opening Sword Art's third form, Daybreak. This move broke myriad moves under the heavens. Under the state of Phantom Kill, Yi Yuan unleashed. Plussing this move directly shattered his true fiend devil soul. Yi Yuan grinned and said, "I said this before, your winning streaks are nothing. That's because you never encountered me." Ha. Ka Xian suddenly laughed wildly nonstop, looked at Yi Yuan, and said with pity, "Do you think that it's over just like this? Since I can't kill you at Fiend General Realm, then I'll use Fiend Commander Realm to kill you." Chapter 15:01 Unfettered Soul Eater Powder. Chapter 15:01 Unfettered Soul Eater Powder. Hearing Ka Xian's wild laughter, Yu Ming's body suddenly trembled. This packet of powder is just in order to ensure that he and I fight under fair conditions. Yi Yuan's words were still ringing in his ears. Yu Ming suddenly realized that that packet of powder was in order to prevent Ka Xian from forcefully breaking through at the last minute to the Fiend Commander realm. But could that packet of powder really do it? Yu Ming, what's wrong with you? Blood Eagle suddenly asked. Yu Ming shook his head and said, nothing. I wonder if Ka Xian can succeed in breaking through or not. If he succeeds, Yi Yuan will be in danger. Although Blood Eagle and he both belong to the Blood Yamahal, this kind of thing, the fewer people that knew, the better. Ka Xian was the Ka family's #1 genius after all. A junior who would definitely be able to inherit the position of city lord in the future. Once the news leaked out, it would be a troublesome affair. Therefore, this matter, the fewer people that knew, the better. Killing people did not necessarily need to use weapons. How powerful the Sination Hall was, only he, the Hall Master, as well as the Blood Yamahal's Hall Master knew. On the second day after Yi Yuan handed him this packet of powder, he had Ka Xian drink it in complete secrecy. And now, it seemed like it reached the time for it to take effect. But Blood Eagle's expression was ugly as he said, with Ka Xian's strength, breaking through shouldn't be an issue. It will depend on whether Source Knight can recover Fiend Essence rapidly or not. The two people had both reached the point of total exhaustion right now. Whoever recovers strength first would be the victor. Yi Yuan did not bother with Ka Xian's ridiculing. He took out a medicinal pill very indifferently and started recovering Fiend Essence. Everyone's heart leaped to their throats, watching this scene extremely nervously. The violent spiritual energy gathered over from all directions. Ka Xian let out a long laugh, laughing brazenly without any fear. This powerful sidelong glance made everyone cast a sidelong glance. As long as Ka Xian broke through a realm, spiritual energy would instantly pour into Ka Xian's body, becoming his Fiend Essence. The Fiend race primarily cultivated the Fiend Soul. Ka Xian completely released the suppression of the Fiend Soul and let the Fiend Soul start getting into contact with Heavenly Tao. As long as he obtained a recognition of Heavenly Tao, his Fiend Soul would be able to advance smoothly, becoming a Fiend Commander powerhouse. Suddenly, Ka Xian's expression changed drastically. He discovered that his Fiend Soul seemed to have run into a barrier. He was actually unable to break through. The realm of Fiend Commander was right under his nose, seemingly within grasp. But this last step, he was unable to take it no matter what. That feeling was like the reflection of the moon in the water. He could see it, but it could not be touched, driving him crazy. D.A.M. in it. Break through. What's going on? Ka Xian cried out in his heart. Amen? What's going on? His Highness Ka Xian seems to be somewhat not quite right. With his strength, breaking through the bottleneck should be something that happens naturally without extra effort. But why is the spiritual energy showing signs of dissipating? No way, right? His Highness Ka Xian is actually unable to break through? How is this possible? Very soon, the crowd on the grandstand discovered something amiss. The spiritual energy that gathered over failed to be absorbed by Ka Xian and had signs of dissipating instead. This discovery made everyone perplexed. Yu Ming's expression became intent. Tanic waves set off in his heart. It indeed came. The function of that packet of powder was indeed in order to prevent Ka Xian from forcefully breaking through. Yu Ming, as the Sination Hall's Hall Master, could be said to be experienced and knowledgeable. He had never heard before that there was some kind of medicinal powder that could make people unable to break through realms. Furthermore, the party still did not have the faintest inkling. This packet of medicinal powder was truly unknown to DS nor ghosts. Moreover, Yi Yuan said back then, this packet of medicinal powder would have an effect on his level of powerhouse. If he did not believe in such heresy and tried it, Would it be impossible for him to break through to the Fiend Lord realm in this lifetime too? Extreme horror after long deliberation. The grandstand's third level. Ihan looked at Yi Yuan, who slowly stood up. A hint of a smile flashed across her eyes. Looks like the outcome is a foregone conclusion. City Lord Ka Long, you wouldn't blame me, right? Ihan said to Ka Long with a smile. But Ka Long seemed very indifferent and said with a smile, Hall Master, Ihan is too kind. Reaching our realm, those below Fiend Lord are all ants. Ka Xian losing to Source Knight is his strength being inadequate. How could I blame you? Merely a junior. Just groom another one will do. If Yi Yuan heard this, he would definitely get a huge shock. Ihan, who teased and flirted with him that time, was actually the incomparably mysterious Blood Yama, Hall's Hall Master. And she was actually a Fiend Lord powerhouse, the same as City Lord Ka Long. Hearing Ka Long say this, Ihan covered her mouth and smiled as she said, It's good that City Lord doesn't blame me. You rest as, assured. I owe you a favor this time. Ka Long's brows raised up. Looking at Ihan rather surprisedly, she said, Hall Master, Ihan's favor is much more valuable than a junior. Yi Yuan slowly walked towards Ka Xian and said nonchalantly, I said before, your winning streak isn't anything remarkable. You see, body is cheering for you anymore. A hint of panic finally flashed across Ka Xian's face. No, impossible. Why? Why would I fail to break through? This is impossible. Helplessness was written all over Ka Xian's face. He completely never thought before that he would fail breaking through the Fiend Commander realm, let alone that Yi Yuan had long planned this scheme a year ago in order to prevent him from breaking through his realm. Everything was long already destined at that moment when he decided to kill Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan had witnessed before Qin Tian breaking through at the last minute. So how could he possibly give him the opportunity to break through? That packet of powder was called Unfettered Soul Eater Powder, a medicine specially made to target the Fiend race's Fiend Soul. As long as Fiend race martial artists consumed it, the Unfettered Soul Eater Powder would directly act on the Fiend Soul, making the Fiend Soul unable to perceive heaven's secrets, unable to advance an inch further in this lifetime. The Unfettered Soul Eater Powder was colorless and odorless, and also would not cause any harm to a martial artist's strength. But as long as they suck, they could forget about breaking through again in this lifetime. Until death, they would not know what was going on. Although the Unfettered Soul Eater Powder that Yi Yuan refined could not affect Yu Ming to the point he could no longer advance an inch further for life, but for him to advance to become a Fiend Lord, this kind of thing, he could forget about it. Impossible. I'm the king of blood battle. How can I lose to a high-rank Fiend general? Arg, I'll fight it out with you. Ka Xian roared, pouncing over toward Yi Yuan. However, in his current state, he was unable to pose any threat to Yi Yuan at all. Yi Yuan looked at him with pity and said coolly, When you were immersed in the glory of the past, you were already doomed to today's outcome. You are not irreplaceable. The king of blood battle, is it? What a ridiculous honor. Chi. Yi Yuan's long sword swung, directly cruise. Plussing Ka Xian's Fiend Soul, not giving him any chance. All those present were dead silent. Although they had long already known the outcome, when this instant arrived, they still could not quite believe it. The king of blood battle, the legend of the blood battle stage, was defeated just like this? Just what kind of terrifying existence is that handsome young man on the ring? This battle, Source Knight wins, Ka Xian loses. Finally, the referee's announcement shattered this silence. Chapter 1502, Attracted by Fame. Chapter 1502, Attracted by Fame, even with Blood Eagle's shrewdness, he nearly jumped up. He was simply too excited. A single fight actually earned back 2 to 3 years of profit. This money was simply swept over by the wind. The blood battle stage was the most profitable hall among the halls within the Blood Yama Hall. It could be described using the phrase bringing in bushels of gold daily. But earning money like this today had never happened in history before. Deducting those who bet on Yi Yuan's victory, The blood battle stage crazily pulled in 100 billion low-grade fiend essence stones today alone. Ha ha ha. It's still Lord Hall Master who had foresight. This money was earned too easily. I really didn't expect. Before today, who would have thought that a middle-rank fiend general could defeat the king of blood battle? Ka, Excian? Blood Eagle said excitedly. Today, the blood battle hall reaped a huge earning. This hall master, felt like his back was straightened. Yu Ming was clearly not as excited as Blood Eagle and said indifferently, "Yeah, it's still Lord Hall Master who had the foresight. This boy is absolutely not a creature that belongs in a shallow pond. His talent, methods are all too terrifying. A few families rejoice and a few families are in sorrow." Compared to Blood Eagle's excitement, wailing sounds echoed outside. "It's over. This time, it's thoroughly over. Was I freaking stupid? Why would I pledge all of my assets? With this, I lost everything. My fiend essence stones. Sniff, sniff. Your father went through fire and water for several thousand years before saving up these few tens of thousands of fiend essence stones. Now, return to before liberation overnight. DM, NK Exen, to actually cause me to lose so badly. I'm going crazy. Profit. Earn big profits. I wagered 50,000 fiend essence stones, and it flipped 15 times all at once. 15 times. That person was immersed in excitement, but did not notice that there were already many pairs of eyes staring at him. Those mucking around the blood battle stage. The majority were martial artists mucking around at the bottom level. Now that they lost all of their sets, they were already anxious until their eyes turned red. This fellow who bet on Yi Yuan's victory earned money, but did not know how to restrain himself. Later, he would not even know how he died. However, there were always some people who were exceptions. Fan Lin was hugging Li Ji at this time, Wisconsin plussing to hold her with his everything. He had never felt that this daughter was so pleasing to the eye. Yi Yuan was the Fan family's special grade retainer. Fan Lin naturally would not bet on Ka Xian's one like the others. However, he was not optimistic about Yi Yuan at all. Harboring the idea of cheering Yi Yuan on, Fan Lin bet on Yi Yuan 1 million fiend essence stones. He never thought that in a blink, Yi Yuan earned him 15 million fiend essence stones. Even to a large family like the Fan family, 15 million fiend essence stones were absolutely not a small sum as well. More importantly, there was excitement on his face. The name of Source Knight would reverberate throughout Capone capital city tonight. His Fan family would naturally benefit from his association with it too. My good daughter, you're really too discerning. This treasure, you have to help me keep in the Fan family no matter what. Fan Lin said with a loud laugh. Starting from just now, there was no idea how many Capone capital city in. Bless coming over to congratulate him. This Fan family's family head, immediately felt radiance on his face. However, Li Ji was clearly not as optimistic as Fan Lin. She kept feeling that Yi Yuan was neither friendly nor aloof to her. Regarding her active pursuit, he also seemed very perfunctory. Can only take it one step at a time, Li Ji thought in her heart. When the entire capital city was discussing how formidable Yi Yuan was, and so on, Yi Yuan himself was not very aware of it. Walking along the way, Yi Yuan had defeated too many geniuses, regardless of whether alchemy or martial arts. Toward this kind of victory, he had long been able to treat it like a normal day. Returning to the Fan family to recuperate his wounds, Yi Yuan was not in a hurry to cultivate but spent all day in the Fiend Medicine Hall. His prestige was like the noonday sun currently. Everyone in the Fiend Medicine Hall, including the Hall Master, all treated him with the courtesy of a teacher. Such a good resource, Yi Yuan did not wish to squander. He worked as a teacher in the Fiend Medicine Hall, while making use of the Fiend Medicine Hall's resources to comprehend the alchemy Tao. Yi Yuan's research on 2-star divine pills had not reached the level of grand completion yet. It still required a great deal of practical work before it could attain grand completion. The Fiend Medicine Hall's resources were abundant, and they also had the greatest esteem for him. It was naturally the best place for Yi Yuan to study alchemy Tao. Therefore, Yi Yuan became the Fiend Medicine Hall's attending fiend apothecary, granting all demands. Anyone who came to the Fiend Medicine Hall to request for pills, he would accept it all. Of course, Yi Yuan studying alchemy Tao still had a very important mission: to develop the pill formula to repair the divine sea. Regarding little fatty Xie Jingyi, Yi Yuan had always kept in mind, no matter what, he had to let fatty Xie restore his divine sea and cultivate anew. But Yi Yuan also knew that this was not something that could be done overnight. The study of alchemy Tao required ACCU, mulat practice and research. The higher the grade of the divine pill, the harder to comprehend, let alone talk about developing new medicinal pills. Half a year was about to pass in a twinkle. The matter of Ka Xin being killed by Yi Yuan had long faded away already. But now the Tli of Capone capital city's #1 fiend apothecary rose in the capital city. Every day, the martial artists who surrounded the Fiend Medicine Hall's front door to request for pills lined up like a long dragon. The fiend general powerhouses in Capone capital city all took pride in getting one of Master Source Knight's medicinal pills. The medicinal pills that Yi Yuan refined were hiked to an extremely high price in the black market. It was inevitable. The medicinal pills that Yi Yuan refined, the quality was high and the medicinal effect was strong. Others could not compare to Yi Yuan's pills at all. However, through this half a year of training, Yi Yuan corrected all the bad habits of Meng Qi and the others. This made their pill refining standard improve greatly. The 5 elders were all shedding tears of gratitude. On this day, Meng Qi approached Yi Yuan and said carefully, "Master Source Knight, our Long Ping capital city, Black Jade capital city, and Purple Nether capital city's Fiend Medicine Hall's AS associates her that Master's alchemy standard is extremely high and came attracted by her fame, hoping to listen to Master preach on Tao. Wonder what is Master's opinion?" Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said indifferently, "Did you all listen too much and feel that my preaching isn't worth money? Anyone can come and listen?" Meng Qi's heart thumped, and he hurriedly said, "This. Master's words are too serious. Master's preaching, every phrase is a gem, causing us to be enlightened at once. How could it be something cheap?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "The reason why I stay here is that I owe your Blood Yama Hall a favor, not because I have nothing better to do. As for the other capital cities' Blood Yama Halls, I'm not acquainted with them, and I don't want to be acquainted as well. Let them go back where they came from." Meng Qi had an awkward look and withdrew helplessly. After Meng Qi went out, Yi Yuan gave a cold snicker. Did the Blood Yama Hall really take him to be a free labor force? Not hemorrhaging any blood at all, and wanted him to preach on Tao for them. Dreaming too beautifully. Regarding those people coming to listen to the sermons, Yi Yuan did not have objections, but they must repay it with a favor. In this half a year, although Yi Yuan borrowed the Fiend Medicine Hall, this platform, his alchemy strength improved a lot. But what the Fiend Medicine Hall obtained from here far exceeded what they paid. Disregarding others, it was still very promising for the 5 elders to step into the realm of 3-star fiend apothecary in the future under his guidance. Just this alone was already above their money's worth. Chapter 15:03 Congratulations, you've already been blacklisted. Chapter 15:03 Congratulations, you've already been blacklisted after leaving Yi Yuan. Meng Qi had a bitter smile on his face. He knew that it would be this result. It was just that the hall master made him come over. So he had no choice as well. He could only come and give a try. The Fiend Medicine Hall underwent an earth-shaking transformation under Yi Yuan's hands in this half a year. Recently, these few days, Meng Qi faintly felt his realm that had yet to loosen for a long time actually have signs of going to break through. This discovery made him extremely agitated. Meng Qi had already stopped at this realm for 10,000 years. He knew that he had long exhausted his potential and that there was basically no hope of breaking through in this lifetime. But now, he actually had hopes of breaking through to the legendary 3-star fiend apothecary. How could this result not make him wildly ecstatic? But Meng Qi knew for him to be able to break through, it was entirely Yi Yuan's credit. In this half a year, Yi Yuan opened another window for them, letting him see a whole new world. The few little tricks that Yi Yuan imparted to them could be said to have polished up their alchemy skill, making their strength advance by leaps and bounds. Meng Qi refining the Devil Dragon Flame Crystal Pill currently was basically all middle grade as the start. There was a very large chance of being able to refine high grade. To be able to have this kind of improvement in half a year, it could simply be described using riding a rocket. If it were before, Meng Qi never dared to think that he could still have such rapid improvement in alchemy. He knew that the other four elders also obtained varying degrees of improvement. And all this was all thanks to Master Source Knight. Meng Qi even knew that the Hall Master's improvement in this half a year was similarly very great. He already flung the other 2 3-star fiend apothecaries in the city far behind. The current Yi Yuan was already revered by them akin to AGOD. The fiend medicine hall's change was so great, but Yi Yuan never opened his mouth to ask for anything before. Even with him being present and refining pills, it was the customers that prepared the required spirit medicines themselves for refinement. The fiend medicine hall did not need to do much. It was the fiend medicine hall that owed Yi Yuan greatly. Now, the other capital cities' people are coming to seek experience. This was clearly the interaction between the upper echelons. The Blood Yama Hall treated Master Source Knight as someone that could be squeezed dry. It would be weird if he was happy. Kong Shao was Black Jade Capital City's Fiend Medicine Hall's Hall Master. Regarding upstairs making him bring people over to listen to people preach on Tao, he was actually very disdainful in his heart. Fiend apothecaries were all proud. He, a 3-star fiend apothecary, how venerated was his status? Ordinary fiend apothecaries. He did not pay any attention to them at all. His alchemy strength was also a first-rate existence among the hall masters in the nearby few capital cities. What made him even more gloomy was that he heard that this fiend apothecary preaching on Tao was actually just a 2-star fiend apothecary. How to make him accept this? Imo, this master has such airs. Even you, a hall master, can't invite him? Kong Shao said, unhappily. A fiend medicine hall's hall master, wanting to meet a 2-star fiend apothecary, actually still had to pass on a message. Wasn't this a joke? Imo was Capone Fiend Medicine Hall's hall master. Out of fear of losing face, that was why he made Meng Qi go and invite Yi Yuan. Actually, he also knew that Yi Yuan most likely would not agree to meet these people. Kong Shao, this place isn't the Black Jade Capital City. If you don't care about it, you can immediately leave. I didn't invite you to come. Imo said with a dark expression. The moment Kong Shao heard, he was delighted and said with a smile, Yo, became courageous, huh? If not for my hall master asking me to come, do you think I'll come to this lousy place? What master still poo? A 2-star brat also dares to come out and show off. It's just your lousy standards that you call anybody your master when you see them, right? Capone Capital City's Fiend Medicine Hall was indeed ranked near the bottom of the few capital cities in the vicinity. From numbers to strength, they were all far inferior to the other few cities. Hence, when Kong Shao saw Imo, he had his head held high, not taking the latter seriously at all. Imo was livid with rage and said, Good, very good. Since you don't care for Master Source Knights preaching the Tao, then please go back. Kong Shao was just about to speak when Meng Qi came out from inside and said to Imo with a bow, Hall Master, Master Source Knight said, let them go back where they came from. The two people's conversation just now, Meng Qi heard all of it. He originally wanted to say a little tactfully. Now, he did not give face at all, directly reiterating Yi Yuan's words as it was. When Kong Shao heard this, he directly lost it and said furiously, what high-sounding sentiments. A measly little 2-star fiend apothecary actually dares to speak to this hall master this way. I'll go and meet your hall master straight away. I want to see what she says. Wu Hao, Metal Heart, they're needing us here. Let's go find their hall master together then. Wu Hao and Metal Heart were respectively Long Ping Capital City and purple nether capital cities, fiend medicine hall's hallmasters. When Kong Xiao said finish, he turned around and was about to leave. But walking a few steps, he discovered that Wu Hao Duo did not follow after. He could not help stopping and said with a frown, "Didn't the two of you hear? They're having us go back to where we came from. You guys still want to drag out your stay here to look at people's countenance?" But Wu Hao chuckled and said, "You leave then. Our long ping capital city came over harboring the ATTI. Toot of learning. How can we sweep away the host's face? Since he's a master, he naturally has his pride. We should bring out some sincerity." Metal Heart also smiled and said, "Why not Brother Kong Xiao go and find Lord Hallmaster? Perhaps we'll be able to meet Master Source Knight." Kong Xiao's brows furrowed. Countless question marks flashed. Plussing across in his heart. What was with these two people? He knew that these two people also looked down on the Capone Fiend Medicine Hall. When they just entered the city, the three of them even met up and discussed together that they could not let EMO become intoxicated by success and had to extinguish their prestige properly. Why did their attitudes have a 180-degree major change now? There must be something that he did not know in between this. His face fell, and he said, "The two of you, what's the meaning of this?" Wu Hao smiled and said, "No meaning. We came to Capone capital city without paying heed to the distance. We naturally have to have an exchange with Brother EMO more. Brother EMO, this one had some queries recently. Let's explore it?" EMO had yet to speak when Metal Heart also smiled and said, "Brother EMO, I brought quite a few people this time. We're brothers, so we need to interact more." EMO was confused, but one could not reach their hands out to hit a smiling face. He clasped his hands and said with a smile, "That is, of course." Kong Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly, and he gave a cold snort as he said, "Humph, I don't believe that a 2-star fiend apothecary can actually defy the heavens. He's not meeting us, right? I'll make him crawl over to see me." Done talking, Kong Xiao was just about to flick his sleeves and leave. Right at this time, Yi Yuan slowly walked out and just happened to hear this sentence. He said with a smile, "Is that so? Then congratulations to you. You've already been blacklisted and can head back home." Kong Xiao suddenly turned around and said in a cold voice, "You're that whatever bulls. I plus T-Master? I was wondering who it was. Turns out that it's a brat still wet behind his ears. EMO, you all are really declining with the pa-s. Sing of time. Kid, you rest assured. I'll head back home, but you need to be on your knees and give me 3 kowtows first." But Yi Yuan did not even bother with him and said to EMO, "Hall Master EMO, this recent half a month, I want to return to the Fan family for close seclusion. This half a month, don't send people to come and find me." Finished talking, he did not wait for EMO to answer either, directly walking past from Kong Xiao's side and left the Fiend Medicine Hall. Chapter 1504, Redeeming Favor. Chapter 1504, Redeeming Favor. A cloud of green smoke emerged from the medicinal cauldron. The medicinal pill inside already became a SCRAP pill. Yi Yuan sighed slightly and said, "Failed again. Could it be that this medicinal pill to restore the divine really can't be refined?" In order to refine the medicinal pill to help Xie Jingyi recover his divine this half a year, Yi Yuan had already failed no idea how many times. He attempted no less than 1,000 over ways of combining spirit medicine, but he never succeeded even once. These 1,000 over kinds of combination methods were just the results that he derived in the end. There were at least several tens of thousands of pill formulas derived in his mind. It was just that in the end, a vast majority of them was rejected by him. In order to derive this brand new pill formula, Yi Yuan could be said to have cudgeled his brain. However, the result made him very disappointed. You've already done your best. Even though alchemy DS are deity realm powerhouses, they don't dictate all life on Earth too. There are times when human strength would not do. You don't have to be discouraged either. A medicinal pill to repair the divine had never been heard of in the Heavenspan world. It's easier said than done for you to want to develop it yourself. Dustless figure appeared and consoled him. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I'm not discouraged. In fact, through this half a year of deducing experiments, I feel that I'm already very close to it. It's just that this layer of window pane paper can't be poked through from start to end, making me somewhat depressed. I have a feeling that as long as I poke through this layer of window pane paper, my alchemy strength will advance a step further. Dustless looked at Yi Yuan in surprise, as if he did not know the latter. He knew that Yi Yuan's current alchemy level was already far stronger than the heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove in the same period. Advancing a step further, he even did not quite dare to imagine it. Could it be that this guy did not have a limit? Water will flow when a channel is formed. Being too deliberate can be counterproductive instead. This period of time, why don't you relax a little first? Perhaps you'll straighten out your ideas one day, Dustless said. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, It's also time to leave seclusion. I'm afraid some people are already tired of waiting. Yi Yuan exited seclusion. Long Zhan was long already waiting for him. Master, there's a Blood Yamahal's guest waiting for you in the box room, Long Zhan said. Yi Yuan nodded his head slightly and said, You withdraw then, I'll handle it. Walking 2 steps, Yi Yuan suddenly turned back and said, You go and find Fan Yu to fetch a batch of spirit medicines over, just say that I said it. This is the formula. You've already been stuck at half-step origin deity for very long, right? Hearing this, Long Zhan involuntarily trembled all over. A surge of wild elation welled up in his heart, and he hurriedly knelt down and said, This lowly one has already been stuck at this step for 15,000 years. Yi Yuan gave him in and said, Your talent is pretty good. Originally, entering the Heavenspan world, you could break through to origin deity. It's just a shame that it was delayed. Looking on the account of your diligence and earnestness these few years, I'll give you a ride. Long Zhan's entire body trembled agitatedly as he said, Long Zhan thanks Master very much. Yi Yuan voiced his assent and turned around and left. Long Zhan's pair of fists were gripped tightly, his face appearing somewhat red because of excitement. These 100,000 years, it was his first time being so agitated. His state of mind that was originally akin to low level of water finally produced a trace of ripple. For 100,000 years, he bemoaned how tragic his own fate was all the time. His entire person seemingly fell into darkness, all the way until Yi Yuan's appearance. Long Zhan had never thought that this kin who came out of the immortal Grove world like him actually had such outstanding talent. The entire Capone capital city was stirred until waves ran high by his new master. All forces were revolving around his master. Sigh. One misstep, and every step became wrong. Gotta double down my efforts from now onwards. I hope that I can get master's forgiveness in the future. Long Zhan said with a sigh. When Yi Yuan saw Ihan, he could not help being somewhat surprised. Source Knight pays respect to Hall Master. I didn't think that Hall Master actually arrived in person, Yi Yuan said with clasped hands. A hint of surprise flashed across Ihan's gaze, and she said with a smile, You actually guessed my identity. Tai long ago. Looks like I still underestimated you. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Didn't think of it at that time. But after coming back from the 100-Nose Hall, I thought carefully, and I realized that Hall Master had many suspicious points on you. Ihan smiled sweetly and said, No wonder Ka Xan would die at your hands. His level of skill is far too lacking compared to you. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Hall Master is too kind. Ihan giggled and said, I even find that I didn't praise enough. It looks like I indeed didn't find the wrong person. Yi Yuan gave Ihan a glance with a profound expression and said, Hall Master coming personally, could it be to have me return the favor? Ihan gave Yi Yuan a glance reproachfully and said with devilish flirtatiousness, You slippery little fellow, not even willing to help elder sister with a small favor. Must I use favor to pay it off? Yi Yuan broke out in Guseb. You, MPS all over, and said with a smile, This favor of Hall Master isn't small. If my conjectures are right, there are already quite a few capital cities' fiend medicine halls that have gathered at Capone capital city, right? The moment I start a sermon on Tao, The entire eminent Orchid Imperial City's blood Yama, Hall's fiend medicine, Hall strength will collectively rise a major level. How big this favor is, Hall Master is adept at this, and don't need me to calculate, right? Ihan had a bitter look on her face, looking delicate and pitiful. Truly a nuisance character. She heaved a sigh and said, "The news of the Blood Yama Hall is all shared. The other capital cities' Hall Masters learning about your existence. They naturally won't let me off. So many people came to find me. I can't very well push all of them away, right? Don't look at how Big Sister is in charge of the Blood Yama Hall. Big Sister also has times where things are difficult." That expression of Ihan made people unable to resist loving her upon seeing her, making people's bones go soft. Except if not because he could not beat her. Yi Yuan wished that he could give a tight slap. This woman really calculated well, wanting the horse to run and also wanting the horse to not eat GRA. SS, you think that by putting on an act, this little lord will promise you? Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly and said indifferently, "Hall Master, kill me then. Don't talk about this matter." Ihan's expression instantly turned from sunny to overcast. A moment ago, she was still thinking of seducing Yi Yuan. The next instant, her face was already cold as frost. A piercing, cold, killing intent arrived with a howl, but Yi Yuan was firm as a rock and not cowed in the slightest. He knew that Ihan absolutely would not kill him. She personally came forward and took his favor. She definitely had something to request of him. Sure enough, Ihan's killing intent quietly subsided, and she said gloomily, "You punk, really impervious to everything. Speak then, what conditions do you have?" Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, "Two. The first, this is considered half a favor realized right now. The second, a month later, you'll gather everyone to the blood battle stage. I'll preach on Tao for half a month continuously. How much they can comprehend will depend on themselves. I don't have time to waste on this daily. There's still one more. That is that whatever Black Jade capital cities, Fiend Medicine Halls people, this lord won't wait upon them. Have them scram." Yi Yuan knew that wanting to use this to cash in all of the favor, Ihan absolutely would not agree. Therefore, he had no choice but to go for second best, consume half a favor first before talking. Ihan sighed slightly and said, "You brat, really not willing to suffer any bit of loss at all. Fine then, Big Sister will promise you." Finished talking, Ihan took out the blood essence contract and slightly kneaded a seal. The blood essence in the contract began to combust.